Section 1 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Olivia. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rood. Section 1. The Archiepiscopate of Thomas Becket, A.D. 1162 to 1170, by John Lingard, Part 1. Henry II, son of Empress Matilda of Germany by her second husband, Geoffrey of Anjou, ascended the throne of England upon the death of his uncle Stephen, the usurper, and was the first king of that Plantagenet line which ruled England for over 3 centuries. Henry was crowned at Westminster on December 19, 1154, by Theobald, Archbishop of Canterbury. Theobald, by his authority and vigilance, had maintained the public tranquillity after the death of Stephen, and by his counsels of conciliation and peace and other services had earned the gratitude of the monarch. When age compelled Theobald to retire from the counsels of his sovereign, he recommended Henry to accept as minister his archdeacon, Thomas Becket. Becket was the son of Gilbert Becket, a prominent citizen of London. The boy's mother, according to an interesting tradition, had been the daughter of a Saracen emir who had made Gilbert a captive in Jerusalem after the First Crusade. The daughter helped Gilbert to escape, and later, for love of him, followed on an eastern ship bound for the English metropolis, although she knew no other words of the English language than London and Gilbert. Wandering desolately through the streets and markets with these words on her lips, she was recognized by a servant who had shared his master's captivity. He hastened to tell Gilbert, who had once sought for, sheltered her, and shortly afterward made her his wife. Their son Thomas was educated at the Abbey of Merton and in the schools of London, Oxford, and Paris. When his father died, Archbishop Theobald took the youth into his family. He studied civil and canon law on the continent, attending, among others, the lectures of Gratian at Bologna. His accomplishments and talents were fully recognized on his return to England, and preferments followed rapidly until he became Archdeacon of Canterbury, a dignity with the rank of baron, next to that of bishop and abbot. He became confidential adviser to the primate, as his representative twice visited Rome, and recommended to the notice of King Henry, was appointed chancellor, preceptor of the young prince, depositary of the royal favor, and received several valuable sinecures. He assumed great splendor and magnificence in his retinue. He attended Henry on his expedition to France, and his chivalric exploits in Normandy at the head of 700 knights, 1,200 cavalry, and 4,000 infantry were more befitting the career of a military adventurer than that of a churchman. Archbishop Theobald died in 1161 and left at the royal disposal the highest dignity of the English Church. The favor enjoyed by Chancellor Thomas Becket and the situation which he filled pointed him out as the person most likely to succeed Theobald. By the courtiers he was already called the future archbishop, and when the report was mentioned to him, he ambiguously replied that he was acquainted with 4 poor priests far better qualified for that dignity than himself. But Henry, whatever were his intentions, is believed to have kept them locked up within his own breast. During the vacancy, the revenues of the see were paid into his exchequer, nor was he anxious to deprive himself of so valuable an income by a precipitous election. At the end of 13 months, A.D. 1162, he sent for the chancellor at Falsay, bade him prepare for a voyage to England, and added that within a few days he would be Archbishop of Canterbury. Becket, looking with a smile of irony on his dress, replied that he had not much the appearance of an archbishop, and if the king were serious, he must beg permission to decline the preferment, because it would be impossible for him to perform the duties of the situation and at the same time retain the favor of his benefactor. But Henry was inflexible. The legate Henry of Pisa added his entreaties, and Becket, though he already saw the storm gathering in which he afterward perished, was induced, against his own judgment, to acquiesce. He sailed to England, May 30th. The prelates and a deputation of the monks of Canterbury assembled in the King's Chapel at Westminster. Every vote was given in his favor. The applause of the nobility testified their satisfaction, and Prince Henry, in the name of his father, gave the royal assent. Becket was ordained priest by the Bishop of Rochester, and the next day, having been declared free from all secular obligations, he was consecrated by Henry of Winchester. It was a most pompous ceremony, for all the nobility of England, to gratify the king, attended in honor of his favorite. That the known intentions of Henry must have influenced the electors, there can be little doubt, but it appears that throughout the whole business, every necessary form was fully observed. Gilbert Foyloi, Bishop of Hereford, prelate of rigid morals and much canonical learning, alone observed jeeringly that the king had at last wrought a miracle, for he had changed a soldier into a priest, a layman into an archbishop. The sarcasm was noted at the time as a sally of disappointed ambition. That Becket had still to learn the self-denying virtues of the clerical character is plain from his own confession. That his conduct had always defied the reproach of immorality was confidently asserted by his friends, and is equivalently acknowledged by the silence of his enemies. The ostentatious parade and worldly pursuits of the chancellor were instantly renounced by the archbishop, who, in the fervor of his conversion, prescribed to himself, as a punishment for the luxury and vanity of his former life, a daily course of secret mortification. His conscience was now marked by the strictest attention to the decency of his station. To the train of knights and noblemen who had been accustomed to wait on him, succeeded a few companions selected from the most virtuous and learned of his clergy. His diet was abstemious, his charities were abundant, his time was divided into certain portions allotted to prayer and study and the episcopal functions. These he found it difficult to unite with those of the chancellor, and therefore, as at his consecration he had been declared free from all secular engagements, he resigned that office into the hands of the king. This total change of conduct has been viewed with admiration or censure according to the candor or prejudices of the beholders. By his contemporaries it was universally attributed to a conscientious sense of duty. Modern writers have frequently described it as a mere affectation of piety, under which he sought to conceal projects of immeasurable ambition. But how came this hypocrisy, if it existed, to elude, during a long and bitter contest, the keen eyes of his adversaries? A more certain path would have surely offered itself to ambition. By continuing to flatter the king's wishes, and by uniting himself the offices of chancellor and archbishop, he might in all probability have ruled without control both in church and state. For more than 12 months the primate appeared to enjoy his wonted ascendancy in the royal favour, but during his absence the warmth of Henry's affection insensibly evaporated. The sycophants of the court, who observed the change, industriously misrepresented the actions of the archbishop, and declaimed in exaggerated terms against the loftiness of his views, the superiority of his talents, and the decision of his character. Such hints made a deep impression on the suspicious and irritable mind of the king, who now began to pursue his late favourite with a hatred as vehement as had been the friendship with which he had formerly honoured him. Amidst a number of discordant statements, it is difficult to fix on the original ground of the dissension between them, whether it were the archbishop's resignation of the chancellorship, or his resumption of the lands alienated from his see, or his attempt to reform the clergymen who attended the court, or his opposition to the revival of the odious tax known by the name of the Danegeld. But that which brought them into immediate collision was the controversy respecting the jurisdiction of the ecclesiastical courts. A rapid view of the origin and progress of these courts, and of their authority in civil and criminal cases, may not prove uninteresting to the reader. From the commencement of Christianity, its professors had been exhorted to withdraw their differences from the cognizance of profane tribunals, and to submit them to the paternal authority of their bishops, who, by the nature of their office, were bound to heal the wounds of dissension, and by the sacredness of their character, were removed beyond the suspicion of partiality or prejudice. Though unhonourable, it was a distracting servitude, from which the more pious would gladly have been relieved, but the advantages of the system recommended it to the approbation of the Christian emperors. Constantine and his successors appointed the bishops the general arbiters within their respective dioceses, and the officers of justice were compelled to execute their decisions without either delay or appeal. At first, to authorize the interference of the spiritual judge, the previous consent of both the plaintiff and the defendant was requisite, but Theodosius left it to the option of the parties, either of whom was indulged with the liberty of carrying the cause in the first instance into the bishop's court, or even of removing it thither at any stage of the pleadings before the civil magistrate. Charlemagne inserted this constitution of Theodosius in his code, and ordered it to be invariably observed among all the nations which acknowledged his authority. If by the imperial law the laity were permitted, by the canon law the clergy were compelled to accept the bishop as the judge of civil controversies. It did not become them to quit the spiritual duties of their profession and entangle themselves in the intricacies of law proceedings. The principle was fully admitted by the Emperor Justinian, who decided that in cases in which only one of the parties was a clergyman, the cause must be submitted to the decision of the bishop. This valuable privilege, to which the teachers of the northern nations had been accustomed under their own princes, they naturally established among their converts, and it was soon confirmed to the clergy by the civil power in every Christian country. Constantine had thought that the irregularities of an order of men devoted to the offices of religion should be veiled from the scrutinizing eye of the people. With this view, he granted to each bishop, if he were accused of violating the law, the liberty of being tried by his colleagues, and moreover invested him with a criminal jurisdiction over his own clergy. Whether his authority was confined to lesser offenses or extended to capital crimes is a subject of controversy. There are many edicts which, without any limitation, reserve the correction of the clergy to the discretion of the bishop. But in the novels of Justinian, a distinction is drawn between ecclesiastical and civil transgressions. With the former, the emperor acknowledges that the civil power has no concern. The latter are cognizable by the civil judge. Yet, before his sentence can be executed, the convict must be degraded by his ecclesiastical superior, or, if the superior refuse, the whole affair must be referred to the consideration of the sovereign. That this regulation prevailed among the Western nations, after their separation from the empire, is proved by the canons of several councils, but the distinction laid down by Justinian was insensibly abolished, and whatever might be the nature of the offense with which the clergyman was charged, he was, in the first instance at least, amenable to none but an ecclesiastical tribunal. It was thus that on the continent the spiritual courts were first established, and their authority was afterwards enlarged. But among the Anglo-Saxons, the limits of the two judicatures were intermixed and undefined. When the imperial government ceased in other countries, the natives preserved many of its institutions, which the conquerors incorporated with their own laws. But our barbarian ancestors eradicated every prior establishment and transplanted the manners of the wilds of Germany into the new solitude which they had made. After their conversion, they associated the heads of the clergy with their nobles, and both equally exercised the functions of civil magistrates. It is plain that the bishop was the sole judge of the clergy in criminal cases, that he alone decided their differences, and that to him appertained the cognizance of certain offenses against the rights of the church and the sanctions of religion. But as it was his duty to sit with the sheriff in the court of the county, his ecclesiastical became blended with his secular jurisdiction, and in many cases, which in other countries had been reserved to the spiritual judge, were decided in England before a mixed tribunal. This disposition continued in force till the Norman conquest, when, as the reader must have formerly noticed, the two judicatures were completely separated by the new sovereign, and in every diocese, courts Christian, that is, of the bishop and his archdeacons, were established after the model and with the authority of similar courts in all other parts of the Western Church. The tribunals created by this arrangement were bound in the terms of the original charter to be guided in their proceedings by the episcopal laws, a system of ecclesiastical jurisprudence composed of the canons of councils, the decrees of the popes, and maxims of the more ancient fathers. This, like all other codes of law, had in the course of centuries received numerous additions. New cases perpetually occurred, new decisions were given, and new compilations were made and published. The two, which at the time of the conquest prevailed in the spiritual courts of France, and which were sanctioned by the charter of William in England, were collected under the name of Isidore, and that of Bochard, Bishop of Worms. About the end of the century appeared a new code from the pen of Ivo, Bishop of Chartres, whose acquaintance with the civil law of Rome enabled him to give to his work a superiority over the compilations of his predecessors. Yet the knowledge of Ivo must have been confined to Theodosian code, the institutes and mutilated extracts from the Pandects of Justinian. But when Amalfi was taken by the Pisans in 1137, an entire copy of the last work was discovered, and its publication immediately attracted, and almost monopolized, the attention of the learned. Among the students and admirers of the Pandects was Gratian, a monk of Bologna, who conceived the idea of compiling a digest of the canon law on the model of that favorite work. And soon afterwards, having incorporated with his own labors the collections of former writers, he gave his Decretum to the public in 1151. From that moment, the two codes, the civil and canon laws, were deemed the principal repositories of legal knowledge, and the study of each was supposed necessary to throw light on the other. Roger, the bachelor, a monk of Breck, had already read lectures on the sister sciences in England, but he was advanced to the government of his abbey, and the English scholars, immediately after the publication of the decretum, crowded to the more renowned professors in the city of Bologna. After their return, they practiced in the episcopal courts. Their respective merits were easily appreciated, and the proficiency of the more eminent was rewarded with an ample harvest of wealth and preferment. This circumstance gave to the spiritual a marked superiority over the secular courts. The proceedings in the former were guided by fixed and invariable principles, the result of the wisdom of the ages. The latter were compelled to follow a system of jurisprudence, confused and uncertain, partly of Anglo-Saxon, partly of Norman origin, and depending on precedents, of which some were furnished by memory, others had been transmitted by tradition. The clerical judges were men of talents and education. The uniformity and equity of their decisions were preferred to the caprice and violence which seemed to sway the royal and baronial judiciaries. And by degrees every cause which legal ingenuity could connect with the provisions of the canons, whether it regarded tithes or advowsons or public scandal or marriage or testaments or perjury or breach of contract, was drawn before the ecclesiastical tribunals. A spirit of rivalry arose between the two judicatures, which quickly ripened into open hostility. On the one side were ranged the bishops and chief dignitaries of the church, on the other the king and barons, both equally interested in the quarrel, because both were accustomed to receive the principal share of the fees, fines, and forfeitures in their respective courts. Archbishop Theobald had seen the approach and trembled for the issue of the contest, and from his deathbed he wrote to Henry, recommending to his protection the liberties of the Church, and putting him on his guard against the machinations of its enemies. The contest at last commenced, and the first attack was made with great judgment against that quarter in which the spiritual courts were most defenseless, their criminal jurisdiction. The canons had excluded clergymen from judgments of blood, and the severest punishments which they could inflict were flagellation, fine, imprisonment, and degradation. It was contended that such punishments were inadequate to the suppression of the more enormous offenses, and that they encouraged the perpetration of crime by ensuring a species of impunity to the perpetrator, as every individual who had been admitted to the tonsure, whether he afterward received holy orders or not, was entitled to the clerical privileges. We may concede that there were, in these turbulent times, many criminals among the clergy, but if it were ever said that they had committed more than 100 homicides within the last 10 years, we may qualify our belief of the assertion by recollecting the warmth of the two parties and the exaggeration to which contests naturally give birth. In the time of Theobald, Philip de Broye, a canon of Bedford, had been arraigned before his bishop, convicted of manslaughter, and condemned to make pecuniary compensation to the relations of the deceased. Long afterward, Fitzpeter, the itinerant justiciary, alluding to the same case, called him a murderer in the open court at Dunstable. A violent altercation ensued, and the irritation of Philip drew from him expressions of insult and contempt. The report was carried to the king, who deemed himself injured in the person of his officer, and ordered de Broye to be indicted for this new offence in the spiritual court. He was tried and condemned to be publicly whipped, to be deprived of the fruits of his benefice, and to be suspended from his functions during 2 years. It was hoped that the severity of the sentence would mitigate the king's anger, but Henry was implacable. He swore by God's eyes that they had favoured de Broye on account of his clerical character, and required the bishops to make oath that they had done justice between himself and the prisoner. In this temper of mind he summoned them to Westminster, and required their consent that, for the future, whenever a clergyman had been degraded for a public crime by the sentence of a spiritual judge, he should be immediately delivered into the custody of a lay officer to be punished by the sentence of a lay tribunal. To this the bishops, as guardians of the rights of the Church, objected. The proposal, they observed, went to place the English clergy on a worse footing than their brethren in any other Christian country. It was repugnant to those liberties which the king had sworn to preserve at his coronation, and it violated the first principle of law by requiring that the same individual should be tried twice and punished twice for one and the same offence. Henry, who had probably anticipated the answer, immediately quitted the subject, and inquired whether they would promise to observe the ancient customs of the realm. The question was captious, as neither the number nor the tendency of these customs had been defined, and the archbishop, with equal policy, replied that he would observe them, saving his order. The clause was admitted when the clergy swore fealty to the sovereign. Why should it be rejected when they only promised the observance of customs? The king put the question separately to all the prelates, and, with the exception of the Bishop of Chichester, received from each the same answer. His eyes flashed with indignation. They were leagued, he said, in a conspiracy against him, and in a burst of fury he rushed out of the apartment. The next morning the primate received an order to surrender the honour of Eye and the castle of Berkhamsted. The king had departed by break of day. The original point of dispute had now merged in a more important controversy, for it was evident that under the name of the customs was mediated an attack not on one, but on most of the clerical immunities. Of the duty of the prelates to oppose this innovation, no clergyman at that period entertained a doubt, but to determine how far that opposition might safely be carried was a subject of uncertain discussion. The Archbishop of York, who had been gained by the king, proposed to yield for the present, and to resume the contest under more favourable auspices. The undaunted spirit of Becket spurned the temporizing policy of his former rival, and urged the necessity of unanimous and persevering resistance. Every expedient was employed to subdue his resolution, and at length, wearied out by the representations of his friends and the threats of his enemies, the pretended advice of the pontiff, and the assurance that Henry would be content with the mere honour of victory, he waited on the king at Woodstock, and offered to make the promise and omit the obnoxious clause. He was graciously received, and, to bring the matter to an issue, a great council was summoned to meet at Clarendon after the Christmas holidays. In this assembly, January 25, 1164, John of Oxford, one of the royal chaplains, was appointed president by the king, who immediately called on the bishops to fulfill their promise. His angry manner and threatening tone revived the suspicions of the primate, who ventured to express a wish that the saving clause might still be admitted. At this request, the indignation of the king was extreme. He threatened Becket with exile or death. The door of the next apartment was thrown open, and discovered a body of knights with their garments tucked up and their swords drawn. The nobles and the prelates besought the archbishop to relent, and 2 knights Templar on their knees conjured him to prevent by his acquiescence the massacre of all the bishops, which otherwise most certainly ensue. Sacrificing his own judgment to their entreaties rather than their arguments, he promised in the word of truth to observe the customs. The reader will probably feel some surprise to learn that they were yet unknown, but a committee of inquiry was appointed, and the next day Richard de Lucy and Jocelyn de Belleau exhibited the 16 constitutions of Clarendon. 3 copies were made, each of which was subscribed by the king, the prelates, and 37 barons. Henry then demanded the bishops should affix their seals. After what had passed, it was a trifle worth neither the asking nor the refusing. The primate replied that he had performed all that he had promised, and that he would do nothing more. His conduct on this trying occasion has been severely condemned for its duplicity. To me, he appears more deserving of pity than censure. His was not the tergiversation of one who seeks to effect his object by fraud and deception. It was rather the hesitation of a mind oscillating between the decision of his own judgment and the opinions and apprehensions of others. His conviction seems to have remained unchanged. He yielded to avoid the charge of having, by his obstinacy, drawn destruction on the heads of his fellow bishops. After the vehemence with which the recognition of the customs was urged, and the importance which has been attached to them by modern writers, the reader will naturally expect some account of the constitutions of Clarendon. I shall therefore mention the principal. 1. It was enacted that the custody of every vacant archbishopric, bishopric, abbey, and priory of royal foundation ought to be given and its revenues paid to the king, and that the election of a new incumbent ought to be made in consequence of the king's writ by the chief clergy of the church assembled in the king's chapel, with the assent of the king, and with the advice of such prelates as the king may call to his assistance. The custom recited in the first part of this constitution would not claim higher antiquity than the reign of William Rufus, by whom it was introduced. It had, moreover, been renounced after his death by all his successors, by Henry I, by Stephen, and lastly by the present king himself. On what plea, therefore, it could now be confirmed as ancient custom, it is difficult to comprehend. 2. By the 2nd and 7th articles, it was provided that in almost every suit, civil or criminal, in which each party, or either party, was a clergyman, the proceeding should commence before the king's justices, who should determine whether the cause ought to be tried in a secular or episcopal courts, and that, in the latter case, a civil officer should be present to report the proceedings, and the defendant, if he were convicted in a criminal action, should lose his benefit of clergy. This, however it might be called for by the exigencies of the times, ought not to have been termed an ancient custom. It was most certainly an innovation. It overturned the law as it had invariably stood from the days of the Conqueror, and did not restore the judicial process of the Anglo-Saxon dynasty. 3. It was ordered that no tenant-in-chief of the king, no officer of his household, or of his demesnes, should be excommunicated, or his lands put under an interdict, until application had been made to the king, or, in his absence, to the grand justiciary, who ought to take care that what belongs to the king's courts shall there be determined, and what belongs to the ecclesiastical courts shall be determined in them. Sentences of excommunication had been greatly multiplied and abused during the Middle Ages. They were the principal weapons with which the clergy sought to protect themselves and their property from the cruelty and rapacity of the banditti in the service of the barons. They were feared by the most powerful and on principles because, at the same time that they excluded the culprit from the offices of religion, they also cut him off from the intercourse of society. Men were compelled to avoid the company of the excommunicated, unless they were willing to participate in his punishment. Hence, much ingenuity was displayed in the discovery of expedients to restrain the exercise of this power, and it was contended that no tenant of the crown ought to be excommunicated without the king's permission, because it deprived the sovereign of the personal services which he had a right to demand of his vassal. This custom had been introduced by the Conqueror, and, though the clergy constantly reclaimed, had often been enforced by his successors. 4. The next was also a custom deriving its origin from the conquest, that no archbishop, bishop, or dignified clergyman should lawfully go beyond the sea without the king's permission. Its object was to prevent complaints at the papal court, to the prejudice of the sovereign. 5. It was enacted that appeals should proceed regularly from the archdeacon to the bishop, and from the bishop to the archbishop. If the archbishop failed to do justice, the cause ought to be carried before the king, that by his precept the suit might be terminated in the archbishop's court, so as not to proceed further without the king's consent. Henry I had endeavored to prevent appeals from being carried before the pope, and it was supposed that the same was the object of the present constitution. The king, however, thought proper to deny it. According to the explanation which he gave, it prohibited clergymen from appealing to the pope in civil causes only, when they might obtain justice in the royal courts. The remaining articles are of minor importance. They confine pleas of debt and disputes respecting advowsons to the cognizance of the king's justices, declare that clergymen who hold lands of the crown hold by barony and are bound to the same services as the lay barons, and forbids the bishops to admit to orders the sons of villeins without the license of their respective lords. End of Section 1. Recording by Olivia. Section 2 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Olivia. Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rood. The Archiepiscopate of Thomas Becket, A.D. 1162 to 1170, by John Lingard, Part 2. As the primate retired, he meditated in silence on his conduct in the council. His scruples revived, and the spontaneous censures of his attendants added to the poignancy of his feelings. In great agony of mind, he reached Canterbury, where he condemned his late weakness, interdicted himself from the exercise of his functions, wrote to Alexander a full account of the transaction, and solicited absolution from that pontiff. It was believed that, if he submitted with cheerfulness at Clarendon, he would have recovered his former ascendancy over the royal mind, but his tardy assent did not allay the indignation which his opposition had kindled, and his subsequent repentance for that assent closed the door to forgiveness. Henry had flattered himself with the hope that he should be able to extort the approbation of the customs, either from the gratitude of Alexander, whom he had assisted in his necessities, or from the fears of that pontiff, lest a refusal might add England to the nations which acknowledged the antipope. The firmness of the pope defeated all his schemes, and the king, in his anger, vowed to be revenged on the archbishop. Among his advisers there were some who sought to goad him on to extremities. They scattered unfounded reports. They attributed to Becket a design of becoming independent. They accused him of using language the most likely to wound the vanity of the monarch. He was reported to have said to his confidants that the youth of Henry required a master, that the violence of his passions must and might easily be tamed, and that he knew how necessary he himself was to a king incapable of guiding the reins of government without his assistance. It was not that these men were in reality friends to Henry. They are said to have been equally enemies to him and to the Church. They sighed after the licentiousness of the last reign, of which they had been deprived, and sought to provoke a contest in which, whichever party should succeed, they would have to rejoice over the defeat of either the clergy, whom they considered as rivals, or of the king, whom they hated as their oppressor. The ruin of a single bishop was now the principal object that occupied and perplexed the mind of this mighty monarch. By the advice of his counselors, it was resolved to waive the controversy respecting the customs, and to fight with those more powerful weapons which the feudal jurisprudence always offered to the choice of a vindictive sovereign. A succession of charges was prepared, and the primate was cited to a great council in the town of Northampton. With a misboding heart, he obeyed the summons, and the king's refusal to accept from him the kiss of peace admonished him of his danger. At the opening of the council, October 13th, John of Oxford presided. Henry exercised the office of prosecutor. The first charge regarded some act of contempt against the king, supposed to have been committed by Becket in his judicial capacity. The archbishop offered a plea in excuse, but Henry swore that justice should be done him, and the obsequious court condemned Becket to the forfeiture of his goods and chattels, a penalty which was immediately commuted for a fine of £500. The next morning the king required him to refund £300, the rents which he had received as a warden of Eye and Berkhamsted. Becket coolly replied that he would pay it. More, indeed, had been expended by him in the repairs, but money should never prove a cause of dissension between himself and his sovereign. Another demand followed of £500 received by the chancellor before the walls of Toulouse. It was in vain that the archbishop described the transaction as a gift. Henry maintained that it was a loan, and the court, on the principle that the word of the sovereign was preferable to that of a subject, compelled him to give security for the repayment of the money. The third day the king required an account of all the receipts from vacant abbeys and bishoprics which had come into the hands of Becket during his chancellorship, and estimated the balance due to the crown at the sum of 44,000 marks. At the mention of this enormous demand, the archbishop stood aghast. However, recovering himself, he replied that he was not bound to answer, that at his consecration both Prince Henry and the Earl of Leicester, the justiciary, had publicly released him by the royal command from all similar claims, and that on a demand so unexpected and important, he had a right to require the advice of his fellow bishops. Had the primate been ignorant of the king's object, it was sufficiently disclosed in the conference which followed between him and the bishops. Folliot, with the prelates who enjoyed the royal confidence, exhorted him to resign. Henry of Winchester alone had the courage to reprobate this interested advice. On his return to his lodgings, the anxiety of Becket's mind brought on an indisposition which confined him to his chamber, and during the next 2 days he had the leisure to arrange plans for his subsequent conduct. The first idea which suggested itself was a bold, and what perhaps might have proved a successful, appeal to the royal pity. He proposed to go barefoot to the palace, throw himself at the feet of the king, and to conjure him by their former friendship to consent to a reconciliation. But he afterward adopted another resolution, to decline the authority of the court, and trust for protection to the sacredness of his character. In the morning, October 18th, having previously celebrated the Mass of St. Stephen the first martyr, he proceeded to court, arrayed as he was in pontifical robes, and bearing in his hand the archiepiscopal cross. As he entered, the king, with the barons, retired to a neighboring apartment, and was soon after followed by the bishops. The primate, left alone with his clerks in the spacious hall, seated himself on a bench, and with calm and intrepid dignity awaited their decision. The courtiers, to please the prince, strove to distinguish themselves by the intemperance of their language. Henry, in the vehemence of his passion, inveighed, one while against the insolence of Becket, at another against the pusillanimity and ingratitude of his favourites, till even the most active of the prelates who had raised the storm began to view with horror the probable consequences. Roger of York contrived to retire, and as he passed through the hall, bade his clerks follow him, that they might not witness the effusion of blood. Next came the Bishop of Exeter, who threw himself at the feet of the primate, and conjured him to have pity on himself and the episcopal order, for the king had threatened with death the first man who should speak in his favor. "Flee, then," he replied. "Thou canst not understand the things that are of God." Soon afterward appeared the rest of the bishops. Hilary of Chichester spoke in their name. "You were," he said, "our primate, but by opposing the royal customs you have broken your oath of fealty to the king. A perjured archbishop has no right to our obedience. From you, then, we appeal to the Pope, and summon you to answer us before him." "I hear," was his only reply. The bishops seated themselves along the opposite side of the hall, and a solemn silence ensued. At length the door opened, and the Earl of Leicester, at the head of the barons, bade him hear his sentence. "My sentence," interrupted the archbishop. "Son and earl, hear me first. You know with what fidelity I served the king, how reluctantly, to please him, I accepted my present office, and in what manner I was declared by him free from all secular claims. For what happened before my consecration I ought not to answer, nor will I. Know, moreover, that you are my children in God. Neither law nor reason allows you to judge your father. I therefore decline your tribunal, and refer my quarrel to the decision of the Pope. To him I appeal, and shall now, under the protection of the Catholic Church and the Apostolic See, depart." As he walked along the hall, some of the courtiers threw at him knots of straw, which they took from the floor. A voice called him a traitor. At the word he stopped, and hastily turning round, rejoined, "Were it not that my order forbids me, that coward should repent of his insolence." At the gate he was received with acclamations of joy by the clergy and people, and was conducted in triumph to his lodgings. It was generally believed that if the archbishop had remained at Northampton, that night would have proved his last. Alarmed by frequent hints from his friends, he petitioned to retire beyond the sea, and was told that he might expect an answer the following morning. This unnecessary delay increased his apprehensions. To deceive the vigilance of the spies that beset him, he ordered a bed to be prepared in the church, and in the dusk of the evening, accompanied by 2 clerks and a servant on foot, escaped by the north gate. After 15 days of perils and adventures, Brother Christian, that was the name he assumed, landed at Gravelines in Flanders. His first visit was paid, November 3rd, to the King of France, who received him with marks of veneration. His second to Alexander, who kept his court in the city of Sens. He had been preceded by a magnificent embassy of English prelates and barons, who had endeavored in vain to prejudice the pontiff against him, though by the distribution of presents they had purchased advocates in the College of Cardinals. The very lecture of the constitutions closed the mouths of his adversaries. Alexander, having condemned in express terms 10 of the articles, recommended the archbishop to the care of the abbot of Pontenay, and exhorted him to bear with resignation the hardships of exile. When Thomas surrendered his bishopric into the hands of the Pope, his resignation was hailed by a part of the consistory as the readiest means of terminating a vexatious and dangerous controversy. But Alexander preferred honor to convenience, and refusing to abandon a prelate who had sacrificed the friendship of a king for the interests of the Church, reinvested him with the archiepiscopal dignity. The eyes of the king were still fixed on the exile at Pontenay, and by his order the punishment of treason was denounced against any person who should presume to bring into England letters of excommunication or interdict from either the pontiff or the archbishop. He confiscated the estates of that prelate, commanded his name to be erased from the liturgy, and seized the revenues of every clergyman who had followed him into France or had sent him pecuniary assistance. By a refinement of vengeance, he involved all those who were connected with him either by blood or friendship, and with them their families, without distinction of rank or age or sex, in one promiscuous sentence of banishment. Neither men bowing under the weight of years, nor infants still hanging at the breast, were excepted. The list of proscription was swelled with 400 names, and the misfortune of the sufferers was aggravated by the obligation of an oath to visit the archbishop and importune him with the history of their wrongs. Day after day, crowds of exiles besieged the door of his cell at Pontenay. His heart was wrung with anguish. He implored the compassion of his friends, and enjoyed at last the satisfaction of knowing that the wants of these blameless victims had been amply relieved by the benefactions of the King of France, the Queen of Sicily, and the Pope. Still, Henry's resentment was insatiable. Pontinay belonged to the Cistercians, and he informed them that if they continued to afford an asylum to the traitor, not one of their order should be permitted to remain within his dominions. The archbishop was compelled to quit his retreat, but Louis immediately offered him the city of Sens for his residence. Here, as at Pontinay, Becket led the solitary and mortified life of a recluse. Withdrawing himself from company and amusements, he divided the whole of his time between prayer and reading. His choice of books was determined by a reference to the circumstances in which he was placed, and in the canon law, the histories of the martyrs, and the Holy Scriptures he sought for advice and consolation. On a mind naturally firm and unbending, such studies were likely to make a powerful impression, and his friends, dreading the consequences, endeavored to divert his attention to other objects, but their remonstrances were fruitless. Gradually his opinions became tinged with enthusiasm. He identified his cause with that of God and the Church. Concession appeared to him like apostasy, and his resolution was fixed to bear every privation, and to sacrifice, if it was necessary, even his own life in so sacred a contest. The violence of Henry nourished and strengthened these sentiments, and at last, urged by the cries of the sufferers, the archbishop assumed a bolder tone, which terrified his enemies and compelled the court at Rome to come forward to his support. By a sentence, promulgated with more than the usual solemnity, he cut off from the society of the faithful such of the royal ministers as had communicated with the antipope, those who had framed the constitutions of Clarendon, and all who had invaded the property of the Church. At the same time, he confirmed by frequent letters the wavering mind of the pontiff. Checked by his remonstrances, the opposition of the cardinals who had been gained by his adversaries, and intimated to Henry, in strong but affectionate language, the punishment which awaited his impenitence. This mighty monarch, the lord of so many nations, while he affected to despise, secretly dreaded the spiritual arms of his victim. The strictest orders were issued that every passenger from beyond the sea should be searched, that all letters from the Pope or the Archbishop should be seized, that the bearers should suffer the most severe and shameful punishments, and that all freemen, in the courts to which they owed service, should promise upon oath not to obey any censure published by the ecclesiastical authority against the king or the kingdom. But it was for his continental dominions that he felt chiefly alarmed. There the great barons, who hated his government, would gladly embrace the opportunity to revolt, and the King of France, his natural opponent, would instantly lend them his aid against the enemy of the Church. Hence, for some years, the principal object of his policy was to avert or at least delay the blow which he so much dreaded. As long as the Pope was a fugitive in France, dependent on the bounty of his adherents, the king had hoped that his necessities would compel him to abandon the primate. But the antipope was now dead, and though the emperor had raised up a second in the person of Guido of Crema, Alexander had returned to Italy and recovered possession of Rome. Henry therefore resolved to try the influence of terror by threatening to espouse the cause of Guido. He even opened a correspondence with the emperor, and in a general diet at Würzburg, his ambassadors made oath in the name of their master that he would reject Alexander and obey the authority of his rival. Of this fact there cannot be a doubt. It was announced to the German nations by an imperial edict, and is attested by an eyewitness, who from the council wrote to the Pope a full account of the transaction. Henry, however, soon repented of his precipitancy. In 1167 his bishops refused to disgrace themselves by transferring their obedience at the nod of their prince, and he was unwilling to involve himself in a new and apparently hopeless quarrel. To disguise or excuse his conduct, he disavowed the act, attributed it to his envoys, and afterwards induced them also to deny it. John of Oxford was dispatched to Rome, who, in the presence of Alexander, swore that at Würzburg he had done nothing contrary to the faith of the Church or to the honor and service of the pontiff. His next expedient was one which had been prohibited by the constitutions of Clarendon. He repeatedly authorized his bishops to appeal in their name and in his own from the judgment of the archbishop to that of the Pope. By this means, the authority of that prelate was provisionally suspended, and though his friends maintained that these appeals were not vested with the conditions required by the canons, they were always admitted by Alexander. The king improved the delay to purchase friends. By the pontiff his presents were indignantly refused. They were accepted by some of the cardinals, by the free states in Italy, and by several princes and barons supposed to possess influence in the papal councils. On some occasions, Henry threw himself and his cause on the equity of Alexander. At others, he demanded and obtained legates to decide the controversy in France. Twice he condescended to receive the primate and to confer with him on the subject. To avoid altercation, it was agreed that no mention should be made of the customs, but each mistrusted the other. Henry was willing to preserve the liberties of the Church, saving the dignity of his crown, and the Archbishop was equally willing to obey the king, saving the rights of the Church. In the second conference, these cautionary clauses were omitted. The terms were satisfactorily adjusted, and the primate, as he was about to depart, requested of his sovereign the kiss of peace. It was the usual termination of such discussions, the bond by which the contending parties sealed their reconciliation. But Henry coldly replied that he had formerly sworn never to give it him, and that he was unwilling to incur the guilt of perjury. So flimsy an evasion could deceive no one, and the primate departed in the full conviction that no reliance could be placed on the king's sincerity. He had now in view the coronation of his son Henry, a measure the policy of which has been amply but unsatisfactorily discussed by modern historians. The performance of the ceremony belonged, of right, to the Archbishop of Canterbury, and Becket had obtained from the Pope a letter forbidding any of the English bishops to usurp an office which was the privilege of his see. But it was impossible for him to transmit this prohibition to those to whom it was addressed, and his enemies, to remove the scruples of the prelates, exhibited a pretended letter from the pontiff, empowering the Archbishop of York to crown the prince. He was knighted early in the morning of June 14th. The coronation was performed with the usual solemnities in Westminster Abbey, and at table the king waited on his son with his own hands. The next day William, King of Scotland, David his brother, and the English barons and free tenants did homage and swore fealty to the young king. Why the wife of the prince was not crowned with her husband, we are not informed. But Louis took to himself the insult offered to his daughter, and entered the borders of Normandy with his army. Henry hastened to defend his dominions. The two monarchs had a private conference. The former treaty was renewed, and a promise was given of an immediate reconciliation with the primate. Every attempt to undermine the integrity of the pontiff had now failed, and Henry saw with alarm that the thunder, which he had so long feared, was about to burst on his own dominions. A plan of adjustment had been arranged between his envoys and Alexander, and to defeat the chicanery of his advisers, it was accompanied with the threat of an interdict if it were not executed within the space of 40 days. He consented to see the archbishop, and awaited his arrival in a spacious meadow near the town of Frightville, on the borders of Touraine, on July 22nd. As soon as Becket appeared, the king, spurring forward his horse with his cap in his hand, prevented his salutation, and, as if no dissension had ever divided them, discoursed with him apart, with all that easy familiarity which had distinguished their former friendship. In the course of their conversation, Henry exclaimed, "As for the men who have betrayed both you and me, I will make them such returns as the deserts of traitors require." At these words the archbishop alighted from his horse and threw himself at the feet of his sovereign. But the king laid hold of the stirrup and insisted that he should remount, saying, "In short, my lord archbishop, let us renew our ancient affection for each other. Only show me honor before those who are now viewing our behavior." Then, returning to his attendants, he observed, "I find the archbishop in the best disposition toward me. Were I otherwise toward him, I should be the worst of men." Becket followed him, and by the mouth of the Archbishop of Sens presented his petition. He prayed that the king would graciously admit him to the royal favor, would grant peace and security to him and his, would restore the possessions of the See of Canterbury, and would, in his mercy, make amends to that church for the injury it had sustained in the late coronation of his son. In return, he promised him love, honor, and every service which an archbishop could render in the Lord to his king and his sovereign. To these demands Henry assented. They again conversed apart for a considerable time, and at their separation it was mutually understood that the archbishop, after he had arranged his affairs in France, should return to the court, and remain there for some days, that the public might be convinced of the renewal and solidity of their friendship. If Henry felt as he pretended, his conduct in this interview will deserve the praise of magnanimity, but his skill in the art of dissimulation may fairly justify a suspicion of his sincerity. The man who that very morning had again bound himself by an oath in the presence of his courtiers to refuse the kiss of peace could not be animated with very friendly sentiments toward the archbishop, and the mind of that prelate, though his hopes suggested brighter prospects, was still darkened with doubt and perplexity. Months were suffered to elapse before the royal engagements were executed, and when, at last, with the terrors of another interdict hanging over his head, on November 12th, the king restored the archiepiscopal lands. The rents had been previously levied, the corn and cattle had been carried off, and the buildings were left in a dilapidated state. The remonstrances of the primate and his 2 visits to the court obtained nothing but deceitful promises. His enemies publicly threatened his life, and his friends harassed him with the most gloomy presages. Yet, as the road was at last open, he resolved to return to his diocese, and at his departure wrote to the king an eloquent and affecting letter. "It is my wish," he concludes, "to have waited on you once more, but necessity compels me, in the lowly state to which I am reduced, to revisit my afflicted church. I go, sir, with your permission, perhaps to perish for its security, unless you protect me. But whether I live or die, yours I am, and yours I shall ever be in the Lord. Whatever may befall me or mine, may the blessing of God rest on you and your children." Henry had promised him money to pay his debts and defray the expenses of his journey. Having waited for it in vain, he borrowed 300 pounds of the Archbishop of Rouen and set out in the company, or rather in the custody, of his ancient enemy, John of Oxford. Alexander, before he heard of the reconciliation at Frightville, had issued letters of suspension or excommunication against the bishops who had officiated at the late coronation. He had afterward renewed them against Roger of York, Gilbert of London, and Jocelyn of Salisbury, to whose misrepresentations was attributed the delay of the king to fulfill his engagements. For the sake of peace, the archbishop had wisely resolved to suppress these letters, but the 3 prelates, who knew that he had brought them with him, had assembled at Canterbury, and sent to the coast Ranulph de Broc with a party of soldiers to search him on his landing and take them from him. Information of the design reached him at Whitsand, and in a moment of irritation he dispatched them before himself in a trusty messenger, by whom, or by whose means, they were publicly delivered to the bishops in the presence of their attendants. It was a precipitate and unfortunate measure, and probably the occasion of the catastrophe which followed. The prelates, caught in their own snare, burst into loud complaints against his love of power and thirst of revenge. They accused him to the young king of violating the royal privileges and wishing to tear the crown from his head, and they hastened to Normandy to demand redress from the justice or the resentment of Henry. Under the protection of his conductor, the primate reached Canterbury, December 3rd, where he was joyfully received by the clergy and people. Thence he prepared to visit Woodstock, the residence of the young Henry, to pay his respects to the prince and to justify his late conduct. But the courtiers, who dreaded his influence over the mind of his former pupil, procured a peremptory order, December 15th, for him to return and confine himself to his own diocese. He obeyed, and spent the following days in prayer and the functions of his station. Yet they were days of distress and anxiety. The menaces of his enemies seemed to derive importance from each succeeding event. His provisions were hourly intercepted, his property was plundered, his servants were beaten and insulted. On Christmas Day he ascended the pulpit. His sermon was distinguished by the earnestness and animation with which he spoke. At the conclusion, he observed that those who thirsted for his blood would soon be satisfied, but that he would first avenge the wrongs of his church by excommunicating Ranulph and Robert de Broc, who for 7 years had not ceased to inflict every injury in their power upon him, on his clergy, and on his monks. On the following Tuesday, December 28th, arrived secretly in the neighborhood 4 knights, Reginald Fitzurse, William Tracy, Hugh de Morville, and Richard Brito. They had been present in Normandy when the king, irritated by the representations of the 3 bishops, had exclaimed, "Of the cowards who eat my bread, is there not one who will free me from this turbulent priest?" And mistaking this passionate expression for the royal license, had bound themselves by oath to return to England and either carry off or murder the primate. They assembled at Saltwood, the residence of the Brocs, to arrange their operations. The next day, December 29th, about 2 in the afternoon, the knights abruptly entered the archbishop's apartment, and, neglecting his salutation, seated themselves on the floor. It seems to have been their wish to begin by intimidation, but if they hoped to succeed, they knew little of the intrepid spirit of their opponent. Pretending to have received their commission from Henry, they ordered the primate to absolve the excommunicated prelates. He replied with firmness, and occasionally with warmth, that if he had published the papal letters, it was with the royal permission, that the case of the Archbishop of York had been reserved to the pontiff, but that he was willing to absolve the others on condition that they previously took the accustomed oath of submitting to the determination of the Church. It was singular that of the 4 knights, 3 had, in the days of his prosperity, simultaneously sworn fealty to him. Alluding to this circumstance, he said, as they were quitting the room, "Knowing what formerly passed between us, I am surprised you should come to threaten me in my own house." "We will do more than threaten," was their reply. When they were gone, his attendants loudly expressed their alarm. He alone remained cool and collected, and neither in his tone nor gesture betrayed the slightest symptom of apprehension. In this moment of suspense, the voices of the monks singing vespers in the choir struck their ears, and it occurred to someone that the church was a place of greater security than the palace. The archbishop, though he hesitated, was borne along by the pious importunity of his friends. But when he heard the gates close behind him, he instantly ordered them to be reopened, saying that the temple of God was not to be fortified like a castle. He had passed through the north transept, and was ascending the steps of the choir, when the knights, with 12 companions, all in complete armor, burst into the church. As it was almost dark, he might, if he had pleased, to conceal himself among the crypts or under the roof. But he turned to meet them, followed by Edward Grim, his cross-bearer, the only one of his attendants who had not fled. To the vociferations of Hugh of Horsey, a military subdeacon, "Where is the traitor?" no answer was returned. But when Fitzurse asked, "Where is the archbishop?" he replied, "Here I am, the archbishop, but no traitor. Reginald, I have granted thee many favours. What is thy object now? If you seek my life, I command you in the name of God not to touch one of my people." When he was told that he must instantly absolve the bishops, he answered, "Till they offer satisfaction, I will not." "Then die!" exclaimed the assassin, aiming a blow at his head. Grim interposed his arm, which was broken, but the force of the stroke bore away the primate's cap and wounded him on the crown. As he felt the blood trickling down his face, he joined his hands and bowed his head, saying, "In the name of Christ and for the defense of his church, I am ready to die." In this posture, turned toward his murderers, without a groan and without a motion, he awaited a second stroke, which threw him on his knees. The third laid him on the floor at the foot of St. Benet's altar. The upper part of his skull was broken in pieces, and Hugh of Horsey, planting his foot on the archbishop's neck, with the point of his sword, drew out the brains and strewed them over the pavement. Thus, at the age of 53, perished this extraordinary man, a martyr to what he deemed to be his duty, the preservation of the immunities of the Church. The moment of his death was a triumph of his cause. His personal virtues and exalted station, the dignity and composure with which he met his fate, the sacredness of the place where the murder was perpetrated, all contributed to inspire men with horror for his enemies and veneration for his character. The advocates of the customs were silenced. Those who had been eager to condemn were now the foremost to applaud his conduct, and his bitterest foes sought to remove from themselves the odium of having been his persecutors. The cause of the Church again flourished. Its liberties seemed to derive new life and additional vigor from the blood of their champion. End of Section 2. Recording by Olivia.
Section 3 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Hare. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The Peace of Constance secures the liberties of the Lombard cities. A.D. 1183, by Ernest F. Henderson. Frederick, Duke of Swabia, and his brother Conrad, Duke of the Franks, grandsons of Henry IV, were the hereditary and dynastic successors to the throne of Germany, when, with the death of Henry V in 1125, the male line of the Franconian dynasty ended. The brothers demanded the assertion of the elective right in the imperial office, and Lothair, Duke of Saxony, was elected Emperor of Germany. Lothair died in 1183. His son-in-law, the Wolf, or Welf nobleman, Henry the Proud, Duke of Bavaria, whom Lothair had nominated as his successor, was opposed by the Swabian faction, also known as the Waiblingen faction, from the Franconian village in which the Swabian Duke Frederick was born. The Waiblingen faction elected as Emperor of Germany Conrad the Crusader, in whom began the Hohenstaufen dynasty, so named from the Swabian family seat on the lofty Staufen Hill rising from the Rems River. From this event dates the strife of the Welfs and Waiblingens, who in Italy became known as the Guelfs and Ghibellines. The chief opponents in the long strife that ensued were the Guelph dukes, Henry the Proud and Henry the Lion, and the Ghibelline Emperor Frederick Barbarossa. Frederick Barbarossa, Redbeard, succeeded his father Conrad in 1152, and began a reign which was disturbed by wars with his nobility and by expeditions into Italy to subdue the revolts of the city republics of Lombardy against imperial authority. During his first expedition to Italy, 1154 to 1155, Barbarossa soon crushed all opposition and was crowned Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire at Rome by Pope Hadrian IV. During his second expedition, 1158 to 1162, he destroyed the city of Milan and dispersed the inhabitants, who sought refuge in cities with which they had formerly been at enmity. Barbarossa's violence antagonized the Italians, and they combined in the Lombard League to drive him out of Italy. He was excommunicated by Pope Alexander III, who succeeded Hadrian in 1159, and to inaugurate the League, a town named Alessandria in honor of the Pope was founded on the Piedmont frontier. In the expedition of 1166 to 1168, Barbarossa, who had set up an anti-pope, captured Rome and enthroned Pascal III as pope. His triumph, however, was shortened by a pestilence which decimated his troops, and thence began a series of reverses which ended in the ascendancy of the Lombard League. No sooner had Frederick passed through North Italy on the way to his triumph and ultimate humiliation in Rome than the formation was begun of that greater Lombard League, which was to prove so terrible and invincible an enemy. Cremona was, according to the emperor's own account, the prime mover in the matter. Mantua, Bergamo, and Brescia joined with that city and bound themselves to mutual protection. The League, which was to last for 50 years, was not openly hostile to the emperor. Fidelity to him, indeed, was one of the articles of its constitution, but only such duties and services were to be performed as had been customary in the time of Conrad III, so the cities practically renounced the Roncaglian decrees and declared themselves in revolt. From the beginning, too, the League took sides with Alexander, but its most daring act of insubordination was the leading back in triumph of the Milanese to the scene of their former glory. The outer walls of Milan had not been entirely leveled to the ground, and the city arose as if by magic from her ruins. Bergamo, Brescia, and Cremona lent her efficient aid in the work of restoration. A sculpture executed in 1171 by order of the consuls, and showing the return, accompanied by their allies of the exiles, is still to be seen in Milan, near the Porta Romana. How few of those who look on it today realize what that return meant to the long-suffering citizens, and what premonitions of evil to come must have gone with them. The Lombard League spread rapidly. Lodi, after much demur, and after being surrounded by an army, was forced to join in. Piacenza needed no constraint, and Parma yielded after some opposition. Including Milan, there were soon 8 cities in the Confederation. The imperial officials were disavowed and the old consular rule re-established, while everywhere Alexandrine bishops replaced those that had been invested by Victor and Pascal. Returning almost in disgrace from Rome, Frederick took up the struggle against the revolted cities, sending an appeal of reinforcements to Germany. But an attack on Milan proved fruitless, as did also one on Piacenza, and the emperor was soon forced to entrench himself in Pavia. His position became more and more desperate, the more so as the new Archbishop of Milan, Galdinus, unfolded a great activity in favor of Alexander. The Pope named him apostolic legate for the whole of Lombardy, and it was doubtless due to his influence that at this time the Verona coalition formally joined the Lombard League. 16 cities were now banded together against the emperor, who remained helpless in their midst. Pavia soon ceased to be a safe refuge, and he retired to Novara and then to Vercelli. But both cities were even then planning to join the Confederation. In the end, Frederick prepared to leave Italy as a fugitive, and with but a small train of followers. In Susa, where the road begins which leads over the Mount Cenis Pass, he was told that he must give up the few remaining hostages he was leading with him. All exits were found to be closed against him, and it came to his ear that an attempt was to be made upon his life. The emperor fled from Susa disguised as a servant, while his chamberlain, Hartmann of Siebeneichen, who bore him a striking likeness, continued to play the part of captive monarch. A band of assassins actually made their way into the royal chamber, but seemed to have spared the brave chamberlain on learning their mistake. The real object of their attack was meanwhile hastening on toward Basel, which he finally reached in safety. It was to be expected that a man of Frederick's iron will would soon return to avenge the humiliations he had suffered, and the League hastened to strengthen itself in all directions. Alexander was invited to take up his residence in their midst, and he, although obliged to refuse, continued to work for the rebel cities. The latter showed their gratitude by founding a new town, which was to be a common fortress for the whole League, and naming it Alessandria in honor of their ally. The citizens took an oath of fealty to the Pope and agreed to pay him a yearly tax. The new foundation, although laughed at first by the imperialists and called Alessandria della Paglia from its hastily constructed straw huts, soon held a population of 15,000. It continues today to reflect credit on its sponsor. Contrary to all expectations, it was 6 years before Frederick returned to Italy, and the Lombard League was meanwhile left master of the field. This delay is undoubtedly ascribable to the fact that the emperor found it impossible at once to raise another army. The recent blows of fate had been too severe, and no enthusiasm for a new Italian war could be called into being. When later Frederick did recross the Alps, it was with a mere shadow of an army. The nobles had seized every possible excuse to remain at home. No doubt but that the enforced rest was of benefit to Germany. There, at least, the emperor's power was undiminished. Indeed, the lands of many of those who had been carried away by the pestilence had fallen to him by inheritance, or lapsed as fiefs of the crown. Frederick is the first of the emperors who really acquired great family possessions. These helped him to maintain his imperial power without having to rely too much on the often untrustworthy princes of the realm. The Salian estates, to which his father had fallen heir on the death of Henry V, formed a nucleus, while, by purchase and otherwise, he acquired castle after castle, and one stretch of territory after another, especially in Swabia and the Rhine-Palatinate. By the emperor's influence, feud after feud was settled, and the princes were induced to acknowledge his second son, why not his eldest has never been explained, as successor to the throne. The internal prosperity and concord were not without their influence on the neighboring powers, and Hungary, Bohemia, and Poland were forced to acknowledge and fulfill their feudal duties. Meanwhile, Tuscany and a part of the Romagna had remained true to the empire. Frederick's emissary, Christian of Mayence, who was sent to Italy in 1171, was able to play a leading role in the hostilities between Pisa and Genoa, and in 1173 to again besiege Ancona, which was still a center for Greek intrigues. Christian was able to assure the emperor that some allies, at least, were left in Italy. In one way, time had worked a favorable change. So long as an immediate attack was to be feared, the Lombard cities, between 30 and 40 of which, including such towns as Venice, Bologna, and Pavia, had finally joined the League, were merely united and ready to make any effort. But as the years went on and the danger became less pressing, internal discord crept in among them. Venice, for instance, helped Christian of Mayence in besieging Ancona, and Pavia, true to its old imperial policy, was only waiting for an opportunity for deserting its latest allies. The League feared, too, that Alexander might leave it to its fate and make an independent peace with the emperor. As a matter of fact, in 1170, strong efforts had been made to bring about such a consummation, but Frederick was bound by the Würzburg decrees, and his envoy could not offer the submission that Alexander required. John of Salisbury tells us that the emperor made a proposition to the effect that he himself, for his own person, should not be compelled to recognize any pope, save Peter and the others who are in heaven, but that his son Henry, the young king of the Romans, should recognize Alexander and, in return, receive from him the imperial coronation. The bishops ordained by Frederick's popes were to remain in office. Alexander answered these proposals with a certain scorn, and the imperial ambassador, Eberhard of Bamberg, returned from Veroli, where the conference had taken place, with nothing to show for his pains. Alexander's next move was to send an account of the interview to the heads of the Lombard League, and at the same time to consecrate, as it were, that organization. He declared that it had been formed for the purpose of defending the peace of the cities which composed it, and of the Church against the so-called Emperor Frederick, whose yoke it had seen fit to cast off. The rectors of the Confederation were taken under the wing of the papacy, and those who should disobey them threatened with the ban. The Pope recommended a strict embargo on articles of commerce from Tuscany should the cities of that province refuse to join the League. At this same time, Alexander showed his friendliness toward the Eastern Empire by performing in person the marriage ceremony over the niece of the Emperor Manuel and one of the Roman Frangipani. Frederick's first act on entering Italy in 1174 was to wreak vengeance on Susa, where he had once been captive. No half measures were used, and the town was soon a heap of ashes. Asti, also the first League town which lay in the path of the imperial army, was straightway made to capitulate. But although the fall of these two cities induced many to abandon the cause of the League, the new fortress of Alessandria, situated as it was in the midst of a swampy plain and surrounded with massive earth walls, proved an effectual stumbling block in the way of the avenger. Heavy rains and floods came to the aid of the besieged city, and the imperial tents and huts were almost submersed, while hunger and other discomforts caused many of the allies of the Germans to desert. The siege was continued for 6 months, but Frederick at last abandoned it on learning that an army of the League was about to descend on his weakened forces. He burned his besieging implements, his catapults, battering rams, and movable towers, and retreated to Pavian territory. The forces of the allied cities were sufficient to alarm Frederick, but they did not follow up their advantage. One is surprised to find negotiations for a peace begun at a time when a decisive battle seemed imminent. What preliminary steps were taken, or why the Lombards should have been the first to take them, is not clear. Although some slight successes gained by Christian of Mayence at this juncture in the neighborhood of Bologna may have been not without effect. A commission of 6 men was appointed to draw up the articles of treaty, 3 being chosen from the cities, 3 appointed by the emperor. The consuls of Cremona were to decide on disputed points namely as to which it was impossible to arrive at mutual agreement. A truce to all hostilities was meanwhile declared, and at Montebello both sides bound themselves to concur in whatever arrangement should be made by the commission and the consuls. The Lombards, meanwhile, went through the form of a submission, knelt at the emperor's feet, and lowered their standards before him. Frederick thereupon received them into favor and dismissed the greater part of his army, the League doing likewise. Naturally enough, the disputed points were the most important ones, and had to be referred to the consuls of Cremona. But the rage and disappointment of the Lombards went beyond bounds when the different decisions, which indeed were remarkably fair, at last were made known. The emperor was to exercise no prerogatives in northern Italy that had not been exercised in the time of Henry V. He was also to sanction the continuance of the League. But no arrangement was made for a peace between the heads of Christendom, although the League had made this its first demand. Then, too, Alessandria, which Frederick considered to have been founded in scorn of himself, was to cease to exist, and its inhabitants were to return to their former homes. The report of the consuls roused a storm of indignation. In many cases, the document embodying it was torn in shreds by the mob. The Lombards altogether refused to be bound by the terms of the treaty and reopened hostilities. Frederick hastily gathered what forces he could and sent a pressing call to Germany for aid. It was now that the greatest vassal of the crown, Henry the Lion, rewarded 20 years of trustfulness and favor by deserting Frederick in his hour of need. The only cause that is known, a strangely insufficient one, was a dispute concerning the town of Goslar, which the emperor had withdrawn from Henry's jurisdiction. The details of the meeting, which took place according to one chronicle at Partenkirchen, to another at Chiavenna, are but vaguely known to us, but Frederick is said to have prostrated himself at the feet of his mighty subject, and to have begged in vain for his support. We have seen how Frederick, at the beginning of his reign, had caused Henry, who was already in possession of Saxony, to be acknowledged Duke of Bavaria in place of Henry Jasomirgott, who was conciliated by the gift of the new Duchy of Austria. From that moment, Henry the Lion's power had steadily grown. He increased his glory, and above all his territory, by constant wars against the Wends, developing a hitherto unheard-of activity in the matter of peopling Slavic lands with German colonists. The bishoprics of Lübeck, Ratsburg, and Schwerin owed to him their origin, while it was he who caused the marshy lands around Bremen to be reclaimed and cultivated. When on various occasions conspiracies were formed against Henry by other Saxon nobles, the emperor had boldly and successfully taken his part, helping in person to quell the insurgents. In 1162 he had prevented the Duke of Austria and the King of Bohemia from trying to bring about their rival's downfall. A marriage with Matilda, daughter of the King of England, had increased the great Saxon's influence, and during the continued absences of the emperor in Italy, his rule was kingly in all but name. In 1171 he affianced his daughter to the son of King Valdemar of Denmark, and by this alliance secured his new colonies from Danish hostility. In actual extent and productiveness his estates fairly surpassed those of his imperial cousin, and the defection of such a man signified the death knell of the latter's cause. The Battle of Legnano, fought on May 29, 1176, ended in disaster and defeat. Frederick himself, who was wounded and thrown from his horse, finally reached Pavia after days of adventurous flight, having meanwhile been mourned as dead by the remnant of his army. All was not yet lost, indeed, for the League. Not knowing what reinforcements were on the way from Germany, the small army of Christian of Mayence, too, was still harvesting victories in the March of Ancona, did not follow up its successes. Cremona, moreover, jealous of Milan, began to waver in her allegiance to the cause of which she had so long been the leader, and eventually signed a treaty with the emperor. But Frederick, although he at first made a pretense of continuing the war, was soon forced by the representations of his nobles to abandon the policy of 24 years, and to make peace on the best terms obtainable with Alexander III, and through him with the Lombard cities. The oath of Würzburg was broken, and the two treaties of Anagni and Venice put an end to the long war. At Anagni the articles were drawn up on which the later long and wearisome negotiations were based. The emperor, the empress, and the young king of the Romans were to acknowledge Alexander as the Catholic and universal pope, and to show him all due respect. Frederick was to give up the prefecture of Rome and the estates of Matilda, and to make peace with the Lombards, with the king of Sicily, the emperor of Constantinople, and all who had aided and supported the Roman Church. Provision was to be made for a number of German archbishops and bishops who had received their authority from the anti-popes. There is no need to dwell on the endless discussions that ensued with regard to these matters. More than once it seemed as though all attempts at agreement would have to be abandoned, but both parties were sincerely anxious for peace, and at last a remarkably skillful compromise was drawn up at Venice. Frederick had objected strongly to renouncing the rights of the empire regarding the estates of Matilda. He was to be allowed to draw the revenues of those estates for 15 years to come, and the question was eventually to be settled by commissioners. The form of the peace with the Lombards was a still more difficult matter, but the Pope made a wise suggestion which was adopted. A truce of 6 years was declared, at the end of which time it was hoped that a basis would have been found for a readjustment of the relations between the emperor and the League. With Sicily, too, hostilities were to cease for a term of 15 years. It will be seen that all the great questions at issue, save the recognitions of Alexander as pope, were thus relegated to a future time, to a time when the persons concerned would no longer be swayed by passion, and when the din of war would be forgotten. During the negotiations, the Pope had remained for the most part in Venice, while Frederick had not been allowed to enter the city, but had remained in the neighborhood in order that the envoys might pass more quickly to and fro. The terms of the treaty were finally assented to by the emperor at Chioggia, July 21st, 1177. Alexander now prepared to carry out his cherished project of holding a mighty peace congress at Venice. And there, at the news of the approaching reconciliation, nobles and bishops and their retinues came together from all parts of Europe. Now that the peace was to become an accomplished fact, Venice outdid herself in preparing to honor the emperor. The latter, too, was determined to spare no expense that could add to the splendor of the occasion. He had negotiated for a loan with the rich Venetians, and he now imposed a tax of 1,000 marks of silver on his nobles. Frederick's coming was announced for Sunday, July 24th, and by that time the city had donned its most festive attire. 2 tall masts had been erected on the present Piazzetta, and from them floated banners bearing the Lion of St. Mark's. A platform had been constructed at the door of the church, and upon it was placed a raised throne for the Pope. When the emperor landed on the Lido, he was met by cardinals whom Alexander had sent to absolve him from the ban. The Doge, the Patriarch of Grado, and a crowd of lesser dignitaries then appeared and furnished a brilliant escort with their gondolas and barks. Having reached the shore, Frederick, in the presence of an immense crowd, approached the papal throne, and throwing off his purple mantle, prostrated himself before the Pope and kissed the latter's feet. 3 red slabs of marble mark the spot where he knelt. It was a moment of worldwide importance. The Empire and the Papacy had measured themselves in mortal combat, and the Empire, in form at least, was now surrendering at discretion. No wonder that later ages have fabled much about this meeting. The Pope is said, with his foot on the neck of the prostrate king, to have exclaimed aloud, "The lion and the young dragon shalt thou trample under thy feet." As a matter of fact, Alexander's letters of this time express anything but insolent triumph, and his relations with the emperor after the peace had been sworn to assume the friendliest character. On the day after his entry into Venice, Frederick visited him in the palace of the Patriarch, and we are told that the conversation was not only amicable but gay, and that the emperor returned to the Doge's palace in the best of moods. A year after the Congress at Venice, the anti-pope, Calixtus III, had succeeded Pascal in 1168, without in any way altering the complexion of affairs, had made a humble submission to Alexander at Tusculum. Therewith the schism ended, and a year later, in 1179, Alexander held a great council in the Lateran, where it was decreed that a 2/3 majority in the College of Cardinals was necessary to make valid the choice of a pope. There was no mention of the clergy and people of Rome, none of the right of confirmation on the part of the emperor. It was not to be supposed that Frederick would ever forgive that act of Henry the Lion by which the whole aspect of the war in Italy had been changed. Yet it is probable that technically Henry had committed no offense against the empire, for no charge of desertion or hairslits, as refusal to do military service was called, or even of neglect of feudal duties, was ever brought against him. He probably possessed some privilege, like that bestowed on Henry Jasomirgott, rendering it optional with him to accompany the emperor on expeditions out of Germany. But the circumstances had been so exceptional, so much had hung in the balance at the time of Frederick's appeal for aid, that no one can blame the emperor for now letting Henry feel the full weight of his displeasure. Nor was an occasion lacking by which his ruin might be accomplished. For years the Saxon nobles and bishops had writhed under Henry's oppressions, and the emperor had hitherto taken sides with his powerful cousin. He now lent a willing ear to the charges of the latter's enemies. The restitution to Udalric of Halberstadt of his bishopric, a restitution that had been provided for in the Treaty of Venice, gave the signal for the conflict. Henry the Lion refused to restore certain fiefs which, as Udalric asserted, belonged to the Halberstadt Church. Archbishop Philip of Cologne and others came forward with similar claims. Henry was repeatedly summoned to answer his accusers, but did not deign to appear. On the contrary, he prepared to raise up for himself allies and to besiege the castles of those who would not join him. His own lands were thereupon laid waste by his private enemies, and that with the emperor's consent. But Halberstadt, which took part in one of these plundering expeditions, suffered a terrible vengeance at the hand of the enraged Guelph. In one destructive blaze the city, churches and all, was reduced to ashes. In the war that he was now waging, Henry did not hesitate to call in even the Wends to his aid, but Westphalia was soon lost to him, and only in East Saxony was he able to maintain himself. At a diet held in Würzburg in January 1180, the emperor laid the question before the princes what was to be done to one who had refused, after having been 3 times summoned, to come before the imperial tribunal. The answer was that he was to be deprived of all honor, to be judged in the public ban, and to lose his duchy and all his benefices. Thus was the final sentence passed on the chief man in Germany next to the emperor himself. An imperial army was now raised, and several fortresses were besieged. No battle took place, but the fact that Frederick had a large force at his command was sufficient to cause defection in the ranks of Henry's allies. In 1181, the emperor's army marched as far as Lübeck, which city Henry's proudest foundation was forced to submit. The whole region north of the Elbe followed Lübeck's example, and Henry was soon forced to confess that his cause was hopeless. He laid down his arms, and was summoned to a diet at Erfurt to learn his fate. Here he fell on his knees before Frederick, who, with tears in his eyes, raised him and kissed him in token of peace. He was made to surrender all his possessions with the exception of Brunswick and Lüneburg. He was to go into exile, and to bind himself by an oath not to return without the emperor's permission. He soon afterward passed over to Normandy, where he stayed for 2 years with his father-in-law, Henry II. He then passed over with the latter to England. The years immediately following the Congress of Venice were, strange to say, the most brilliant period of Frederick's reign. It was, after all, only his ideals that had suffered, and a time of prosperity now settled down upon the nation. With Alexander, the emperor remained on friendly terms, but the Pope, in 1181, died in exile, having been forced by the faithless Romans, as Gregory VII had been a century before, to flee the Holy City. The peace with the Lombard towns was signed at Constance within the 6 years agreed upon, on June 23, 1183. The communal freedom for which they had fought so long was now accorded them. The emperor gave up all right to the regalia and recognized the Lombard League. His dream of becoming a second Justinian had not been realized. The cities received the privilege of using the woods, meadows, bridges, and mills in their immediate vicinity, and of raising revenues from them, the jurisdiction in ordinary civil and criminal cases, the right of making fortifications. The emperor was, to a certain extent, to be provided for when he chose to come to Italy, but he promised to make no long stay in any one town. The cities were to choose their own consuls, who were to be invested with their dignity by the emperor or his representatives. The ceremony, however, was to be performed only once in 5 years. In important matters, where more than a certain sum was at stake, appeals to the emperor were to be allowed. With the city of Alessandria, so long to him a thorn in the flesh, Frederick had already come to a separate agreement by consent of the League. The city was, technically, to be annihilated, and then to be refounded. It was no longer to bear the name of the Pope, but that of the emperor. Alessandria was to become Caesarea, yet none of the inhabitants was to suffer by the change. The treaty is extant. It provided that the people should leave the city and remain without the walls until led back by an imperial envoy. All the male inhabitants of Caesarea were then to swear fealty to the emperor and to his son Henry VI. The Lombard cities from this time forward remained true to Frederick. End of Section 3.
Section 4 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Saladin takes Jerusalem from the Christians, A.D. 1187, Sir George W. Cox. 8 days after their conquest of the Holy City in 1099, the first Crusaders proceeded to establish the Latin kingdom of Jerusalem, with Godfrey of Bouillon as its first king. On the death of Godfrey in 1100, his brother Baldwin succeeded him, and in 1118 he was succeeded by Baldwin II, Count of Edessa. The fourth king was Fulk, Count of Anjou and son-in-law of Baldwin II, 1131 through 1144, and after him reigned his son Baldwin III, 1144 to 1162. This king came to the throne at the age of 13. Early in his reign, the Christian stronghold of Edessa in Mesopotamia was captured by the Turks, which seemed to threaten the destruction of the Kingdom of Jerusalem itself, was the occasion of an appeal to Europe which called out the Second Crusade. The great preacher of this crusade was Saint Bernard of Clairvaux, a man who, in earnestness and eloquence, closely resembled Pope Urban and Peter the Hermit. Bernard's influence won to his cause not only the common people, but also nobles and kings, and the Second Crusade was led by Louis VII, King of France, and Conrad III, Emperor of Germany. The time of the Second Crusade was 1147 to 1149. Louis and Conrad each commanded a great army, but they made the mistake of working separately. Conrad reached Constantinople first, and partly in consequence of the faithless conduct of Manuel, the Byzantine emperor, who, like his predecessor Alexius in the time of the First Crusade, threw obstacles in the way of the Western hosts, the whole German army was cut to pieces in Asia Minor, only the emperor himself, with a few followers, escaping. Louis, soon arriving with his army, received the same treatment from Manuel, and after taking a few towns, he saw his forces likewise destroyed by the Turks. Louis himself escaped and returned to France. So ended in utter failure and shame the Second Crusade. The event seemed to give the lie to the glowing promises of Saint Bernard, who was charged by anguished women with sending their fathers, husbands, and sons forth on a fruitless errand to disgrace and death. The Latin kingdom of Jerusalem profited nothing from this ignominious enterprise. The power of that kingdom was already waning, and, but for the knights of the military orders now in Jerusalem, the city must have yielded to the Turcoman hordes that continually menaced it. Baldwin III died in 1162 at the age of 33, loved and lamented by his people and respected by his foes. He died childless, and his brother Almeric was elected to succeed him. What experience and what fate awaited the kingdom after this will be seen in the remarkable narration which follows. Almost at the beginning of Almeric's reign, the affairs of the Latin kingdom became complicated with those of Egypt, and the Christians are seen fighting by the side of one Mohammedan race, tribe, or faction against another. The divisions of Islam may have turned less on points of theology, but they were scarcely less bitter than those of Christendom, and Nur-ad-Din, the Sultan of Aleppo, eagerly embraced the opportunity which gave him a hold on the Fatimite Caliph of Egypt, when Shawar, the Grand Wazir of that Caliph, came into his presence as a fugitive. A soldier named Dargham had risen up and deposed him, and the deposition of the Wazir was the deposition of the real ruler, for the Fatimite caliphs themselves were now merely the puppets which the Merovingian kings had been in the days of Charles Martel and Pepin. Among the generals of Nur-ad-Din were Shirkuh and his nephew Saladin, of the shepherd tribe of the Kurds. These Nur-ad-Din dispatched into Egypt to effect the restoration of Shawar. His enemy Dargham had sought by lavish offers to buy the aid of the Latins, but the terms were still unsettled when he was worsted in a battle by Shirkuh and slain. Shower again sat in his old seat, but with success came the fear that his supporters might prove not less dangerous than his enemies. He refused to fulfill his compact with Nureddin and ordered his generals to quit the country. Shirkuh replied by the capture of Pelusium, and Shower, more successful than Dargham in obtaining aid from Jerusalem, besieged Shirkuh in his newly conquered city with the help of the army of Almeric. The Latin king, after a fruitless blockade of some months, found himself called away to meet dangers nearer home, and the besieged general, not knowing the cause, accepted an offer of capitulation binding him to leave Egypt after the surrender of his prisoners. But the Latin armies were transferred from Egypt only to undergo a desperate defeat at the hands of Nureddin in the territory of Antioch, and thus to leave Antioch itself at the mercy of the enemy. Nureddin may have hesitated to attack Antioch from the fear that such an enterprise might bring upon him the arms of the Greek emperor. He was more anxious to extinguish the Fatimite power in Egypt, in other words, to become lord of countries hemming in the Latin kingdom to the south as well as to the north, and it was precisely this danger which King Almeric knew that he had most reason to fear. To put the best color on his design, Nureddin obtained from Mustadi, the Caliph of Baghdad, the sanction which converted his enterprise into a war as holy as that which the Norman conqueror waged against Harold of England. The story of the war attests the valor of both sides, under the alternations of disaster and success. The Latin king had already entered Cairo when a large part of the force of Shirkuh was overwhelmed by a terrific sandstorm. But the retreat of Shirkuh across the Nile failed to reassure the Egyptians. Almeric received 200,000 gold pieces for the continuance of his help, with the promise that 200,000 more should be paid to him on the complete destruction of their enemies, and the treaty was ratified in the presence of the powerless sovereign, whose consent was never asked for the alliances or treaties of the minister who was his master. The remaining events of the campaign were a battle in which a part of the army of Almeric was defeated by Shirkuh and his nephew Saladin, the surrender of Alexandria on the summons of Shirkuh, and the blockade of that city by Almeric, who at length obtained from the Turk the pledge that after an exchange of prisoners he would lead his forces away from Egypt on the condition that the road to Syria should be left open to him. The banners of Almeric and the Fatimite Caliph waved together on the walls of Alexandria, but on either side the peace or truce was a mere makeshift for the purpose of gaining time. Neither the Latin king nor the Sultan of Aleppo had given up the thought of the conquest of Egypt, and Almeric found a ready cause of quarrel in the plea that since his own return to Palestine, the Egyptians had entered into communication with their enemy and his. The king of Jerusalem had lately married the niece of the Greek emperor, and the latter promised to aid the expedition with his fleet. The help of the Knights Hospitallers was easily obtained, while, some said on this account, that of the Knights Templars was refused. At length, with a large and powerful army, Almeric left Jerusalem, pretending that his destination was the Syrian town of Hems, but after a while his march was suddenly turned. In 10 days he reached Pelusium, and the storm and capture of that city were followed by a wanton carnage which served to increase, if anything could increase, the reputation of the Christians for merciless cruelty. The prayers of the Wazir Shower for help were now directed as earnestly to the Turkish Sultan as they had once been to the Latin king of Jerusalem, but his envoys were also sent to Almeric, offering him 1,000,000 pieces of gold, of which a 10th part was produced on the spot. Almeric took the bribe, and when his army looked for nothing less than the immediate sack of Cairo, they were told that they must remain idle, while the rest of the money was being collected. The Wazir took care that the gathering should not be ended before the soldiers of Nureddin had reached the frontier, and Almeric found too late that he was caught in the trap which his own greed had laid for him. He could himself do nothing but retreat, and his retreat was as disastrous as it was ignominious. The Greek fleet had shown itself off the mouths of the Nile, and had sailed away again. The Greek emperor could not be punished, but a scapegoat for the failure of the enterprise was found in the Grand Master of the Hospitallers, who was deprived of his dignity by his knights. The triumph of Shirkuh brought with it the fall of the Wazir Shawer, who was seized and put to death, while the man whose aid he had invoked was chosen to fill his place. But Shirkuh himself lived only 2 months, and then, by way of choosing one whose love of pleasure and lack of influence seemed to promise a career of useful insignificance, the Fatimite Caliph made the young Saladin his minister. The Caliph was mistaken. Saladin brought back his Kurds, and so used the treasures which his office placed at his command, that the new yoke became stronger than the old one. To the Latins, the exaltation of Saladin signified the formation of a really formidable power on their southern frontier. Their alarm prompted embassies to the court of the Eastern Emperor and the princes of Western Christendom. But the time was not yet come for a third crusade, and only from Manuel was any help obtained. His fleet aided the Latins in a fruitless siege of Damietta, and a terrible earthquake which laid Aleppo in ruins and shattered the walls of Antioch saved them from attack by the army of Noradin, which was approaching from the north. Still, in spite of conspiracies or revolutions of the old nobility, the power of Saladin was growing, and at length he dealt with the mock sovereignty of the Fatimites as Pepin dealt with that of the Merovingians. The last Fatimite sultan, then prostrate in his last illness, never knew that the public prayer had been offered in the name of the Caliph of Baghdad, but Saladin had the glory of ending a schism which had lasted 200 years, and from Mustadi, the vicar of the Prophet, he received the gift of a linen robe and 2 swords. But the healing of one schism led only to the opening of another. Saladin was the servant of the Sultan of Aleppo, and he had been recognized and confirmed in office by Mustadi strictly on the score of this lieutenancy. But the new Wazir of Egypt had no mind to obey any longer the summons of his old master, and to his threat of chastisement, Saladin, in his council of emirs, retorted by a threat of war. His vehemence was cooled when his own father declared before the assembly that, were he so commissioned by Noradin, he would strike his son's head off from his shoulders. In private, he let Saladin know that his mistake lay not in thinking of resistance, but in speaking of it, and a letter sent by his advice sufficed for the present to smooth matters over. But the time of quietness could not last long. The designs of Saladin became continually more manifest, and Nureddin was on his way to Egypt when he was struck down by illness and died at Damascus. The widow of Nureddin held the fortress of Panias, and her husband's death encouraged Almeric to undertake the siege. A bribe to abandon it was at first refused. A fortnight later it was accepted, but Almeric returned to Jerusalem only to die. His life had lasted only 5 years longer than that of his predecessor Baldwin, but it had been long enough to win for him a reputation for consummate avarice and meanness. His son and successor, Baldwin IV, was a leper, and his disease made such rapid strides as to make it necessary to delegate his authority to another. His first choice fell on Guy of Lusignan, the husband of his sister Sybella, but either the weakness of Guy or the quarrels of the barons brought everything into confusion, and Baldwin, foiled in his wish to annul his marriage, devised his crown to Baldwin, the infant son of Sybella, by her first marriage, Raymond II, Count of Tripoli, being nominated regent, and Jocelyn of Courtenay the guardian of the child. But within 3 years the leper king died, followed soon after by the infant Baldwin V, and in the renewed strife consequent on these events, Guy of Lusignan managed to establish himself, by right of his wife, king of Jerusalem. He was still quite a young man, but he had earned for himself an evil name. The murderer of Patrick, Earl of Salisbury, he had been banished by Henry II from his dominions in France, and the opinion of those who knew him found expression in the words of his brother Geoffrey. Had they known me, the men who made my brother king would have made me a god. Guy was king, but Raymond of Tripoli refused him his allegiance. Guy besieged him in Tiberias, and Raymond made a treaty with Saladin. But Saladin was now minded to seize a higher prey. He was master of Syria and Egypt. He was resolved that the crescent should once more displace the cross on the Mosque of Omar. Pretexts for the war were almost superfluous, but he had an abundance of them in the ravages committed by barons of the Latin kingdom on the lands and property of Muslims. 50,000 horsemen and a vast army on foot gathered under his standard when he declared his intention of attacking Jerusalem, but their first assault was on the castle of Tiberias. On hearing these ominous tidings, Raymond of Tripoli at once laid aside all thought of private quarrels. Hastening to Jerusalem, he said that the safety of his own city was a very secondary matter, and earnestly besought Guy to confine himself to a strictly defensive war, which would soon reduce the invader to the extremity of distress. The advice was wise and good, but the Grand Master of the Templars fastened on the very nobleness of his self-sacrifice and the disinterestedness of his counsel as proof of some sinister design which they were intended to hide. Had it been Baldwin III to whom he was speaking, the insinuation would have been thrust aside with scorn and disgust. To the mean mind of Guy it carried with it its own evidence, and it was resolved to meet the Saracen on ground of his own choosing. The troops of Saladin were already distressed by heat and thirst when they encountered the Latin army from Jerusalem. The issue of the first day's fighting was undecided, but the heat of a Syrian summer night was for the Christians rendered more terrible by the stifling smoke of woods set on fire by the orders of Saladin. Parched with thirst, and well knowing that on the event of that day depended the preservation of the Holy Sepulchre, the Crusaders at sunrise rushed with their fierce war cries on the enemy. Before them, the golden glory of morning lit up the radiant shores of the tranquil sea, where the Galilean fishermen had heard from the lips of Jesus of Nazareth the word of life. But nearer still was a memorial yet more holy, a pledge of divine favor yet more assuring. On a hillock hard by was raised the relic of the true cross, and this hillock was many times a rallying point during this bloody day. There was little of generalship perhaps on either side, and where men are left to mere hard fighting, numbers must determine the issue. The hosts of Saladin far outnumbered those of the Latin chiefs, and for these retreat ended in massacre. The king and the Grand Master of the Templars were taken prisoner. The holy relic which had spurred them on to desperate exertion fell into the hands of the infidels. The victory of Saladin was rich in its fruits. Tiberias was taken. Berytos, Acre, Caesarea, Jaffa opened their gates. Tyre alone was saved by the heroism of Conrad of Montferrat, brother of the first husband of Queen Sybilla. Not caring to undertake a regular siege, Saladin marched to Ascalon and offered its defenders an honorable peace, which after some hesitation was accepted. The rejection of Raymond's advice had left Jerusalem practically at the mercy of Saladin. It was crowded with people, but the garrison was scanty, and the armies which should have defended it were gone. Their presence would not probably have availed to give a different issue to the siege, but it must have added fearfully to its horrors. Saladin had made up his mind that the Latin kingdom must fall, and he would have fought on until either he or his enemies could fight no longer. Numbers, wealth, resources, military skill, instruments of war, all combined to give him advantages before which mere bravery must sooner or later go down, and protracted resistance meant nothing more than the infliction of useless misery. Saladin may have been neither a saint nor a hero, but it cannot be denied that his temper was less fierce and his language more generous than that of the Christians who under Godfrey had deluged the city with blood. He had no wish, he said, so to defile a place hallowed by its associations for Muslims as well as Christians, and if the city were surrendered, he pledged himself not merely to furnish the inhabitants with the money which they might need, but even to provide them with new homes in Syria. But superstition and obstinacy are, to all intents and purposes, words of the same meaning. The offer, honorable to him who made it, and carrying no ignominy to those who might accept it, was rejected, and Saladin made a vow that, entering the city as an armed conqueror, he would offer up within it a sacrifice as awful as that by which the Crusaders had celebrated their loathsome triumph. Most happily for others, most nobly for himself, he failed to keep this vow to the letter. 14 days sufficed to bring the siege to an end. The Christians had done what they could to destroy the military engines of their enemies. The golden ornaments of the churches had been melted down and turned into money, but no solid advantage was gained by all their efforts. The conviction of the Christians that death brought salvation to the champions of the cross, the assurance of the Muslim that to those who fell fighting for the creed of Islam, the gates of paradise were at once opened, only added to the desperation of the combatants and to the fearfulness of the carnage. At length, the besieged discovered that the walls near the gate of St. Stephen had been undermined, and at once they abandoned all hope of safety except for miraculous intervention. Clergy and laity crowded into the churches, their fears quickened by the knowledge that the Greeks within the city were treating with the enemy. The remembrance of Saladin's offer now came back with more persuasive power. But to the envoys whom they sent, the stern answer was returned that he was under a vow to deal with the Christians as Godfrey and his fellows had dealt with the Saracens. Yet, conscious or unconscious of the inconsistency of his words with the oath which he professed to have sworn, he promised them mercy if they would at once surrender the city. The besieged resolved to trust the word of the conqueror, as they could not resist his power. The agreement was made that the nobles and fighting men should be taken to Tyre, which still held out under Conrad, that the Latin inhabitants should be redeemed at the rate of 10 crowns of gold for each man, 5 for each woman, 1 for each child, and that failing this ransom, they should remain slaves. On the sick and the helpless he waged no war, and although the knights of the hospital were among the most determined of his enemies, he would allow their brethren to remain for a year in their attendance on the sufferers who could not be moved away. In the exasperation of a religious warfare now extended over nearly a century, these terms were very merciful. It may be said that this mercy was the right of a people who submitted to the invader, and that in the days of Godfrey and Peter the Hermit, the defenders had resisted to the last. It is enough to answer that the capitulation of the Latins was a superfluous ceremony, and that Saladin knew it to be so, while, if the same submission had been offered to the first Crusaders, it would have been sternly and fiercely refused. 4 days were allowed to the people to prepare for their departure. On the 5th, they passed through the camp of the enemy, the women carrying or leading their children, the men bearing such of their household goods as they were able to move. On the approach of the queen and her ladies in the garb and with the gestures of suppliants, Saladin himself came forward, and with genuine courtesy addressed to them words of encouragement and consolation. Cheered by his generous language, they told him that for their lands, their houses, and their goods they cared nothing. Their prayer was that he would restore to them their fathers, their husbands, and their brothers. Saladin granted their request, added his alms for those who had been left orphans or destitute by the war, and remitted a portion of the ransom appointed for the poor. In this way, the number of those who remained unredeemed was reduced to 11 or 12,000, and Saracenic slavery, although degrading, was seldom as cruel as the slavery which had but as yesterday been extinguished by the most fearful of recent wars. The entry of Saladin into Jerusalem was accompanied by the usual signs of triumph. Amid the waving of banners and the clash of martial music, he advanced to the Mosque of Omar, on the summit of which the Christian cross still flashed in the clear air. A wail of agony burst from the Christians who were present as this emblem was hurled down to the earth and dragged through the mire. For 2 days it underwent this indignity, while the mosque was purified from its defilements by streams of rosewater and dedicated afresh to the worship of the one God adored by Islam. The crosses, the relics, the sacred vessels of the Christian sanctuaries, which had been carefully stowed away in 4 chests, had fallen into the hands of the conquerors, and it was the wish of Saladin to send them to the Caliph of the Prophet as the proudest trophies of his victory. Even this wish he generously consented to forego. The chests were left in the keeping of the Patriarch, and the price put upon them, 52,000 golden bezants, was paid by Richard of England. Conrad still held out in Tyre, nor was he induced to surrender, even when Saladin himself assailed its walls. The siege was raised, and the next personage to appear before its gates was Guy of Lusignan, who, having regained his freedom, insisted on being admitted as lord of the city. The Grand Master of the Templars seconded his demand. The reply was short and decisive. The people would own no other master than the gallant knight who had so nobly defended them. But the escape of Tyre had no effect on the general issue of the war. Town after town submitted to Saladin, and the long series of his triumphs closed when he entered the gates of Antioch. 88 years had passed since the Crusaders of Godfrey and Tancred had stood triumphant on the walls of the Holy City, and during all those years the Latin kingdom had seldom rested from wars and forays, from feuds and dissensions of every kind. From the first it displayed no characteristics which could give it any stability. From the first it exhibited signs which foreboded its certain downfall. It sanctified treachery, for it rested on the principle that no faith was to be kept with the unbeliever, and the sowing of wind by the constant breach of solemn compact made them reap the whirlwind. A right of pasturage round Peneus had been granted to the Mohammedans by Baldwin III. When the ground was covered with their sheep, the Christian troops burst in, murdered the shepherds, and drove away their flocks, not with the sanction, we may hope, of the most high-minded of the Latin kings of Jerusalem. It recognized no title to property except in those who professed the faith of Christ, and the power to commit injustice with practical impunity tended still further to demoralize the people. It gave full play to the passions of men in random wars and petty forays, while it did nothing to keep up or to promote either military science or the discipline without which that science becomes useless. It was marked by an almost total lack of statesmanship. In a country so circumstanced, a wise ruler would strain every nerve to conciliate the conquered people, to strengthen himself by alliances which should be firmly maintained, and by treaties which should be scrupulously kept, to weaken such states as he might fail to win over to his friendship by anticipating combinations which might bring with them fatal dangers for his power. That the history of the Latin kingdom of Jerusalem presents a mournful and even ludicrous contrast to this picture, it must surely be unnecessary to say. In the case of Egypt alone, did the Latin kings show some sense of the course which prudence called upon them to take, and even here, this course was followed with miserable indecision, and at last disgracefully abandoned through mere lust of gold. It had to deal with an immorality not of its own creating, but which, in mere regard to its own safety, it should have striven to keep well in check. No such efforts were made, and the words of William of Tyre, even if taken with a qualification, when he speaks of the Latin women, point to a state of things which must involve grave and imminent peril. It was the misfortune of this kingdom that it was called into being by troops of adventurers banded together. It cannot be said confederated, for a religious rather than a political purpose. In other words, for personal rather than for public ends. It started, therefore, without any principle of cohesion. The warriors who engaged in the enterprise might abandon it when they thought that they had fulfilled the conditions of their vow, and although the continuance of their efforts was indispensably needed for the military and political success of the undertaking. The private and personal character of these enterprises led to the perpetuation and multiplication of private and personal interests, and thus to the endless divisions and feuds between the barons of the kingdom, which were a constant scandal and menace, and which led frequently to deliberate treachery. It encouraged, or permitted, or was compelled to tolerate, the growth of societies which arrogated to themselves an independent jurisdiction, and thus rendered impossible a central authority of sufficient coercive power. The origin of the military orders may have been in the highest degree edifying. The Knights Templars might begin as the humble guardians of the holy places. The Knights Hospitallers may have been the poor brothers of St. John bound to the service of the sick and helpless among the pilgrims of the cross. But in the land where they might at any time encounter a merciless, or at least a detested enemy, they were justified in bearing arms. The necessity of bearing arms involved the need of discipline, and the discipline of an enthusiastic fraternity cut off from the world and centered upon itself cannot fail to become formidable. The natural strength of these orders was increased by the immunities and privileges granted partly by the Latin kings of Jerusalem, but in greater part by the popes. The Hospitallers, as bestowing their goods to feed the poor and to entertain pilgrims, were freed from the obligation of paying tithe or of giving heed to interdicts, even if these were laid upon the whole country, while it was expressly asserted that no patriarch or prelate should dare to pass any sentence of excommunication against them. In other words, a society was called into existence directly antagonistic to the clergy, and an irreconcilable conflict of claims was the inevitable consequence. Nor can we be surprised to find the clergy complaining that the knights, not content with the immunities secured to themselves, gave shelter to persons who, not belonging to their order but lying under the sentence of excommunication, sought to place themselves under their protection. But if the knights of the hospital had thus their feuds with the clergy, they had feuds still more bitter with the rival order of the Templars. With different interests and different aims, the one sought to promote enterprises against which the other protested, or stickled about points of precedence when common decency called for harmonious action, or withheld its aid when that aid was indispensable for the very safety of the state. Thus we have the triple discord of the king and his barons struggling against the claims of the clergy, and the military orders in conflict with the barons and the clergy alike. Of a state so circumstanced, the words are emphatically true, that a house divided against itself shall not stand. End of Section 4. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Section 5 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The Third Crusade, A.D. 1189 through 1194, by Henry von Sybel. Although, after the failure of the Second Crusade, the interest felt by the Western nations in the Kingdom of Jerusalem, established by the First Crusaders in 1099, had greatly diminished, still the news of the loss of the Holy City, which was taken by Saladin, Sultan of Egypt and Syria, in 1187, fell like a thunderbolt on men's minds. Once more the flame which had kindled the mystic war of God blazed high. "What a disgrace, what an affliction," cried Pope Urban III, "that the jewel which the Second Urban won for Christendom should be lost by the Third." He vehemently exhorted the Church and all her faithful to join the war, worked day and night, prayed, sighed, and so wore himself out with grief and anger that he sickened and died in a few weeks. His successor Gregory VIII, and afterward Pope Clement III, were inspired by the same feeling and exerted themselves for the great cause with untiring energy. In 1185, a number of English barons had put on the cross on hearing of Saladin's menacing progress. Toward the end of 1187, the heir to the throne, Richard, followed their example. Some months later, King Henry II had a meeting with his former enemy, Philip Augustus of France, at Gisors, where they vowed to abandon their earthly quarrels and become warriors of the everlasting God. Nearly the whole nobility and a number of the lower class of people were carried away by their example. King William of Sicily fitted out his fleet and was only prevented by death from joining it himself. From Denmark, Scandinavian pilgrims thronged to Syria, both by land and water. In Germany, now as formerly, the zeal was not so great, until in March 1188 the Emperor Frederick Barbarossa, at the age of near 70, put on the cross, and by his ever firm and powerful will collected together a mass of nearly 100,000 pilgrims. All the Western nations rose to arms. The news of this enormous movement reached the East, and the ferocious war cry of Europe was answered by a voice of defiance. Saladin had organized his dominions almost according to the Western system. Under an oath of allegiance and service in war, he granted to each of his emirs a town of feudal tenure. Its surrounding land they again divided among their followers. The Sultan thus attached those wandering hordes of horsemen to the soil, and kept those restless spirits permanently together. He then invoked the religious zeal of all the Mohammedans with such success that volunteers flocked to his standard from every quarter. These masses dispersed at the beginning of every winter, but on the return of fair weather they again collected in ever-increasing numbers. Saladin well knew the mutual hatred which divided the Greek Byzantines and the Latin Franks, and kept so securely alive in the Eastern Emperor, Isaac Angelus, the fear of the insolence of the Western soldiers that he concluded an offensive and defensive alliance with Saladin against those who shared his own faith. The leaders of the Third Crusade, Richard I, the Lion-Hearted, King of England, Frederick I, surnamed Barbarossa, of Germany, Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, and Philip Augustus, King of France, were the most powerful monarchs of Europe. A halo of false romance and glory, however, surrounds this crusade, mainly by reason of the associations connecting it with the self-seeker Richard. In the real conduct of the Crusaders appears a sordid greed glutting itself with atrocities as savage as those perpetrated under Godfrey of Bouillon a century before. In Richard, the world now sees a destroying hero, one of the scourges of mankind. The son of Henry II, Richard became King of England in 1189. His chief ambition appears to have been the spread of his own renown, and this aim he sought to achieve in Palestine. He raised moneys by the sale of titles, lands, etc., and then started for the Holy Land. Modern history presents him, as well as his colleagues and followers, divested of the glamour which for centuries hung about the Third Crusade, of which the only heroic figure on the Christian side is the likewise pitiable Barbarossa. The whole East, from the Danube to the Indus, from the Caspian Sea to the sources of the Nile, prepared with one intent to withstand the great invasion of Europe. Amid cares and preparations which had reference to 3/4 of the globe, Saladin neglected his nearest enemy, the feeble remnant of the Christian states in Syria, which, although unimportant in themselves, were of great consequence as landing places for the invading Western nations during the approaching war. The small principalities of Antioch and Tripoli still existed, and in the midst of the Turkish forces, the Marquis Conrad of Montferrat still displayed the banner of the cross upon the ramparts of Tyre. It seems as if in this instance Saladin had abandoned himself too much to the superb and easy carelessness of his nature. Hitherto he had not shrunk from the most strenuous exertions, but he was so certain of his victory that he neglected to strike the final blow. Not until the autumn of 1187 did he begin the siege of Tyre, and for the first time in his life he found a dangerous adversary in Conrad of Montferrat, a man of cool courage and keen determination, whose soul was unmoved by religious enthusiasm and equally free from weakness or indecision, so that under his command the inhabitants of the city repulsed every attack with increasing assurance and resolution. Saladin hereupon determined to try starvation, which a strict blockade by sea and land was to cause in the town. But in June 1188 the Sicilian fleet appeared, gave the superiority by sea to the Christians, and brought relief to Tyre. The Sultan retreated and marched through the defenseless provinces of Antioch and Tripoli, but there, too, he left the capitals in peace upon the arrival of the Sicilian fleet in their waters. The following summer he spent in taking the Frankish fortresses in Arabia Petrea, the possession of which was important to him in order to secure freedom of communication between Egypt and Syria. Meanwhile, the reinforcements from the west were pouring into the Christian seaport towns. In the first place, the two military and religious orders, the Templars and the Knights of St. John, had collected munitions of war of every kind from all their European possessions, and increased the number of their mercenaries to 14,000 men. King Guy also had ransomed himself from captivity, and had gone to Tripoli, where by degrees the remnant of the Syrian barons and pilgrims of all nations gathered round him. They took the right resolution to remain no longer inactive, but with the gigantic preparations in Europe in prospect, to begin the attack at once. On August 28, 1189, Guy commenced the siege of the strong maritime fortress of Ptolemais, Saint-Jean d'Acre. A fleet from Pisa had already joined the Sicilian one. In October there arrived 12,000 Danes and Frisians, and in November a number of Flemings under the Count of Avesnes, French knights under the Bishop of Beauvais, and Thuringians under their Landgrave Louis. Saladin, roused from his inactivity by these events, hastened to the spot with his army, and in his turn surrounded the Christian camp, which lay in a wide semicircle round Ptolemais, and was defended by strong entrenchments within and without. It formed an iron ring round this besieged town, which Saladin, spite of all his efforts, could not break through. Each wing of the position rested upon the sea, and was thus certain of its supplies, and able to protect the landing of reinforcements, which continually arrived in increasing numbers: Italians, French, English and Germans, Normans, and Swedes. If on one day we killed 10, said the Arabs, on the next 100 more arrived fresh from the west. The fighting was incessant by land and by sea, against the town and against the Sultan's camp. Sometimes the Egyptian fleet drove the Christian ships far out to sea, and Saladin could then succor the garrison with provisions and fresh troops, till new Frankish squadrons again surrounded the harbor, and only a few intrepid divers could steal through between the hostile ships. On land, too, now one side and now the other was in danger. One day the Sultan scaled the Christian entrenchments and advanced close to the walls of the city, before the Franks rallied sufficiently to drive him back by a desperate attack. But they soon took their revenge in a night sortie, where they attacked the Sultan in his very tent, and he narrowly escaped by rapid flight. Against the town their progress was very slow, as the garrison, under an able and energetic commander, Bohadin, showed itself resolute and indefatigable. 1 week passed after another, and the condition of the Franks became painfully complicated. They could go neither backward nor forward. They could make no impression on the walls, nor could they re-embark in the face of an active enemy. There was no choice but to conquer or die, so preparations were made for a long sojourn. Wooden barracks, and for the princes even stone houses were built, and a new hostile town arose all around Ptolemais. In spite of this, winter brought innumerable hardships. In that small space more than 100,000 men were crowded together, with insufficient shelter and uncertain supplies of wretched food. Pestilential diseases soon broke out, which swept away thousands, and were intensified by the exhalations from the heaps of the dead. Saladin retreated from their deadly vicinity to more airy quarters on the adjacent hills. His troops also suffered from the severe weather, but were far better supplied than the Christians with water, provisions, and other comforts, as the caravans from Cairo and Baghdad met in their camp, and numbers of merchants displayed in glittering booths all kinds of Eastern wares. It was an unexampled assemblage of the forces of 2 quarters of the world round one spot, unimportant in itself, and chosen almost by accident. Our own times have seen a counterpart to it in the siege of Sebastopol, which, though in a totally different form, was a new act in the same great struggle between the East and the West. Happily, the Western nations did not derive their warlike stimulus from religious sources, and they displayed, if not their military, at any rate their moral superiority, in the most brilliant manner. Although, in the fight around Ptolemais, the superiority was doubtless on Saladin's side, There was a moment in which Europe threatened to oppose to the mighty Sultan an antagonist as great as himself. In May 1189, the Emperor Frederick IX marched out of Ratisbon with his army for Syria. He had already ruled 37 years over Germany and Italy, and his life had been one of war and labor, of small results but growing fame. He was born a ruler in the highest sense of the word. He possessed all the attributes of power, bold yet cautious, courageous and enduring, energetic and methodical. He towered proudly above all who surrounded him, and had the highest conception of his princely calling. But his ideas were beyond his time, and when he tried to open the way for a distant future, he was made to feel the penalty of running counter to the inclination of the present generation. It seemed to him unbearable that the emperor, who was extolled by all the world as the defender of the right and the fountainhead of law, should be forced to bow before unruly vassals or unlimited ecclesiastical power. He had, chiefly from the study of the Roman law, conceived the idea of a state complete within itself and strong in the name of the common weal, a complete contrast to the existing condition of Europe, where all the monarchies were breaking up, and the crowned priest reigned supreme over a crowd of petty princes. Under these circumstances, he appeared foreshadowing modern thoughts deep in the Middle Ages, like a fresh mountain breeze, dispersing the incense-laden atmosphere of the time. This discrepancy caused the greatness and the misfortune of the mighty emperor. The current of his time set full against him. When, as the representative of the state, he enforced obedience to the law, he appeared to some an impious offender against the Holy Church, to others a tyrant trampling on the general freedom, and while conquering in 100 fights, he was driven from one position after another by the force of opinion. But so commanding was the energy, so powerful the earnestness, and so inexhaustible the resources of his nature, that he was as terrible to his foes on the last day as on the first, passionless and pitiless, never distorted by cruelty, and never melted by pity, an iron defender of his imperial rights. We can only guess at the reasons which may have induced a sovereign of this stamp to leave a sphere of domestic activity for the fantastic wars of the Crusades. Once, in the midst of his Italian feud, when the deeds of Alexander the Great were read aloud to him, he exclaimed, "Happy Alexander, who didst never see Italy! Happy I, had I never been in Asia!" Whether piety or love of fame ultimately decided him, he felt within himself the energy to take a great decision, and at once proceeded to action. The aged emperor once more displayed in this last effort the fullness of his powerful and ever-youthful nature. For the first time during these wars, since the armed pilgrimages had begun, Europe beheld a spirit conscious of their true object and capable of carrying it out. The army was smaller than any of the former ones, consisting of 20,000 knights and 50,000 squires and foot soldiers, but it was guided by one inflexible, indomitable will. With strict discipline, the imperial leader drove all disorderly and useless persons out of his camp. He was always the first to face every obstacle or danger, and showed himself equal to all the political or military difficulties of the expedition. The Greek Empire had to be traversed first, whose emperor Isaac had allied himself with Saladin, but at the sight of these formidable masses he shrank in terror from any hostile attempt, and hastened to transport the German army across into Asia Minor. There they hoped for a friendly reception from the Emir of Iconium, who was reported to have a leaning toward Christianity. But in the meantime the old ruler had been dethroned by his sons, who opposed the Germans with a strong force. They were destined to feel the weight of the German arm. After their mounted bowmen had harassed the Christian troops for a time with a shower of arrows, the emperor broke their line of battle and scattered them by a sudden attack of cavalry in all directions, while at the same moment Frederick's son unexpectedly scaled the walls of their city. The Crusaders then marched in triumph to Cilicia. The Armenians already yielded submissively to a cessation of hostilities, and far and wide throughout Turkish Syria went the dread of Frederick's irresistible arms. Even Saladin himself, who had boldly defied the disorderly attacks of the hundreds of thousands before Ptolemaeus, now lost all hope, and announced to his emirs his intention of quitting Syria on Frederick's arrival and retreating across the Euphrates. On this, every highway in the country became alive. The emirs quitted their towns and began to fly with their families, their goods and chattels, and hope rose high in the Christian camp. This honor was reserved for the emperor. That which no other Frankish sword could achieve he had done by the mere shadow of his approach. He had forced from Saladin a confession of inferiority. But he was not destined to see the realization of his endeavors here any more than in Europe. His army had entered Cilicia and was preparing to cross the rapid mountain stream of the Selef. On June 10, 1190, they marched slowly across the narrow bridge, and the emperor, impatient to get to the front, urged his horse into the stream, intending to swim to the opposite shore. The raging waters suddenly seized him and hurried him away before the eyes of the people. When he was drawn out far down the river, he was a corpse. Boundless lamentations resounded throughout the army. The most brilliant ornament and sole hope of Christendom was gone. The troops arrived at Antioch in a state of the deepest dejection. From thence a number of the pilgrims returned home, scattered and discouraged, and a pestilence broke out among the rest, which was fatal to the greater number of them. It seemed, says a chronicler, as though the members would not outlive their head. The emperor's son, Duke Frederick of Swabia, reached the camp before Ptolemaeus with 5,000 men, instituted there the order of the Teutonic Knights, who were destined hereafter to found a splendid dominion on the distant shores of the German Ocean, and soon afterward followed his father to the grave. The highest hopes were soon destroyed by this lamentable downfall. It seemed as if a stern fate had resolved to give the Christian world a distant view of the possibility of victory. The great emperor might have secured it, but the generation which had not understood him was doomed to misery and defeat. A second winter, with the same fearful additions of hunger and sickness, came upon the camp before Ptolemaeus, and the measure of misfortune was filled by renewed and bitter quarrels among the Frankish princes. King Guy was as incompetent as ever, and so utterly mismanaged the Christian cause that the Marquis Conrad of Montferrat indignantly opposed him. Queen Sybilla, by marriage with whom Guy had gained possession of the crown, died at just this juncture. Conrad instantly declared that Sybilla's sister Eliza was the only rightful heir, and as he held every step toward advancement to be laudable, did not for a moment scruple to elope with her from her husband, to marry her himself, and to lay claim to the crown. Amid all this confusion and disaster, the eyes of the Crusaders turned with increasing anxiety toward the horizon, to catch a glimpse of the sails which were to bring to them two fresh leaders, the kings of France and England. Their preparations had not been very rapid. Henry II of England had, even since his oath, got into a new quarrel with Philip Augustus of France, which ended only with his death in 1189. His son and successor Richard, whose zeal had led him to put up the cross earlier than the rest, instantly began to arrange the expedition with Philip. In his impetuous manner, he exulted in the prospect of unheard-of triumphs. The government of England was hastily and insufficiently provided for during the absence of the king. Above all, money was needed in great quantities, and raised by every expedient, good or bad. When someone remonstrated with the king concerning these extortions, he exclaimed, "I would sell London itself if I could but find a purchaser." He legislated with the same inconsiderate vehemence as to the discipline and order of his army. Murderers were to be buried alive on land, and at sea to be tied with the corpses of their victims and thrown into the water. Thieves were to be tarred and feathered, and whoever gambled for money, be he king or baron, was to be dipped 3 times in the sea or flogged naked before the whole army. Richard led his army through France and went on board his splendid fleet at Marseille, while Philip sailed from Genoa in hired vessels. Halfway to Sicily, however, Richard got tired of the sea voyage, landed near Rome, and journeyed with a small retinue through the Abruzzi and Calabria. already on the lookout for adventures and often engaged in bloody quarrels with the peasants of the mountain villages. When he at last arrived in Sicily, his unstable mind suddenly underwent a total change. A quarrel with the Sicilian king Tancred drove the Holy Sepulchre entirely out of his head. Now fighting, now negotiating, he stayed 9 months at Messina, hated and feared by the inhabitants, who called him the Lion, the Savage Lion, deaf to the entreaties of his followers, who were eager to get to Syria, and heedless and defiant to all Philip Augustus's representations and demands. At last the French king, losing patience, sailed without him and arrived at Ptolemais in April 1191. He was received with eager joy, but did not succeed in at all advancing the siege operations, for so many of the French pilgrims had preceded him that the army he brought was but small, and though an adroit and cunning diplomatist, a tried and unscrupulous statesman, he lacked the rough soldierly vigor and bravery on which everything at that moment depended. At length Richard was again on his road, and again he allowed himself to be turned aside from his purpose. One of his ships, which bore his betrothed bride, had stranded on the Cyprian coast, and in consequence of the hostility of the king of that island, had been very inhospitably received. Richard was instantly up in arms, declared war against the Comnène, and conquered the whole island in a fortnight, an impromptu conquest which was of the highest importance to the Christian party in the East for centuries after. Still occupied in establishing a military colony of his knights, he was surprised by a visit from King Guy of Jerusalem, who wished to secure the support of the dreaded monarch in his party contests at home. Guy complained to King Richard of the matrimonial offenses of his rival, informed him that Philip Augustus had declared in favor of Conrad's claims, and on the spot secured the jealous adherence of the English monarch. He landed on June 8th at Ptolemais. The Christians celebrated his arrival by an illumination of the camp, and without a moment's delay, by his warlike ardor, he roused the whole army out of the state of apathy into which it had lately fallen. Day after day the walls of the city were energetically assailed on every side. On July 8th, Saladin made his last attempt to raise the siege by an attack on the Christian entrenchments. He was driven back with great loss, whereupon he permitted the besieged to capitulate. The town surrendered, with all of its stores, after a siege of nearly 3 years' duration. The heroic defenders still remaining, about 3,000 in number, were to be exchanged within the space of 40 days for 2,000 captive Christians and a ransom of 200,000 pieces of gold. The war, according to all reports, had by this time cost the Crusaders above 30,000 men. Those among the pilgrims who were enthusiastic and devout now hoped their way would lead straight to the Holy Sepulchre. But it soon became manifest that the feeling which had prompted the Crusades was dead forever. The news of the fall of Jerusalem had awakened a momentary excitement in the Western nations, but had failed to stir up the old enthusiasm. On Syrian ground, the ideal faith rapidly gave way before substantial worldly considerations. Richard, Guy, and the Pisans on the one hand, Philip, Conrad, and the Genoese on the other, were already in open discord, which was so embittered by Richard's blustering fury that Philip Augustus embarked at the end of July for France, declaring upon his oath that he had no evil intentions toward England, but determined in his heart to let Richard feel his resentment on the first opportunity. Meanwhile, negotiations had begun between Saladin and Richard, which at first seemed to promise favorable results for the Christians, but unfortunately the day fixed for the exchange of the prisoners arrived before Saladin was able to procure the whole of the promised ransom. Richard, with the most brutal cruelty, slaughtered 2,700 prisoners in one day. Saladin magnanimously refused the demands of his exasperated followers for reprisals, but of course there could be no further question of a treaty, and the war recommenced with renewed fury. Richard led the army on an expedition against Ascalon, defeated Saladin on his march thither at Arsuf, and advanced amid incessant skirmishes and single combats, into which he recklessly plunged as though he had been a simple knight-errant. Accordingly, his progress was so slow that Saladin had destroyed the town before his arrival and rendered its capture worthless to the Christians. Again, negotiations were begun, but in January 1192, Richard suddenly advanced upon Jerusalem, and by forced marches quickly reached Beit Nuba, a village only a few miles distant from the Holy City. But there the Sultan had thrown up strong and extensive fortifications, and after long and anxious deliberations, the Franks returned toward Ascalon. Meanwhile, Conrad of Montferrat had placed himself in communication with Saladin, proposed to him point-blank an alliance against Richard, and by his prudent and consistent conduct daily grew in favor with the Sultan. The Christian camp, on the other hand, was filled with ever-increasing discord, and the difference between Richard and Conrad reached such a height that the Marquis went back to Ptolemais and regularly besieged the Pisans, who were friendly to the English. Into such a miserable state of confusion had the great European enterprise fallen for want of a good leader and an adequate object. In April, news came from England that the king's brother John was in open rebellion against him and in alliance with France, whereupon Richard, greatly alarmed, informed the barons that he must prepare for his departure, and that they must definitively choose between Guy and Conrad as their future ruler. To his great disappointment, the actual necessities of the case triumphed over all party divisions, and all voted for Conrad as the only able and fitting ruler in the country. Nothing remained for Richard but to accede to their wishes, and as a last act of favor toward Guy, to bestow upon him the crown of Cyprus. Conrad did not delay one moment signing the treaty with Saladin, and the Sultan left the new king in possession of the whole line of coast taken by the Crusaders, and also ceded to him Jerusalem, where, however, he was to allow a Turkish mosque to exist. The other towns of the interior were then to be divided between the two sovereigns. What a conclusion to a war in which the whole world had been engaged and had made such incalculable efforts! After the only competent leader had been snatched from the Christians by an angry fate, the weakness and desultoriness of the others had destroyed the fruits of conquest. The host of devout pilgrims had beheld Jerusalem from Beit Nuba, and had then been obliged to turn their backs upon the holy spot in impotent grief. Suddenly a nameless, bold, and cunning prince made his appearance in this great war between the two religions in the world, a man indifferent to religion or morality, who knew no other motive than selfishness, but who followed that with vigor and consistency, and had already stretched forth his hand to grasp the crown of the Holy Sepulchre. But on the 28th of April, Conrad was murdered by two Saracen assassins. Many said at King Richard's instigation, but more affirmed it was by the order of the Old Man of the Mountain, the head of a fanatical sect in Lebanon. Everything was again unsettled by this event. The Syrian barons instantly elected Count Henry of Champagne as their king. 5 days after Conrad's death, he married his widow Eliza, and was perfectly ready to succeed to Conrad's alliance with Saladin as well as to his wife. But King Richard, with his usual thoughtlessness, allowed the scandalous marriage, but prevented the reasonable diplomatic arrangement. As he had a certain liking for Henry, who was his nephew, he wished to conquer a few more provinces for him in a hurry, and to win some fresh laurels for himself at the same time, and accordingly began the war anew against Saladin. A Turkish fortress was taken, when more evil tidings arrived from England, and Richard announced that he could not remain a moment longer. The barons broke out in a general cry of indignation that he who had plunged them into danger should forsake them in the midst of it, and once more the vacillating king allowed himself to be diverted from his purpose. Again, the Christians remained long inactive at Beit Nuba, not daring to attack the city. The ultimate reason for this delay was illustrative of the state of things. The leaders knew that the great mass of pilgrims would disperse as soon as their vows were fulfilled by the deliverance of the Holy Sepulchre. This would seal the destruction of the Frankish rule in Syria, should it happen before the treaty of peace with Saladin was concluded. Thus, the ostensible object of the Crusade could not be achieved without ruining Christianity in the East. It is impossible to give a stronger illustration of the hopelessness and internal conflict of all their views and endeavors at this time. They at last turned back disheartened to Ramla, where they were startled by the news that Saladin had unexpectedly assumed the offensive, attacked the important seaport town of Jaffa, and was probably already in possession of it. Richard's warlike impetuosity once more burst forth. With a handful of followers he put to sea and hastened to Jaffa. When he came in sight of the harbor, the Turks were already inside the town, plundering in every direction, and assailing the last remains of the garrison. After a short reconnoiter, Richard drove his vessel on shore, rushed with an echoing war cry into the midst of the enemy's superior force, and by his mighty blows actually drove the Turks in terror and confusion out of the place. On the following day he encamped with contemptuous insolence outside the gates with a few hundred horsemen, when he was suddenly attacked by as many thousands. In one instant he was armed, drove back the foremost assailants, clove a Turk's head down to his shoulders, and then rode along the wavering front of the enemy from one wing to the other. "Now," cried he, "who will dare a fight for the honor of God?" Henceforth his fame was such that years after Turkish mothers threatened their children with "King Richard is coming," and Turkish riders asked their shying horses if they saw the lion-hearted king. But these knightly deeds did not advance the war at all. It was fortunate for the Franks that Saladin's emirs were weary of the long strife, and the Sultan himself wished for the termination of hostilities in consequence of his failing health. The favorable terms of the former treaty, more especially the possession of Jerusalem, were of course no longer to be obtained. The Christians were obliged to be content, on August 30th, 1192, with a 3 years' armistice, according to which the sea-coast from Antioch to Joppa was to remain in the possession of the Christians, and the Franks obtained permission to go to Jerusalem as unarmed pilgrims to pray at the Holy Sepulchre. Richard embarked directly, without even taking measures for ransoming the prisoners. As may easily be imagined, the Christians were deeply exasperated by such a peace. The Turks rejoiced, and only Saladin looked forward with anxiety to the future, and feared dangerous consequences from the duration of even the smallest Christian dominion in the East. The most active and friendly intercourse, rarely disturbed by suspicion, soon began between the two nations. On the very scene of the struggle, mutual hatred had subsided, commercial relations were formed, and political negotiations soon followed. In the place of the mystic trophy which was the object of the religious war, Europe had gained an immense extension of worldly knowledge and of wealth from the struggle of 100 years. End of Section 5. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Section 6 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr Natter. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rosita Johnson, and John Rudd. The Teutonic Knights. Their Organization and History. A.D. 1190 to 1809. By F. C. Woodhouse. Part 1. Scarcely less renowned than the Knights Templars, the Teutonic Knights carried the spirit and traditions of the great military religious orders of the Middle Ages far into the modern period. No earlier date for the foundation of the order than 1190 is given on recognized authority, its actual beginning, like that of the other orders of its kind, being humble and obscure. It appears that about 1128 a wealthy German, having participated in the siege and capture of Jerusalem, settled there and soon began to show pity for his unfortunate countrymen among the pilgrims who came, receiving some of them into his own house to be cared for. When the work became too great for him there, he built a hospital, in which he devoted himself to nursing sick pilgrims, to whose support he likewise gave all his wealth. Still the task outgrew the means at his command, and in order to increase his charity he began to solicit alms. While he took care of the men, his wife performed a like service for the poor women pilgrims. Soon they were joined by many of their wealthier countrymen who had come to fight for the Holy Land. Presently they "banded themselves together, after the pattern of the Order of the St. John of Jerusalem, and united the care of the sick and poor with the profession of arms in their defence, under the title of the Hospitallers of the Blessed Virgin." These Teutonic Hospitallers continued their work, in hospital and field, until the capture of Jerusalem by Saladin in 1187, and the conqueror, in recognition of their benevolent services, consented that some of them should remain there and continue their work. Out of these lowly beginnings grew one of the most powerful and widespread of the military religious orders. It was during the siege of Acre, 1189 to 1191, that the Teutonic Order received its final and complete organization as one of the great military religious orders of Europe. The German soldiers suffered great miseries from sickness and from their wounds, and as their language was not understood by the French and other European contingents of the crusading army, they were left untended and friendless. To meet this want, some citizens of Bremen and Lübeck provided a sort of field hospital and devoted themselves to the care of their wounded and sick countrymen. These were soon joined by others, and by the brethren of the Hospital of the Blessed Virgin at Jerusalem, whom Saladin had banished from the city, and the little body came to be known by the designation of the Teutonic Knights of the Hospital of the Blessed Virgin at Jerusalem. It is said that the order owed its constitution to Frederick, Duke of Swabia, but there is much obscurity and little authentic record to determine this or to furnish particulars of the transaction. The order seems, however, to have been confirmed by Pope Celestine III, the constitution and rules of the Templars and Hospitallers being taken as the model for the new order, Henry de Walpot being the first master. This appears to have happened about 1190, though some authorities maintain that it was not till 1191 or even later. While therefore the three great orders had much in common, there was this difference in their original foundation. The Hospitallers were at first a nursing order, and gradually became military. The Templars were always purely and solely military, while the Teutonic Knights were from the first both military and nursing. Contemporary chroniclers compare the Teutonic Knights with the mystic living creature seen by Ezekiel, having the faces of a man and of a lion, the former indicating the charity with which they tended the sick, the latter the courage and daring with which they met and fought the enemies of Christ. The Teutonic Knights continued their care of the sick soldiers till Acre was taken in July 1191 by the united forces of Philip Augustus, King of France, and Richard Coeur de Lion, King of England. After the capture of Acre by the Christian army, Henry de Walpot purchased a site within the city and built a church and hospital for his order, the first that it possessed. To these buildings were gradually added lodgings for the members of the order, for pilgrims, and for the soldiers which were enlisted to assist the knights in the field. All this cost a large sum of money, and as many wealthy Germans had enrolled themselves as knights, means were not wanting as the occasion for them occurred and the requirements of the order developed. Among the greatest of the earlier benefactors was Frederick, Duke of Swabia, who contributed money and aided the progress of the order by his influence, and when he died at Acre was interred in the Church of the Knights. Contemporary writers speak in the highest terms of his virtues, saying that he lived a hero and died a saint. At this period, and for the rest of its history, the constitution of the Teutonic Order embraced two classes of members, the knights and the clergy, both being exclusively of German birth. The knights were required to be of noble family, and besides the ordinary threefold monastic vows, took a fourth vow that they would devote themselves to the care of the sick and to fight the enemies of the faith. Their dress was black, over which a white cloak with a black cross upon the left shoulder was worn. The clergy were not necessarily of noble birth, their duties being to minister to the order in their churches, to the sick in the hospitals, and on the field of battle. To these two classes who constituted the order were added serving brethren, called Heimliche and Soldner, and in Latin familiares. Many of these gave their services gratuitously from religious motives, others received payment and were really servants. The knights selected their esquires from among the serving brothers. All these wore a dress of the same colour as the knights, that they might be known at once to belong to the order. The original rules of the order were very severe. All the members lived in common, they slept in dormitories on small and hard beds, they took their meals together in the refectory, and their fare was meagre and of the plainest quality. They were required to attend the daily services in the church, and to recite certain prayers and offices privately. They were not permitted to leave their convent, nor to write or receive letters without permission of their superior. Their clothes, armour, and the harness of their horses were all of the plainest description, all gold, jewels, and other costly ornaments being strictly forbidden. Arms of the best temper and horses of good breed were provided. When they marched to battle, each knight had 3 or 4 horses, and an esquire carried his shield and lance. The Grand Master was elected from the class of the knights only. Next in rank to him was the preceptor or great commander, who had the general supervision of the clergy and serving brethren, and who presided in chapter in the absence of the Grand Master. Next to the preceptor came the marshal, who acted as lieutenant general in the field of battle under the Grand Master. The third dignitary was the Grand Hospitaller, who had the superintendence of the hospitals and of all that related to their management. The fourth officer was the trappier, who supplied the knights with their clothing and accoutrements. And lastly there was the treasurer, who received and paid all the money that passed through the hands of the order. All these officers were removable, and were commonly changed every year. As the order extended, new functionaries were required and were appointed, namely provincial masters of the several countries where the order obtained possessions, who took rank next after the Grand Master. And there were also many local officers as particular circumstances required. The Grand Master was not absolute, but obliged to seek the advice of the chapter before taking any important step, and if he were necessarily absent, he appointed a lieutenant to act for him, who also governed the order after the death of the Grand Master till his successor was elected. After the death of Saladin, disputes arose among his sons, and the opportunity was seized of commencing a new crusade, the history of which is well known, and in which the Teutonic Knights took an active part. At this time, 1197, Henry VI, Emperor of Germany, gave the Knights the monastery of the Cistercians at Palermo in Sicily, and several privileges and exemptions, a transaction which caused considerable disagreement between the Pope and the Emperor. The Knights were, however, finally confirmed in possession of the monastery, and it became the preceptory of chief house of the order in Sicily, where other property was gradually bestowed upon the Knights. Henry de Walpot, the first Grand Master, died at Acre in 1200, and was succeeded by Otto de Kerpen, who was an octogenarian at the time of his election, but full of vigour and energy, which he displayed by devoted attention to the duties of his office, and personal attendance upon the sick in the hospitals. During the mastership of Otto de Kerpen, an order of knighthood arose in the north of Europe, which was afterwards incorporated with the Teutonic Order. Livonia, a country situated on the borders of the Baltic, was at this time still pagan. The merchants of Bremen and Lübeck, who had trading relations with the inhabitants, desired to impart to them the truths and blessings of Christianity, and took a monk of the name of Menard to teach them the elements of the faith. The work succeeded, and Menard was consecrated bishop, and fixed his see at Uxhul, which was afterwards transferred to Riga. The mission, however, as it advanced, aroused the jealousy and suspicion of the pagan nobles, and they attacked and destroyed the new town with its cathedral and other buildings. The bishop appealed to his countrymen for help. Many responded to his call, and as there was at that time no crusade in progress in Palestine, the Pope, in 1199, was persuaded to accord to those who took up arms for the defence of the Christians in Livonia the same privileges as were given to those who actually went to the Holy Land. In consequence of these events, a military religious order was founded to assist in this war, called the Order of Christ, which was confirmed by Pope Innocent III in 1205. The knights wore a white robe, upon which a red sword and a star were emblazoned. They maintained a vigorous and successful conflict with the heathen, till circumstances rendered it desirable that they should be incorporated with the Teutonic Knights. In the meantime the Latins had seized Constantinople and set up Baldwin, Count of Flanders, as Emperor, and divided the Eastern Empire among themselves. The Teutonic Knights received considerable possessions, and a preceptory was founded in Achaia. Some time afterward another was established in Armenia, where also the order had obtained property and territory in return for service rendered in the field. The order also received the distinction of adding to their bearings the Cross of Jerusalem. The valour of the Knights, however, and the active part which they took in all the religious wars of the day cost them dear, and from time to time their numbers were greatly reduced, so much so that when Herman de Salza was elected Grand Master in 1210, he found the order so weak that he declared he would gladly sacrifice one of his eyes if he could thereby be assured that he should always have 10 knights to follow him to battle with the infidels. The vigour of his administration brought new life to the order, and he was able to carry on its mission with such success that at his death there were no less than 2,000 German nobles who had assumed the badge of the order and fought under its banner. Large accessions of property also came at this time to the knights in Hungary, Prussia, Livonia, and elsewhere. In 1214 the Emperor Frederick I decreed that the Grand Master should always be considered a member of the Imperial Court, that whenever he visited it he should be lodged at the Emperor's expense, and that 2 knights should always have quarters assigned them in the Imperial household. In 1221 the Emperor Frederick II, by an Imperial Act, took the Teutonic Order under his special protection, including all its property and servants, exempted them from all taxes and duties, and gave its members free use of all pastures, rivers, and forests in his dominions. And in 1227 Henry commanded that all proceedings in his court should be conducted without cost to the order. The King of Hungary also, seeing the valour of the knights, endeavoured to secure his own possessions by giving them charge of several of his frontier towns. It would be unnecessary, as it would be tedious, to repeat all the details of the Crusades, the varying successes and defeats, in all of which the Teutonic Knights took part, both in Syria and in Egypt, fighting side by side with their brethren in arms, the Templars and Hospitallers. They continued also their humane services to the sick and wounded, as the following curious contemporary document shows. It forms part of a charter obtained by one Schweder of Utrecht, who says that, being at the siege of Damietta, he saw the wonderful exertions of the brethren of the Teutonic Order for the succour of the sick and the care of the soldiers of the army, and was moved to endow the order with his property in the village of Lancarn." It was during the siege of Damietta that the famous Saint Francis of Assisi visited the crusading army and endeavoured to settle a dispute that had arisen between the knights and the foot soldiers of the army, the latter being dissatisfied and declaring that they were unfairly exposed to danger as compared with the mounted knights. In 1226 the Grand Master was selected by the Emperor Frederick and Pope Honorius to be arbitrator in a dispute that had arisen between them. So well pleased were they with his honourable and wise counsel that, in recognition of his services, he and his successors were created princes of the empire, and the order was allowed to bear upon its arms the imperial eagle. The Emperor also bestowed a very precious ring upon the Master, which was ever afterwards used at the institution of the Grand Master of the order. Again, in 1230, the Grand Master was one of the principal agents in bringing about a reconciliation between the Emperor and Pope George IX, whose dissensions had led to many troubles and calamities. It has already been mentioned that the King of Hungary bestowed upon the knights some territory on the borders of his dominions, with a view to their defending it from incursions of the barbarous tribes in the vicinity. The King's anticipations were amply realized. The knights maintained order in the disturbed districts, and by their presence put an end to the incursions of the predatory bands who came periodically to waste the country with fire and sword. The land soon smiled with harvests, and a settled and contented population lived in peace and quietness. But no sooner were these happy results attained than the King took a mean advantage of the knights, and resumed possession of the country which they had converted from a desert to a fruitful and voluble district. The consequence was that the wild tribes renewed their invasions, and the reclaimed country once more lapsed into desolation. Then again the king made the border country over to the knights, who speedily reasserted their rights and established a settled government and general prosperity in the dominion made over to them. This grant and some others that followed were confirmed to the order by the bull of Pope Honorius III in 1222. A few years after this the Duke of Poland asked the aid of the order against the pagan inhabitants of the country that was afterwards Prussia. These people were very savage and barbarous, and constantly committed horrible cruelties upon their more civilized neighbours, laying waste the country, destroying crops, carrying off cattle, burning towns, villages, and convents, and murdering the inhabitants with circumstances of extreme atrocity, often burning their captives alive as sacrifices to their gods. The Grand Master consulted with his chapter and with the Emperor on the proposed enterprise, and finally resolved to enter upon it, the Emperor undertaking to secure to the order any territory that they might be able to conquer and hold in Prussia. Pope Gregory IX, in 1230, gave his sanction to the expedition and conferred on those concerned in it all the privileges accorded to Crusaders. In the following year an army invaded Prussia and erected a fortress at Thorn on the Vistula, on the site of a grove of enormous oaks, which the inhabitants looked upon as sacred to their god Thor. This was followed, in 1232, by the foundation of another stronghold at Kulm. A successful campaign followed, and the castle of Marienwerder, lower down the Vistula, was, after some reverses and delays, successfully built and fortified. The Grand Master then established a firm system of government over the conquered country, and drew up laws and regulations for the administration of justice, for the coining of money, and other necessary elements of civilization. Other fortified places were built which gradually developed into cities and towns, but all this was not effected without many battles and much patient endurance and frequent defeats and checks. Nor did the knights forget the spiritual needs of their heathen subjects. Mission clergy laboured among them, and by their instruction, and still more by their holy, self-denying lives, they succeeded in winning many to forsake their idols and become Christians. The order received an important accession to its ranks at the time, in 1237, by the incorporation into it of the ancient Order of Christ in Livonia, which had considerable possessions. This was followed shortly afterward by an agreement between the order and the King of Denmark, by which the former undertook the defence of the kingdom against its pagan neighbours. End of section 6. Section 7 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr Natter. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The Teutonic Knights AD 1190 to 1809 by F.C. Woodhouse. Part 2. In 1234 the order received into its ranks Conrad, Landgrave of Thuringia and Hesse, a man who had led a wicked and violent life, but being brought to see his errors, made an edifying repentance and became a Teutonic Knight, and afterward was elected Grand Master. This Conrad was brother to Louis of Thuringia, who was the husband of Saint Elizabeth of Hungary. After the death of Elizabeth, the hospital at Marburg, where she had passed the latter years of her widowhood in the care of the sick, was made over to the Teutonic Knights, and after her canonization a church was built to receive her remains, and placed under the care of the order. In 1240 the Knights received an earnest petition from the Duke of Poland for aid against the Turks, who were ravaging his dominions, and by the enormous multitude of their hosts were able to defeat any army he could bring into the field. The Knights accepted the invitation and took part in a series of bloody and obstinate battles, in which they lost many of their number. They had also a new enemy to encounter in the Duke of Pomerania, who had been their ally, but who now sided with the Prussians against them. In the war that ensued the Duke was defeated, several of his strongholds were taken, and he was obliged to sue for peace. A few years afterward, however, in 1243, the Duke recommenced hostilities, and with more success. Kulm was besieged by him, and the greatest miseries were endured by the inhabitants, the slaughter being so great in the numerous conflicts before the walls that at last very few men remained. The bishop even counselled the widows to marry their servants, that the population of the town might not become extinct. The war was continued for several years with varying fortune, till a peace was at last concluded, principally through the mediation of the Duke of Austria. About this time a disputed election caused a schism in the order, and two rival Grand Masters for several years divided the allegiance of the knights, till Henry de Hohenlohe was recognised by both sides as master. During his term of office, successful war was carried on in Courland and other neighbouring countries, which resulted in the spread of Christianity and the advance of the power of the order. At the same time the Teutonic Order took part in the Crusades in Palestine and shared with the Templars and Hospitallers the successes and reverses there. It would be tedious to enter upon all the details of the conflicts undertaken by the Order against the Prussians and others. Suffice it to say that the Knights, though often defeated, steadily advanced their dominion, and secured its permanence by the erection of fortresses, the centres about which cities and towns ultimately arose. Among these were Danzig, Königsberg, Elbing, Marienberg, and Thorn. By the year 1283 the Order was in possession of all the country between the Vistula and the Memel, Prussia, Courland, part of Livonia, and Samogitia. Commanderies were established everywhere to hold it in subjection, and bishoprics and monasteries were founded for the spread of Christianity among the heathen population. In the contests between the Venetians and the Genoese, the Teutonic Knights aided the former, and in 1291, after the loss of Acre, the Grand Master took up his residence in Venice. About this time the Pope originated a scheme for the union of the three orders of the Hospitallers, the Templars, and the Teutonic Knights into one great order, purposing at the same time to engage the Emperor and the kings of Christendom to lay aside all their quarrels and combine their forces for the recovery, once for all, of the Holy Land. Difficulties without number, which proved insuperable, prevented the realization of the scheme. Among these was the objection raised by the Teutonic Knights that while the Hospitallers and Templars had but one object in view, the recovery of Palestine, their order had to maintain its conquests in the north of Europe, and to prosecute the spread of the true faith among the still heathen nations. In 1309, when all hope of the recovery of the Christian dominion in the East had been abandoned, and no further crusades seemed possible, it was determined to remove the seat of the Grand Master from Venice to Marienberg. At a chapter of the order held there, further regulations were agreed upon for the government of the conquered countries, some of which are very curious, but give an interesting picture of the state of the people and of society at that period. Thus it was commanded that no Jew, necromancer, or sorcerer should be allowed to settle in the country. Masters who had slaves, and generally Prussians, prisoners of war, were obliged to send them to the parish church to be instructed by the clergy in the Christian religion. German alone was to be spoken, and the ancient language of the country was forbidden to prevent the people hatching conspiracies, and to do away with the old idolatry and heathen superstitions. Prussians were not allowed to open shops or taverns, nor to act as surgeons or accoucheurs. The wages of servants were strictly settled, and no increase or diminution was permitted. 3 marks and a half a year were the wages of a carpenter or smith, 2½ marks of a coachman, 1 mark and a half of a labourer, 2 marks of a domestic servant, and ½ mark of a nurse. Masters had the right to follow their runaway servants and to pierce their ears, but if they dismissed a servant before the end of his term of service, they must pay him a year's wages. Servants were not allowed to marry during time of harvest and vintage, under penalty of losing a year's wages and paying a fine of 3 marks. No bargains were to be made on Sundays and festivals, and no shops were to be open on those days till after morning service. Sumptuary laws of the most stringent nature were passed, some of which appear very singular. At a marriage or other domestic festival, officers of justice might offer their guests 6 measures of beer, tradesmen must not give more than 4, peasants only 2. Playing for money, with dice or cards, was forbidden. Bishops were to visit their dioceses every 3 years, and to aid missions to the heathen. Those who gave drink to others must drink of the same beverage themselves, to avoid the danger of poisoning, as commonly practised by the heathen Prussians. A new coinage was also issued. The next half century was a period of general prosperity and advance for the order. It was engaged almost incessantly in war, either for the retention of its conquests or for the acquisition of new territory. There was also internal difficulties and dissensions, and contests with the bishops. In 1308 the Archbishop of Riga appealed to Pope Clement V, making serious charges against the order, and endeavouring to prevail upon him to suppress it in the same way as the Templars had lately been dealt with. Gerard, Count of Holstein, however, came forward as the defender of the Knights. A formal inquiry was opened before the Pope at Avignon in 1323. The principal charges brought forward by the Archbishop were, that the order had not fulfilled the conditions of its sovereignty in defending the Church against its heathen enemies, that it did not regard excommunications, that it had offered insolence to the Archbishop and seized some of the property of his see, and other similar accusations. The Grand Master explained some of these matters, denied others, and produced an autograph letter of the Archbishop's, in which he secretly endeavoured to stir up the Grand Duke of Lithuania to make a treacherous attack upon some of the fortresses of the Knights. The end of the matter was that the case was dismissed, and there is little doubt that there were serious faults on both sides. The times were indeed full of violence, cruelty, and crime. The annals abound with terrible and shameful records, bloody and desolating wars, and individual cases of oppression, injustice, and cruelty. Now a Grand Master is assassinated in his chapel during Vespers. Now a judge is proved to have received bribes, and to have induced a suitor to sacrifice the honour of his wife as price of a favourable decision. Wealth and power led to luxury and sensuality. The weaker were oppressed, noble and bishop alike showing themselves proud and tyrannical. There are often two contradictory accounts of the same transaction, and it is impossible to decide where the fault really was, when there seems so little to choose between the conduct of either side. The conclusion seems forced upon us that human nature was in those days much the same as it is now, and that riches and irresponsible authority scarcely ever fail to lead to pride and to selfish and oppressive treatment of inferiors. When we gaze upon the magnificent cathedrals that were rising all over Europe at the bidding of the great of those times, we are filled with admiration, and disposed to imagine that piety and a high standard of religious life must have prevailed; but a closer acquaintance with historical facts dissipates the illusion, and we find that then as now good and evil were mingled. The history of the order from the next century presents little of interest. In 1388 two of the Knights repaired to England, by order of the Grand Master, to make commercial arrangements with that country, which had been rendered necessary by the changes introduced into the trade of Europe by the creation of the Hanseatic League. A second commercial treaty between King of England and the order was made in 1409. The order had now reached the summit of its greatness. Besides large possessions in Germany, Italy, and other countries, its sovereignty extended from the Oder to the Gulf of Finland. This country was both wealthy and populous. Prussia is said to have contained 55 large fortified cities, 48 fortresses, and 19,008 towns and villages. The population of the larger cities must have been considerable, for we are told that in 1352 the plague carried off 13,000 persons in Danzig, 4,000 in Thorn, 6,000 at Elbing, and 8,000 at Königsberg. One authority reckons the population of Prussia at this time at 2,140,800. The greater part of these were German immigrants, since the original inhabitants had either perished in the war or retired to Lithuania. Historians who were either members of the order or favourably disposed toward it are loud in their praise of the wisdom and generosity of its government, while others accuse its members and heads of pride, tyranny, luxury, and cruel exactions. In 1410 the Teutonic Order received a most crushing defeat at Tannenberg from the King of Poland, assisted by bodies of Russians, Lithuanians, and Tartars. The Grand Master, Ulrich de Jungingen, was slain, with several hundred knights and many thousand soldiers. There is said to have been a chapel built at Grunwald in which an inscription declared that 60,000 Poles and 40,000 of the army of the Knights were left dead upon the field of battle. The banner of the order, its treasury, and a multitude of prisoners fell into the hands of the enemy, who shortly afterward marched against Marienberg and closely besieged it. Several of the federatories of the Knights sent in their submissions to the King of Poland, who began at once to dismember the dominions of the order and to assign portions to his followers. But this proved to be premature. The Knights found in Henry de Planau a valiant leader, who defended the city with such courage and obstinacy that after 57 days' siege the enemy retired after serious loss from sorties and sickness. A series of battles followed, and finally a treaty of peace was signed, by which the order gave up some portion of its territory to Poland. But a new enemy was on its way to inflict upon the order greater and more lasting injury than that which the sword could effect. The doctrines of Wycliffe had for some time been spreading throughout Europe, and had lately received a new impulse from the vigorous effects of John Huss in Bohemia, who had eagerly embraced them, and set himself to preach them, with additions of his own. Several knights accepted the teachings of Huss, and either retired from the order or were forcibly ejected. Differences and disputes also arose within the order, which ended in the arrest and deposition of the Grand Master in 1413. But the new doctrines had taken deep root, and a large party within the order were more or less favourable to them, so much so that at the Council of Constance, in 1415, a strong party demanded the total suppression of the Teutonic Order. This was overruled, but it probably induced the Grand Master to commence a series of persecutions against those in his dominions who followed the principles of Huss. The treaty that had followed the defeat at Tannenberg had been almost from the first disputed by both parties, and for some years appeals were made to the Pope and the Emperor on several points, but the decisions seldom gave satisfaction or commanded obedience. The general result was the loss to the order of some further portions of its dominions. Another outbreak of the plague, in 1427, inflicted injury upon the order. In a few weeks no less than 81,746 persons perished. There were also about this time certain visions of hermits and others which threatened terrible judgments upon the order, because while it professed to exist and fight for the honour of God, the defence of the Church, and the propagation of the faith, it really desired and laboured only for its own aggrandizement. It was said, too, that it should perish through a goose, and the word Huss means a goose in the Bohemian patois. It was said afterward that the writings of Huss, or more truly perhaps the work of the goose quill, had fulfilled the prophecy in undermining and finally subverting the order. There were also disputes respecting the taxes, which the people declared to be oppressive, and finally, in 1454, a formidable rebellion took place against the authority of the Knights. Casimir, King of Poland, who had long had hostile intentions against the order, secretly threw all his weight into the cause of the malcontents, who made such way that the Grand Master was forced to retire to Marienberg, his capital, where he was soon closely besieged. Casimir now openly declared war, and laid claim to the dominions of the Knights in Prussia and Pomerania, formally annexing them to the Kingdom of Poland. The Grand Master sent petitions for aid to the neighbouring princes, but without success. The Kings of Denmark and Sweden excused themselves on account of the distance of their dominions from the seat of the war. Ladislaus, King of Bohemia and Hungary, was about to marry his sister to Casimir, and the religious dissensions of Bohemia and the attacks of the Turks upon Hungary fully occupied his attention, and demanded the employment of all his troops and treasure. And finally the capture of Constantinople by Mahomet at this very time, 1458, seemed to paralyse the energies of the European powers. The Grand Master, Louis d'Erlichshausen, thus found himself deserted in his time of need. He did what he could by raising a considerable body of mercenaries, and with these, his knights, and the regular troops of the order, he defended himself with courage and wonderful endurance, so that he not only succeeded in holding the city, but recovered several other towns that had revolted. But his resources were unequal to the demands made upon them. His enemy overwhelmed him with numbers, his own soldiers clamoured for their pay long overdue, and there was no prospect of aid from without. There was nothing left, therefore, to him but to make the best terms he could. He adopted the somewhat singular plan of making over Marienberg and what remained of the dominions of the order to the chiefs who had given him aid, in payment for their services, and he himself with his knights and troops retired to Königsberg, which then became the capital of the order. Marienberg soon afterward came into the hands of Casimir, but the knights again captured it and again lost it in 1460. War continued year after year between Poland and the knights, the general result of which was that the latter were defeated and lost one town after another, till in 1466 a peace was concluded, by the terms of which the knights ceded to Poland almost all the western part of their dominions, retaining only a part of eastern Prussia, with Königsberg for their capital, the Grand Master acknowledging himself the vassal of the King of Poland, with the title of Prince and Councillor of the kingdom. In 1497 the order lost its possessions in Sicily through the influence of the Pope and the King of Aragon, who combined to deprive it of them. It still retained a house at Venice, and some other property in Lombardy. In 1511 Albert de Brandenburg was elected Grand Master. He made strenuous efforts to procure the independence of the order, and solicited the aid of the Emperor to free it from the authority of Poland, but without success. The Grand Master refused the customary homage to the King of Poland, and after fruitless negotiations war once more was declared, which continued till 1521, when peace was concluded, one of the results of which was the separation of Livonia from the dominion of the order and its erection into an independent state. All this time the doctrines of Luther had been making progress and spreading among all classes in Prussia and Germany. In 1522 the Grand Master went to Nuremberg to consult with the Lutherans there, and shortly afterward he visited Luther himself at Wittenberg. Luther's advice was decided and trenchant. He poured contempt upon the rules of the order, and advised Albert to break away from it and marry. Melanchthon supported Luther's counsels. Shortly after, Luther wrote a vigorous letter to the Knights of the Order, in which he maintained that it was of no use to God or man. He urged all the members to break their vow of celibacy and to marry, saying that it was impossible for human nature to be chaste in any other way, and that God's law, which commanded man to increase and multiply, was older than the decrees of councils and the vows of religious orders. At the request of the Grand Master he also sent missionaries into Prussia to preach the reformed doctrines. 1 or 2 bishops and many of the clergy accepted them, and they spread rapidly among the people. Services began to be said in the vulgar tongue, and the images and other ornaments were pulled down in the churches, especially in the country districts. In 1525 Albert met the King of Poland at Cracow and formally resigned his office as Grand Master of the Teutonic Order, making over his dominions to the King, and receiving from him in return the title of Hereditary Duke of Prussia. Shortly afterward he followed Luther's advice and married the Princess Dorothea of Denmark. Many of the knights followed his example. The annals and archives of the order were transferred to the custody of the King of Poland, and were lost or destroyed during the troubles that subsequently came upon that kingdom. A considerable number of the knights refused to change their religion and abandon their order, and in 1527 assembled in chapter at Mergentheim to consult as to their plans for the future. They elected Walter de Kronberg Grand Master, whose appointment was ratified by the Emperor Charles V. In the religious wars that followed, the knights fought on the side of the Emperor against the Protestants. In 1595 the commandery of Venice was sold to the Patriarch and was converted into a diocesan seminary, and in 1637 the commandery of Utrecht was lost to the order. In 1631 Mergentheim was taken by the Swedes under General Horn. In the war against the Turks during this period some of the knights, true to the ancient principles of their order, took part on the Christian side, both in Hungary and in the Mediterranean. In the wars of Louis XIV the order lost many of its remaining commanderies, and by an edict of the King, in 1672, the separate existence of the order was abolished in his dominions, and its possessions were conferred on the order of St. Lazarus. When Prussia was erected into a kingdom in 1701, the order issued a solemn protest against the act, asserting its ancient rights over that country. The order maintained its existence in an enfeebled condition till 1809, when it was formally abolished by Napoleon. In 1840 Austria instituted an honorary order called by the same name, and in 1852 Prussia revived it under the designation of the Order of St. John. End of chapter 7.
Section 8 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 8. Philip of France wins the French domains of the English kings, A.D. 1202-1204, by Kate Norgate, Part 1. When Richard the Lionhearted died in 1199, he left no son to follow him on the throne of England and to claim possession of the vast French fiefs of the Plantagenet family. These fiefs, which covered more than half of France and made their undisputed lord more powerful than the French king himself, became at once a source of strife. John, nicknamed Lackland, the youngest brother of Richard, succeeded him in England and in Normandy without dispute, but their little nephew Arthur was already Count of Brittany, and the other French possessions of the Plantagenets, Anjou, Maine, and Touraine, declared for Arthur in preference to John. At this time, France was ruled by Philip Augustus, who ranks among the shrewdest and ablest of all her monarchs. Dreading the vast power of the Plantagenets, he naturally sought to divide their domains by upholding Arthur. This unhappy lad, only 12 years old, was made a mere pawn in the savage game of his elders. His tragic fate is powerfully depicted by Shakespeare in his King John. After some fighting and several sharp political moves and counter-moves, John and Philip came to terms, May 18th, 1200, by which the French king conferred almost all of the disputed fiefs on John. Constant bickering, however, continued. John had to do homage for his fiefs, and his French vassals took every opportunity to appeal from him to Philip as their overlord. Finally, when the moment seemed propitious, Philip demanded from his overgrown vassal certain Norman castles as a sort of guarantee of good behavior. This led up to the war in which the Plantagenets lost all their French domains and became lords only of England. It was arranged that John and Philip should hold a conference at Bodevant. John, it appears, kept, or at least was ready to keep, the appointment, but Philip either was, or pretended to be, afraid of venturing into Norman territory, and would not advance beyond Gouleton. Thither John came across the river to meet him. No agreement was arrived at. Finally, Philip cited John to appear in Paris 15 days after Easter 1202 at the court of his overlord the King of France, to stand to its judgment, to answer to his lord for his misdoings, and undergo the sentence of his peers. The citation was addressed to John as Count of Anjou and Poitou and Duke of Aquitaine. The Norman duchy was not mentioned in it. This omission was clearly intentional, when John answered the citation by reminding Philip that he was Duke of Normandy, and as such, in virtue of ancient agreement between the kings and the dukes, not bound to go to any meeting with the King of France save on the borders of their respective territories. Philip retorted that he had summoned not the Duke of Normandy, but the Duke of Aquitaine, and that his rights over the latter were not to be annulled by the accidental union of the two dignities in one person. John then promised that he would appear before the court in Paris on the appointed day, and give up to Philip 2 small castles, Thilière and Boutevant, as security for his submitting to its decision. April 28th passed, and both these promises remained unfulfilled. One English writer asserts that thereupon the assembled court of the King of France adjudged the King of England to be deprived of all his land which he and his forefathers had hitherto held of the King of France. But there is reason to think that this statement is erroneous, and derived from a false report put forth by Philip Augustus for political purposes 2 or 3 years later. It is certain that after the date of this alleged sentence, negotiations still went on. Great and excellent mediators endeavored to arrange a pacification, and Philip himself, according to his own account, had another interview with John, at which he used all his powers of persuasion to bring him to submission, but in vain. Then the French king, by the advice of his barons, formally defied his rebellious vassal. In a sudden burst of wrath, he ordered the Archbishop of Canterbury, evidently one of the mediators just referred to, out of his territories, and dashing after him with such forces as he had at hand, began hostilities by a raid upon Boudevant, which he captured and burned. Even after this, if we may trust his own report, he sent 4 knights to John to make a final attempt at reconciliation, but John would not see them. The war which followed was characteristic of both kings alike. Philip's attack took the form not of a regular invasion, but of a series of raids upon eastern Normandy, whereby, in the course of the next 3 months, he made himself master of Thilier, Lyon, Longchamp, La Fontaine-Bray, Orgueil, Gournay, Mortemer, Aumale, and the town and county of Eu. John was throughout the same period flitting ceaselessly about within a short distance of all these places, but Philip never came up with him, and he never but once came up with Philip. On July 7th, 1202, the French king laid siege to Radipont, some 10 miles to the southeast of Rouen. John, who was at Bonport, let him alone for a week, and then suddenly appeared before the place, whereupon Philip immediately withdrew. John, however, made no attempt at pursuit. According to his wont, he let matters take their course till he saw a favorable opportunity for retaliation. At the end of the month, the opportunity came. At the conclusion of the treaty in May 1200, Arthur, after doing homage to his uncle for Brittany, had been by him restored to the guardianship of the French king. The death of the boy's mother in September 1201 left him more than ever exposed to Philip's influence, and it was no doubt as a measure of precaution, in view of the approaching strife between the kings, that John, on March 27, 1202, summoned his beloved nephew Arthur to come and do right to him at Argenton at the octave of Easter. The summons probably met with no more obedience than did Philip's summons to John, and before the end of April, Philip had bound Arthur securely to his side by promising him the hand of his infant daughter Mary. This promise was ratified by a formal betrothal at Gournay, after the capture of that place by the French. At the same time, Philip made Arthur a knight, and gave him the investiture of all the Angevin dominions except Normandy. Toward the end of July, Philip dispatched Arthur, with a force of 200 French knights, to join the Lusignans in an attack on Poitou. The barons of Brittany and of Berry had been summoned to meet him at Tours, but the only allies who did meet him there were 3 of the Lusignans and Savaric de Mauleon, with some 300 knights. Overruling the caution of the boy duke, who wished to wait for reinforcements from his own duchy, the impetuous Southerners urged an immediate attack upon Mirabeau, their object being to capture Queen Eleanor, who was known to be there, and whom they rightly regarded as the mainstay of John's power in Aquitaine. Eleanor, however, became aware of their project in time to dispatch a letter to her son, begging him to come to her rescue. He was already moving southward when her courier met him on July 30th as he was approaching Le Mans. By marching day and night, he and his troops covered the whole distance between Le Mans and Mirabeau, 80 miles at the least, in 48 hours, and appeared on August 1st, 1202, before the besieged castle. The enemies had already taken the outer ward and thrown down all the gates save one, deeming their own valor a sufficient safeguard against John's expected attack. So great was their self-confidence that they even marched out to meet him. Like most of those who at one time or another fought against John, they underrated the latent capacities of their adversary. They were driven back into the castle, hotly pursued by his troops, who under the guidance of William de Roche forced their way in after the fugitives and were in a short time masters of the place. The whole of the French and Poitevin forces were either slain or captured, and among the prisoners were the 3 Lusignans and Arthur. Philip was at that moment busy with the siege of Arques. On the receipt of these tidings, he left it and turned southward, but he failed, or perhaps did not attempt, to intercept John, who, bringing his prisoners with him, made his way leisurely back to Falaise. There he imprisoned Arthur in the castle, and dispatched his victorious troops against Arthur's duchy. They captured Dole and Fougères, and harried the country as far as Rennes. Philip, after ravaging Touraine, fired the city of Tours and took the citadel. Immediately afterward he withdrew to his own territories, as by that time John was again at Chinon. As soon as Philip was gone, John in his turn entered Tours and wrested the citadel from the French garrison left there by his rival. But his success was won at the cost of another conflagration, which, an English chronicler declares, was never forgiven him by the citizens and the barons of Touraine. For the moment, however, he was in luck. In Aquitaine he seemed in a fair way to carry all before him without striking a blow. Angoulême had passed into his hands by the death of his father-in-law on June 17th. Guy of Limoges had risen in revolt again, but at the end of August or early in September he was captured. The Lusignans, from their prison at Caen, made overtures for peace, and by dint of protestations and promises succeeded ere long in regaining their liberty, of course on the usual conditions of surrendering their castles and giving hostages for their loyalty. It was almost equally a matter of course that as soon as they were free they began intriguing against John. But the chronic intrigues of the South were in reality, as John himself seems to have discovered, a far less serious danger than the disaffection in his northern dominions. This last evil was undoubtedly, so far as Normandy was concerned, owing in great measure to John's own fault. He had entrusted the defense of the Norman duchy to his mercenaries under the command of a Provençal captain, whose real name is unknown, who seems to have adopted for himself the nickname of Loup Pescar, the fisherman, which the Normans apparently corrupted into Louvrecar, and who habitually treated his employer's peaceable subjects in a fashion in which other commanders would have shrunk from treating avowed enemies. Side by side with the discontent thus caused among the people, there was a rapid growth of treason among the Norman barons, treason fraught with far greater peril than the treason of the nobles of Aquitaine, because it was more persistent and more definite in its aim, because it was at once less visible and tangible and more deeply rooted, because it spread in silence and wrought in darkness, and because, while no southern rebel ever really fought for anything but his own hand, the northern traitors were in close concert with Philip Augustus. John knew not whom to trust. He could, in fact, trust no one, and herein lay the explanation of his restless movements, his unaccountable wanderings, his habit of journeying through byways, his constant changes of plan. Moreover, besides the Aquitanian rebels, the Norman traitors, and the French enemy, there were the Breton partisans of Arthur to be reckoned with. These had now found a leader in William de Roche, who, when he saw that he could not prevail upon John to set Arthur at liberty, openly withdrew from the king's service and organized a league of the Breton nobles against him. These Bretons, reinforced by some barons from Anjou and Maine, succeeded, on October 29, 1202, in gaining possession of Angers. It may have been to watch for an opportunity of dislodging them that John, who was then at Le Mans, went to spend a fortnight at Saumur and another at Chinon. Early in December, however, he fell back upon Normandy, and while the intruders were harrying his ancestral counties with fire and sword, he kept Christmas with his queen at Caen, faring sumptuously every day and prolonging his morning slumbers till dinner-time. It seems that shortly afterward the queen returned to Chinon, and that in the middle of January 1203 the enemies at Angers were discovered to be planning an attempt to capture her there. John hurried to Le Mans, only stopping at Alençon to dine with Count Robert and endeavor to secure his suspected loyalty by confirming him in all his possessions. No sooner had they parted, however, than Robert rode off to the French court, did homage to Philip, and admitted a French garrison into Alençon. While John, thus placed between two fires, was hesitating whether to go on or to go back, Peter de Preaux succeeded in getting the queen out of Chinon and bringing her to her husband at Le Mans. Thence they managed to make their way back in safety to Falaise. This incident may have suggested to John that it was time to take some decisive step toward getting rid of Arthur's claims. According to one English chronicler, some of the king's counselors had already been urging this matter upon him for some time past. They pointed out that so long as Arthur lived, and was neither physically nor legally incapacitated for ruling, the Bretons would never be quiet, and no lasting peace with France would be possible. They therefore suggested to the king a horrible scheme for rendering Arthur incapable of being any longer a source of danger. The increasing boldness of the Bretons at last provoked John into consenting to this project, and he dispatched 3 of his servants to Falaise to put out the eyes of the captive. 2 of these men chose to leave the king's service rather than obey him. The third went to Falaise as he was bidden, but found it impossible to fulfill his errand. Arthur's struggles were backed by the very soldiers who guarded him, and the fear of a mutiny drove their commander, Hubert de Burgh, to prevent the execution of an order which he felt that the king would soon have cause to regret. He gave out, however, that the order had been fulfilled, and that Arthur had died in consequence. The effect of this announcement proved at once the wisdom of Hubert and the folly of those to whose counsel John had yielded. The fury of the Bretons became boundless. They vowed never to leave a moment's peace to the tyrant who had committed such a ghastly crime upon their duke, his own nephew, and Hubert soon found it necessary for John's own sake to confess his fraud and demonstrate to friends and foes alike that Arthur was still alive and uninjured. John himself now attempted to deal with Arthur in another way. Being at Falaise at the end of January 1203, he caused his nephew to be brought before him and addressed him with fair words, promising him great honors if he would forsake the King of France and cleave faithfully to his uncle and rightful lord. Arthur, however, rejected these overtures with scorn, vowing that there should be no peace unless the whole Angevin dominions, including England, were surrendered to him as Richard's lawful heir. John retorted by transferring his prisoner from Falaise to Rouen and confining him more strictly than ever in the citadel. Thenceforth Arthur disappears from history. What was his end, no one knows. The chronicle of the Abbey of Margan in South Wales, a chronicle of which the only known manuscript ends with the year 1232, and of which the portion dealing with the early years of John's reign was not compiled in its present form till after 1221 at earliest, asserts that on Maunday Thursday, April 3rd, 1203, John, after dinner, being drunk and possessed by the devil, slew his nephew with his own hand and tied a great stone to the body, which he flung into the Seine, that a fisherman's net brought it up again, and that, being recognized, it was buried secretly, for fear of the tyrant, in the church of Notre-Dame-des-Prés, near Rouen. William the Breton, in his poem on Philip Augustus, completed about 1216, relates in detail, but without date, how John took Arthur out alone with him by night in a boat on the Seine, plunged a sword into his body, rode along for 3 miles with the corpse, and then threw it overboard. Neither of these writers gives any authority for his story. The earliest authority of precisely ascertained date to which we can trace the assertion that Arthur was murdered was a document put forth by a personage whose word, on any subject whatever, is as worthless as the word of John himself, King Philip Augustus of France. In 1216, about the time when his Breton historiographer's poem was completed, Philip affected to regard it as a notorious fact that John had, either in person or by another's hand, murdered his nephew. But Philip at the same time went on to assert that John had been summoned to trial before the Supreme Court of France, and by it condemned to forfeiture of all his dominions, on that same charge of murder, and this latter assertion is almost certainly false. 7 months after the date assigned by the Margan annalist to Arthur's death, in October 1203, Philip owned himself ignorant whether the Duke of Brittany were alive or not. Clearly, therefore, it was not as the avenger of Arthur's murder that Philip took the field at the end of April. On the other hand, Philip had never made the slightest attempt to obtain Arthur's release. Early in 1203, if not before, he was almost openly laying his plans in anticipation of Arthur's permanent effacement from politics. End of section 8. Section 9 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 9. Philip of France wins the French domains of the English kings, A.D. 1202 to 1204, by Kate Norgate, Part 2. The interests of the French king were in fact no less concerned in Arthur's imprisonment and more concerned in his death than were the interests of John himself. John's one remaining chance of holding Philip and the Bretons in check was to keep them in uncertainty whether Arthur were alive or dead, in order to prevent the Bretons from adopting any decided policy and hamper the French king in his dealings with them and with the Angevin and Poitevin rebels, by compelling him to base his alliance with them on conditions avowedly liable to be annulled at any moment by Arthur's reappearance on the political scene. If, therefore, Arthur, as is most probable, was now really dead, whether he had indeed perished a victim of one of those fits of ungovernable fury in which, and in which alone, the Angevin counts sometimes added blunder to crime, or whether he had died a natural death from sickness in prison, or by a fall in attempting to escape, it would be equally politic on John's part to let rumor do its worst, rather than suffer any gleam of light to penetrate the mystery which shrouded the captive's fate. John's chance, however, was a desperate one. A fortnight after Easter, 1203, the French king attacked and took Saumur. Moving southward, he was joined by some Poitevins and Bretons, with whose help he captured sundry castles in Aquitaine. Thence he went back to the Norman border, to be welcomed at Alençon by its count, and to lay siege to Conques. John, who was then at Falaise, sent William the Marshal to Conques, to beg that Philip would have pity on him and make peace. Philip refused. John hurried back to Rouen, to find both city and castle in flames. Whether kindled by accident or by treachery, there is nothing to show. Conques was taken, Vaudreuil was betrayed. The few other castles in the county of Evreux, which had not already passed, either by cession, conquest, or treason, into Philip's hands, shared the like fate, while John flitted restlessly up and down between Rouen and various places in the neighborhood, but made no direct effort to check the progress of the invader. Messenger after messenger came to him with the same story. The King of France is in your land as an enemy. He is taking your castles. He is binding your seneschals to their horses' tails and dragging them shamefully to prison. He is dealing with your goods at his own pleasure. John heard them all with an unmoved countenance, and dismissed them all with the unvarying reply, "Let him alone. Some day I shall win back all that he is winning from me now." It was by diplomacy that John hoped to parry the attack which he knew he could not repel by force. Early in the year he had complained to the Pope of the long course of insult and aggression pursued toward him by Philip, and begged Innocent to interfere in his behalf. Thereupon Philip, in his turn, sent messengers and letters to the Pope, giving his own version of his relations with John, and endeavoring to justify his own conduct. On May 26th, Innocent announced to both kings that he was about to dispatch the abbots of Casamario, Troyfontaine, and Dun as commissioners to arbitrate upon the matters in dispute between them. These envoys seem to have been delayed on their journey, and when they reached France, they, for some time, found it impossible to ascertain whether Philip would or would not accept their arbitration. When at last he met them in council at Mantes on August 26th, he told them bluntly that he was not bound to take his orders from the Apostolic See as to his rights over a fief and a vassal of his own, and that the matter in dispute between the two kings was no business of the Pope's. John, meanwhile, had, on August 11th, suddenly quitted his passive attitude and laid siege to Alençon, but he retired on Philip's approach 4 days later. An attempt which he made to regain Brezol was equally ineffectual. Philip, on the other hand, was now resolved to bring the war to a crisis. It was probably straight from the council at Mantes that he marched to the siege of Château Gaillard. Château Gaillard was a fortress of far other importance than any of the castles which both parties had been so lightly winning, losing, and winning again during the last 10 years. It was the key of the Seine above Rouen, the bulwark raised by Richard Coeur de Leon to protect his favorite city against attack from France. Not till the fortifications which commanded the river at Les Andelys were either destroyed or in his own hands could Philip hope to win the Norman capital. And those fortifications were of no common order. Their builder was the greatest, as he was the last, of the great builders of Anjou, and his fair castle on the rock of Andelys was at once the supreme outcome of their architectural genius, and the earliest and most perfect example in Europe of the new development which the Crusaders' study of the mighty works of Byzantine or even earlier conquerors, quickened and illuminated as it was by the exigencies of their own struggle with the infidels, had given to the science of military architecture in the East. During the past year, John had added to his brother's castle a chapel with an undercroft, placed at the southeastern corner of the second ward. The fortress, which nature and art had combined to make impregnable, was well stocked with supplies of every kind. Moreover, it was one of the few places in Normandy which Philip had no hope of winning, and John no fear of losing, through treason on the part of its commandant. Roger de Lacy, to whom John had given it in charge, was an English baron who had no stake in Normandy, and whose personal interest was therefore bound up with that of the English king. He was also a man of high character and dauntless courage. Nothing short of a siege of the most determined kind would avail against the saucy castle, and on that siege Philip now concentrated all his forces and all his skill. As the right bank of the Seine at that point was entirely commanded by the castle and its neighbor fortification, the walled town, also built by Richard, known as the New or Lesser Andely, while the river itself was doubly barred by a stockade across its bed, close under the foot of the rock, and by a strong tower on an island in mid-stream just below the town, he was obliged to encamp in the meadows on the opposite shore. The stockade, however, was soon broken down by the daring of a few young Frenchmen, and the waterway being thus cleared for the transport of materials, he was enabled to construct below the island a pontoon, by means of which he could throw a portion of his troops across the river to form the siege of the New Andely, place the island garrison between two fires, and at once keep open his own communications and cut off those of the besieged with both sides of the river alike. These things seem to have been done toward the end of August. On the 27th and 28th of that month, John was at Montfort, a castle some 25 miles from Rouen, held by one of his few faithful barons, Hugh of Gournay. On the 30th, if not the 29th, he and all his available forces were back at Rouen, ready to attempt on that very night the relief of Les Andelys. The king's plan was a masterpiece of ingenuity, and the fact that the elaborate preparations needed for its execution were made so rapidly and so secretly as to escape detection by an enemy so close at hand goes far to show how mistaken are the charges of sloth and incapacity which, even in his own day, men brought against John Softsword. He had arranged that a force of 300 knights, 3,000 mounted men-at-arms, and 4,000 foot, under the command of William the Marshal, with a band of mercenaries under Louis Pescar, should march by night from Rouen along the left bank of the Seine, and fall, under cover of darkness, upon the portion of the French army which still lay on that side of the river. Meanwhile, 70 transport vessels, which had been built by Richard to serve either for sea or river traffic, and as many more boats as could be collected, were to be laden with provisions for the distressed garrison of the island fort, and convoyed up the stream by a flotilla of small warships, manned by pirates under a chief named Allen, and carrying, besides their own daring and reckless crews, a force of 3,000 Flemings. 200 strokes of the oar, John reckoned, would bring these ships to the French pontoon. They must break it if they could. If not, they could at least cooperate with the Marshal and Louis Pescar in cutting off the northern division of the French host from its comrades and supplies on the left bank, and throw into the island fort provisions which would enable it to hold out till John himself should come to its rescue. One error brought the scheme to ruin, an error neither of strategy nor of conduct, but of scientific knowledge. John had miscalculated the time at which, on that night, the Seine would be navigable upstream, and his counselors evidently shared his mistake till it was brought home to them by experience. The land forces achieved their march without hindrance, and at the appointed hour, shortly before daybreak, fell upon the French camp with such a sudden and furious onslaught that the whole of its occupants fled across the pontoon, which broke under their weight. But the fleet, which had been intended to arrive at the same time, was unable to make way against the tide, and before it could reach its destination, the French had rallied on the northern bank, repaired the pontoon, recrossed it in full force, and routed John's troops. The ships, when they at last came up, thus found themselves unsupported in their turn, and though they made a gallant fight, they were beaten back with heavy loss. In the flush of victory, one young Frenchman contrived to set fire to the island fort. It surrendered, and the whole population of the new Andely fled in a panic to Chateau Gaillard, leaving their town to be occupied by Philip. The saucy castle itself still remained to be won. Knowing, however, that for this nothing was likely to avail but a blockade, which was now practically formed on two sides by his occupation of the island fort and the lesser Andely, Philip on the very next day set off to make another attempt on Rhadapont, whence he had been driven away by John a year before. This time, John made no effort to dislodge him. It was not worth while. The one thing that mattered now was Chateau Gaillard. Thither Philip, after receiving the surrender of Rhadapont, returned toward the end of September 1203 to complete the blockade. No second attempt to relieve it was possible. It may have been for the purpose of endeavoring to collect fresh troops from the western districts, which were as yet untouched by the war, that John about this time visited his old county of Mortagne, and even went as far as Dol, which his soldiers had taken in the previous year. But his military resources in Normandy were exhausted. The marshal bluntly advised him to give up the struggle. "Sire," said William, "you have not enough friends. If you provoke your enemies to fight, you will diminish your own force, and when a man provokes his enemies, it is but just if they make him rue it." "Whoso is afraid, let him flee," answered John. "I myself will not flee for a year, and if indeed it came to fleeing, I should not think of saving myself otherwise than you would, wheresoever you might be." "I know that well, sire," replied William, "but you, who are wise and mighty and of high lineage, and whose work it is to govern us all, have not been careful to avoid irritating people. If you had, it would have been better for us all. Methinks I speak not without reason." The king, as if a sword had struck him to the heart, spoke not a word, but rushed to his chamber. Next morning he was nowhere to be found. He had gone away in a boat, almost alone, and it was only at Bonneville that his followers rejoined him. This was apparently at the beginning of October 1203. For 2 months more he lingered in the duchy, where his position was growing more hopeless day by day. At the end of October, or early in November, he took the decisive step of dismantling Pont de la Arche, Molyneux, and Montfort, 3 castles which, next to Chateau Gaillard, would be of the greatest value to the French for an advance upon Rouen. To Rouen itself he returned once more on November 9th, and stayed there 4 days. On the 12th he set out for Bonneville, accompanied by the Queen, and telling his friends that he intended to go to England to seek counsel and aid from his barons and people there, and would soon return. In reality, his departure from the capital was caused by a rumor which had reached him of a conspiracy among the Norman barons to deliver him up to Philip Augustus. At Bonneville, therefore, he lodged not in the town, but in the castle, and only for a few hours. The marshal and 1 or 2 others alone were warned of his intention to set forth again before daybreak, and the little party had got a start of 7 leagues on the road to Caen before their absence was discovered by the rest of the suite, of whom some went after them, and the more part went back. Still John was reluctant to leave Normandy. He went south to Domfront and west to Vire before he again returned to the coast at Barfleur on November 28th, and even then he spent 5 days at Gonneville and 1 at Cherbourg before he finally took ship at Barfleur on December 5th to land at Portsmouth next day. It was probably before he left Rouen that he addressed a letter to the commandant of Chateau Gaillard in these terms: "We thank you for your good and faithful service, and desire that, as much as in you lies, you will persevere in the fidelity and homage which you owe to us, that you may receive a worthy meed of praise from God and from ourself and from all who know your faithfulness. If, however, which God forbid, you should find yourself in such straits that you can hold out no longer, then do whatsoever our trusty and well-beloved Peter of Pro, William of Mortimer, and Hugh of Howells, our clerk, shall bid you in our name." An English chronicler says that John, being unwilling or unable to succor the besieged through fear of the treason of his men, went to England, leaving all the Normans in a great perturbation of fear. It is hard to see what they feared unless it were John's possible vengeance, at some future time, for their universal readiness to welcome his rival. Not one town manned its walls, not one baron mustered his tenants and garrisoned his castles to withstand the invader. Some, as soon as John was out of the country, openly made a truce with Philip for a year, on the understanding that if not succored by John within that time, they would receive the French king as their lord. The rest stood passively looking on at the one real struggle of the war, the struggle for Chateau Gaillard. At length, on March 6, 1204, the saucy castle fell. Its fall opened the way for a French advance upon Rouen, but before taking this further step, Philip deemed it politic to let the Pope's envoy, the abbot of Casamario, complete his mission by going to speak with John. The abbot was received at a great council in London at the end of March. The result was his return to France early in April, in company with the Archbishop of Canterbury, the bishops of Norwich and Ely, and the Earls of Pembroke and Leicester, all charged with a commission to sound the French king and treat with him about terms of peace. On the French king's side, the negotiation was a mere form. To whatever conditions the envoys proposed, he always found some objection, and his own demands were such as John's representatives dared not attempt to lay before their sovereign. Arthur's restoration, or, if he were dead, the surrender of his sister Eleanor, and the cession to Philip, as her suzerain and guardian, of the whole continental dominions of the Angevin house. Finally, Philip dropped the mask altogether and made a direct offer, not to John, but to John's Norman subjects, including the 2 lay ambassadors. All those, he said, who within a year and a day would come to him and do him homage for their lands should receive confirmation of their tenure from him. Hereupon the 2 English earls, after consulting together, gave him 500 marks each, on the express understanding that he was to leave them unmolested in the enjoyment of their Norman lands for a 12-month and a day, and that at the expiration of that time they would come and do homage for those lands to him, if John had not meanwhile regained possession of the duchy. Neither William the Marshal nor his colleague had any thought of betraying or deserting John. As the Marshal's biographer says, they did not wish to be false, and when they reached England they seem to have frankly told John what they had done, and to have received no blame for it. The return of the English embassy was followed by a letter from the commandant of Rouen, John's trusty and well-beloved Peter of Preux, informing the English king that all the castles and towns from Bayeux to Anet had promised Philip that they would surrender to him as soon as he was master of Rouen, an event which, Peter plainly hinted, was not likely to be long delayed. This information about the western towns was probably incorrect, for it was on western Normandy that Philip made his next attack. John, meanwhile, had in January imposed a scutage of 2 marks and a half per shield throughout England, and, in addition, a tax of a 1/7 of movables, which, though it fell upon all classes alike, the clergy included, he is said to have demanded expressly on the ground of the baron's desertion of him in Normandy. The hire of a mercenary force was of course the object to which the proceeds of both these taxes were destined. But they took time to collect, and John soon fell back upon a readier, though less trustworthy, resource, and summoned the feudal host of England to meet him at Portsmouth, seemingly in the first week of May. It gathered, however, so slowly that he was obliged to give up the expedition. Philip was about this time besieging Falaise. He won it, and went on in triumph to receive the surrender of Domfront, Saez, Lisieux, Caen, Bayeux, Coutances, Barfleur, and Cherbourg. He was then joined by John's late ally, the Count of Boulogne, as well as by Guy of Thouars, the widower of Constance of Brittany, and these two, their forces swelled by a troop of mercenaries who had transferred their services from John to Philip after the surrender of Falaise, completed the conquest of southwestern Normandy, while the French king at last set his face toward Rouen. He was not called upon to besiege it, nor even to threaten it with a siege. On June 1st, 1204, Peter de Preaux made in his own name and in the names of the commandants of Arques and Verneuil a truce with Philip, promising that these 2 fortresses and Rouen should surrender if not succored within 30 days. The 3 Castellans sent notice of this arrangement to John, who, powerless and penniless as he was, scornfully bade them look for no help from him, but do whatsoever seemed to them best. It seemed to them best not even to wait for the expiration of the truce. Rouen surrendered on June 24th, and in a few days Arques and Verneuil followed its example. Thus did Normandy forsake, as Anjou and Maine had already forsaken, the heir of its ancient rulers for the king of the French. End of section 9.
Section 10 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avaí in March 2011. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 10. Founding of the Mongol Empire by Genghis Khan, A.D. 1203, by Henry H. Haworth. Part 1. The origin and early history of the Mongols are very obscure, but from Chinese annals we learn of the existence of the race from the 6th to the 9th century in regions around the north of the great desert of Gobi and Lake Baikal in eastern Asia. The name Mongol is derived from the word Mong, meaning brave or bold. Chinese accounts show that it was given to the Mongol race long before the time of Genghis Khan. It is conjectured that the Mongols were at first one tribe of a great confederacy, whose name was probably extended to the whole when the power of the imperial house which governed it gained the supremacy. The Mongol Khans are traced up to the old royal race of the Turks, who from a very early period were masters of the Mongolian desert and its borderland. Here, from time immemorial, the Mongols had made their home, leading a miserable nomadic life in the midst of a wild and barren country, unrecognized by their neighbors, and their very name unknown centuries after their kinsmen, the Turks, had been exercising an all-powerful influence over the destinies of Western Asia. But at the beginning of the 13th century arose among them a chief, Genghis Khan, the very mighty ruler, whose prowess was destined to lead the Mongolian hordes to the conquest of a vast empire, extending over China, and from India through Persia and into Russia. Who and what this mighty ruler was, and by what achievements he advanced to lay the foundations of his empire, are told by Haworth, not only with an authoritative fidelity to history, but with a literary art that is no less faithful in its appreciation of Oriental character and custom. Among the men who have influenced the history of the world, Genghis Khan holds a foremost place. Popularly, he is mentioned with Attila and with Timur as one of the scourges of God, one of those terrible conquerors whose march across the page of history is figured by the simile of a swarm of locusts, or a fire in a Canadian forest. But this is doing gross injustice to Genghis Khan. Not only was he a conqueror, a general whose consummate ability made him overthrow every barrier that must intervene between the chief of a small barbarous tribe of an obscure race and the throne of Asia, and this with a rapidity and uniform success that can only be compared to the triumphant march of Alexander, but he was far more than a conqueror. Alexander, Napoleon, and Timur were all more or less his equals in the art of war. But the colossal powers they created were merely hills of sand that crumbled to pieces as soon as they were dead. With Genghis Khan matters were very different. He organized the empire which he had conquered so that it long survived and greatly thrived after he was gone. In every detail of social and political economy he was a creator. His laws and his administrative rules are equally admirable and astounding to the student. Justice, tolerance, discipline, virtues that make up the modern ideal of a state, were taught and practiced at his court. And when we remember that he was born and educated in the desert, and that he had neither the sages of Greece nor of Rome to instruct him, that unlike Charlemagne and Alfred he could not draw his lessons from a past whose evening glow was still visible in the horizon, we are tempted to treat as exaggerated the history of his times, and to be skeptical of so much political insight having been born of such unpromising materials. It is not creditable to English literature that no satisfactory account of Genghis Khan exists in the language. Baron d'Ausson in French and Erdmann in German have both written minute and detailed accounts of him, but none such exists in English, although the subject has an epic grandeur about it that might well tempt some well-grounded scholar to try his hand upon it. Genghis Khan received the name of Temujin. According to the vocabulary attached to the history of the Yuan dynasty, translated from the Chinese by Hyacinth, Temujin means the best iron or steel. The name has been confounded with Temurji, which means a smith in Turkish. This accounts for the tradition related by Pakimiris, Novairi, William of Rysbrock, the Armenian Hayton, and others, that Genghis Khan was originally a smith. The Chinese historians and Sanang Setzen place his birth in 1162, Rashid and the Persians in 1155. The latter date is accommodated to the fact that they make him 72 years old at his death in 1227, but the historian of the Yuan dynasty, the Kangmu, and Sanang Setzen are all agreed that he died at the age of 66, and they are much more likely to be right. Mela says he had a piece of clotted blood in his fist when born, no bad omen, if true, of his future career. According to De Gain, Karacha Nevian was named his tutor. Sanang Setzen has a story that his father set out one day to find him a partner among the relatives of his wife, the Olkonods, and that on the way he was met by Dai Setzen, the chief of the Konkurates, who thus addressed him: "Descendant of the Kayots and of the race of the Borcheks, whither highest thou?" "I am seeking a bride for my son," was his reply. Dai Setzen then said that he recently had a dream during which a white falcon had alighted on his hand. "This," he said, "Borchik was your token. From ancient days our daughters have been wedded to the Borchiks, and I now have a daughter named Borti who is 9 years old. I will give her to thy son." "She is too young," he said, but Temujin, who was present, urged that she would suit him by and by. The bargain was thereupon closed, and having taken a draught of komis and presented his host with 2 horses, Yisuge returned home. On his father's death, Temujin was only 13 years old, an age that seldom carries authority in the desert, where the chief is expected to command, and his mother acted as regent. This enabled several of the tribes which had submitted to the strong hand of Yisuge to reassert their independence. The Taichuts, under their leaders Terkutai, named Kiriltuk, that is, the Spiteful, the great-grandson of Hemukai, and his nephew Kurul Bahadur, were the first to break away, and they were soon after joined by one of Yisuge's generals with a considerable following. To the reproaches of Temujin, the latter answered, "The deepest wells are sometimes dry, and the hardest stones sometimes split. Why should I cling to thee?" Temujin's mother, we are told, mounted her horse, and taking the royal standard called Tuk, this was mounted with the tails of the yak or mountain cow, or in default with that of a horse, it is the Tao or Tu of the Chinese, used as the imperial standard and conferred as a token of royalty upon their vassals, the Tartar princes. In her hand, she led her people in pursuit of the fugitives, and brought a good number of them back to their allegiance. After the dispersion of the Gelers, many of them became the slaves and herdsmen of the Mongol royal family. They were encamped near Sarikihar, the Saligol of Hyacinth, in the district of Ulagay Bulak, which Dosson identifies with the Ulengay, a tributary of the Ingoda that rises in the watershed between that river and the Onon. One day, Taguchar, a relative of Chamuka, the chief of the Jajerats, was hunting in this neighborhood and tried to lift the cattle of a Jeler named Yusi Termeli, who thereupon shot him. This led to a long and bitter strife between Temujin, who was the patron of the Jelers, and Chamuka. He was of the same stock as Temujin, and now joined the Taichuts with his tribe, the Jajerats. He also persuaded the Yuduts and Nujakins, the Kurulas and Inkirases, to join them. Temujin struggled in vain against this confederacy, and one day he was taken prisoner by the Taichuts. Terkutai fastened on him a keng, the instrument of torture used by the Chinese, consisting of two boards which are fastened to the shoulders, and when joined together round the neck form an effectual barrier to desertion. He one day found means to escape while the Taijuts were busy feasting. He hid in a pond with his nostrils only out of water, but was detected by a pursuer named Surgan Shire. He belonged to the Suldus clan, had pity on him, took him to his house, hid him under some wool in a cart so that his pursuers failed to find him, and then sent him to his own people. This and other stories illustrate one phase of Mongol character. We seldom hear among them of those domestic murders so frequent in Turkish history. Pretenders to the throne were reduced to servitude and generally made to perform menial offices, but seldom murdered. They illustrate another fact. Favors conferred in distress were seldom forgotten, and the chroniclers frequently explain the rise of some obscure individual by the recollection of a handsome thing done to the ruler in his unfortunate days. Another phase of Mongol character, namely the treachery and craft with which they attempt to overreach one another in war, may be illustrated by a short saga told by Sanang Setsen, and probably relating to this period of Temujin's career. It is curious how circumstantial many of these traditions are. At this time, he says, Buket Chilger of the Taichuts took a pitfall in his tent and covered it with felts. He then, with his brothers, arranged a grand feast, to which Temujin was invited with fulsome phrases. Formerly we knew not thine excellence, he said, and lived in strife with thee. We have now learned that thou art not false, and that thou art a Bogda of the race of the gods. Our old hatred is stifled and dead. Condescend to enter our small house. Temujin accepted the invitation, but before going he was warned by his mother. Rate not the crafty foe too lightly, she said. We do not dread a venomous viper the less because it is so small and weak. Be cautious. He replied, You are right, mother. Therefore do you, Kassar, have the bow ready. Belgute, you also be on your guard. You, Chachikin, see to the horse, and you, Utsuken, remain by my side. My 9 oarlocks you go in with me, and you, my 309 bodyguards, surround the yurt. When he arrived, he would have sat down in the middle of the treacherous carpet, but Utsuken pulled him aside and seated him on the edge of the felt. Meanwhile, a woman was meddling with the horse and cut off its left stirrup. Belgute, who noticed it, drove her out and struck her on the leg with his hand, upon which one Buri Buke struck Belgute's horse with his sword. The 9 Orlocks now came round, helped their master to mount the white mare of Toktanga Taishi of the Korchins. A fight began, which ended in the defeat and submission of the enemy. Once more free, Temujin, who was now 17 years old, married Burte Jujin. He was not long in collecting a number of his men together, and soon managed to increase their number to 13,000. These he divided into 13 battalions of 1,000 men each, styled Gurans, each Guran under the command of a Gurkhan. The Gurkhans were chosen from his immediate relatives and dependents. The forces of the Taijuts numbered 30,000. With this much more powerful army, Temujin risked an encounter on the banks of the Baljuna, a tributary of the Ingoda, and gained a complete victory. Al-Bughazi says the Taijuts lost from 5,000 to 6,000 men. The battlefield was close to a wood, and we are told that Temujin, after his victory, piled faggots together and boiled many of his prisoners in 70 cauldrons, a very problematic story. Among his neighbors were the Jajerats or Juriats, the subjects of Chamuka, who, according to de Goyne, fled after the battle with the Taijuts. One day, a body of the Jajerats, who were hunting, encountered some of Temujin's followers, and they agreed to hunt together. The former ran short of provisions, and he generously surrendered to them a large part of the game his people had captured. This was favorably compared by them with the harsh behavior of the suzerains, the Taijut princes, and two of their chiefs, named Ulugh Bahadur and Tugai Talu, with many of the tribe, went to join Temujin. They were shortly after attacked and dispersed by the Taijuts. This alarmed or disgusted several of the latter's allies, who went over to the party of Temujin. Among these were Chamuka, who contrived for a while to hide his rancor, and the chiefs of the Suldus and Bazyuts. Their example was soon followed by the defection of the Barins and the Telenkuts, a branch of the Gelers. Temujin's repute was now considerable, and de Maila tells us that wishing to secure the friendship of Podu, chief of the Kielye or Ikilies, that is, the Kurulats, who lived on the river Ergon, that is, the Argun, and who was renowned for his skill in archery, he offered him his sister Termulun in marriage. This was gladly accepted, and the two became fast friends. As a sign of his goodwill, Podu wished to present Temujin with 15 horses out of 30 which he possessed, but the latter replied, "To speak of giving and taking is to do as merchants and traffickers, and not allies. Our elders tell us it is difficult to have one heart and one soul in two bodies. It is this difficult thing I wish to compass. I mean to extend my power over my neighbors here. I only ask that the people of Kielye shall aid me." Temujin now gave a grand feast on the banks of the Onon and distributed decorations among his brothers. To this were invited Siche Bigi, chief of the Bergins or Barins, his own mother, and two of his stepmothers. A skin of kumis, or fermented milk, was sent to each of the latter, but with this distinction. In the case of the eldest, called Kakurshin Katun, it was for herself and her family; in that of the younger, for herself alone. This aroused the envy of the former, who gave Sichir, the master of ceremonies, a considerable blow. The undignified disturbance was winked at by Temujin, but the quarrel was soon after enlarged. One of Kakushin's dependents had the temerity to strike Belgute, the half-brother of Temujin, and wounded him severely in the shoulder, but Belgute pleaded for him. "The wound has caused me no tears. It is not seemly that my quarrels should inconvenience you," he said. Upon this, Temujin sent and counseled them to live at peace with one another, but Siche Bigi soon after abandoned him with his Barins. He was apparently a son of Kakwashin Katun, and therefore a step-brother of Temujin. About 1194, Temujin heard that one of the Taijut chiefs, called Muchin Sultu, had revolted against Magadu, the Qin emperor of China, who had sent his Chinsang, prime minister, Wanzhan Xiang, with an army against him. He eagerly volunteered his services against the old enemies of his people, and was successful. He killed the chief and captured much booty. Inter alia was a silver cradle with a covering of golden tissue, such as the Mongols had never before seen. As a reward for his services, he received from the Chinese officer the title of Jaut Ikuri, written Cha-u Tulu in hyacinth, who says it means commander against the rebels. According to Rashid, on the same occasion, Tului, the chief of the Kerites, was invested with the title of Wang, king. On his return from this expedition, desiring to renew his intercourse with the barons, he sent them a portion of the Tartar booty. The bearers of this present were maltreated. Maila, who describes the event somewhat differently, says that 10 of the messengers were killed by Siche Bigi to revenge the indignities that had been put on his family. Temujin now marched against the barons and defeated them at Tulan Buldak. Their 2 chiefs escaped. According to Maila, they were put to death. In 1196, Temujin received a visit from Wang Khan, the Kerite chief who was then in distress. His brother, Ilka Sengun, better known as Jagampu Keraiti, had driven him from the throne. He first sought assistance from the chief of Karakitai, and when that failed him, turned to Temujin, the son of his old friend. Wang Khan was a chief of great consequence, and this appeal must have been flattering to him. He levied a contribution of cattle from his subjects to feast him with, and promised him the devotion of a son in consideration of his ancient friendship with Yisuge. Temujin was now, says Maila, one of the most powerful princes in these parts, and he determined to subjugate the Kiedye, the inhabitants of the Argun, but he was defeated. During the action, having been hit by 12 arrows, he fell from his horse unconscious, when Bogorchi and Burgul, at some risk, took him out of the struggle. While the former melted the snow with some hot stones and bathed him with it so as to free his throat from the blood, the latter, during the long winter night, covered him with his own cloak from the falling snow. He would nevertheless have fared badly if his mother had not collected a band of his father's troops and come to his assistance together with Tului, the Kerite chief, who remembered the favors he had received from Temujin's father. Maila says that returning home with a few followers, he was attacked by a band of robbers. He was accompanied by a famous crossbow-man named Tsu, to whom he had given the name of Mergen. While the robbers were within earshot, Mergen shouted, "There are 2 wild ducks, a male and a female. Which shall I bring down?" "The male," said Temujin. He had scarcely said so when down it came. This was too much for the robbers, who dared not measure themselves against such marksmanship. The Merkets had recently made a raid upon his territory and carried off his favorite wife, Burte Jujin. It was after her return from her captivity that she gave birth to her elder son, Juji, about whose legitimacy there seems to have been some doubt in his father's mind. It was to revenge this that he now, in 1197, marched against them and defeated them near the river Munche. A river Manzin is still to be found in the canton Karasmuren. He abandoned all the booty to Wang Khan. The latter, through the influence of Temujin, once more regained his throne, and the following year, 1198, he headed an expedition on his own account against the Merkits, and beat them at a place named Buker Gehesh, but he did not reciprocate the generosity of his ally. In 1199, the 2 friends made a joint expedition against the Naimans. This tribe was now divided between 2 brothers who had quarreled about their father's concubine. One of them, named Buyuruk, had retired with a body of the people to the Kitziltash Mountains. The other, called Baibuka, but generally referred to by his Chinese title of Taiwang or Taiyang, remained in his own proper country. It was the latter who was now attacked by the 2 allies and forced to escape to the country of Kemjut, that is, toward the sources of the Yenisei. Chamuka, the chief of the Jajarats, well named Sachan or the Crafty, still retained his hatred for Temujin. He now whispered in the ear of Wang Khan that his ally was only a fair-weather friend. Like the wild goose, he flew away in winter, while he himself, like the snowbird, was constant under all circumstances. These and other suggestions aroused the jealousy of Wang Khan, who suddenly withdrew his forces and left Temujin in the enemy's country. The latter was thereupon forced to retire also. He went to the river Sali or Sari. Guksu Serak, the Nayman general, went in pursuit, defeated Wang Kan in his own territory, and captured much booty. Wang Kan was hard pressed and was perhaps only saved by the timely succor sent by Temujin, which drove away the Naymans. Once more did the latter abandon the captured booty to his treacherous ally. After the victory he held a Kuriltai on the plains of Sari or Sali, to which Wang Kan was invited, and at which it was resolved to renew the war against the Taichuts in the following year. The latter were in alliance with the Merkits, whose chief Tukta had sent a contingent, commanded by his brothers, to their help. The two friends attacked them on the banks of the river Onon. Rashid says in the country of Onon, that is, the great desert of Mongolia. The Confederates were beaten. Teruktai Kiriltuk and Kuduhar, the two leaders of the Taichuts, were pursued and overtaken at Lengut Nurameng, where they were both killed. Another of their leaders with the two chiefs of the Merkits fled to Burkuchin, that is, Burgusin on Lake Baikal, where the fourth found refuge with the Naymans. This victory aroused the jealousy of certain tribes which were as yet independent of Temujin, namely the Kunkurats, Durbans, Gelers, Katakins, Saljuts, and Taijuts, and they formed a confederacy to put him down. We are told that their chiefs met at a place called Aru Bulak, and sacrificed a horse, a bull, a ram, a dog, and a stag, and striking with their swords swore thus: "Heaven and earth, hear our oaths. We swear by the blood of these animals, which are the chiefs of their kind, that we wish to die like them if we break our promises." The plot was disclosed to Temujin by his father-in-law, Daisetsen, a chief of the Kunkurats. He repaired to his ally Wang Kan, and the two marched against the Confederates and defeated them near the lake Buyur. He afterward attacked some Confederate Taichuts and Merkits on the plain of Timurkin, that is, of the river Timur or Temir, and defeated them. Meanwhile, the Kunkurats, afraid of resisting any longer, marched to submit to him. His brother, Juji Kassar, not knowing their errand, unfortunately attacked them, upon which they turned aside and joined Chamuka. End of section 10. Section 11 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in March 2021. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rosita Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 11. Founding of the Mongol Empire by Genghis Khan, A.D. 1203, by Henry H. Howarth, Part 2. That inveterate enemy of Temujin had at an assembly of the tribes, in Kirases, Kurulases, Taijuts, Katakins, and Saljuts, held in 1201, been elected Gurkhan. They met near a river called Kieho by Maila, Kian by Hyacinth, and Kem by Rashid, and then adjourned to the Tula, where they made a solemn pact, praying that whichever of them was unfaithful to the rest might be like the banks of that river which the water ate away, and like the trees of a forest when they are cut into faggots. This pact was disclosed to Temujin by one of his friends who was present, named Kuridai. He marched against them and defeated them at a place north of the Selinga called Ede Kyurgan, that is, site of the grave mounds. Chamuka fled, and the Kunkurats submitted. In the spring of 1202, Temujin set out to attack the tribes Anchi and Chagan. These were doubtless the subjects of Wangchuk and Tsagan mentioned by Sanang Zetsen. They were probably Tungusian tribes. The Western writers tell us that Temujin gave orders to his soldiers to follow up the beaten enemy without caring about the booty, which should be fairly divided among them. His relatives, Kuja, Daritai, and Altun, having disobeyed, were deprived of their share, and became, in consequence, his secret enemies. Sanang Setsen has much more detail, and his narrative is interesting because, as Schmidt suggests, it apparently contains the only account extant of the conquest of the tribes of Manchuria. He says that while Temujin was hawking between the river Olcho and the Yula, Wangchuk Kakan of the Churchit, Nyuchi Tartars of Manchuria, had retired from there. Temujin was angry and went to assemble his army to attack the enemy's capital. But as a passage was forbidden him across the river Yula and the road was blockaded, the son of Toktanga Bagatur Taichi, named Andun Ching Taichi, coupled 10,000 horses together by their bridles and pressed into the river, forced the passage, and the army then began to besiege the town. Temujin sent word to Wangchuk and said, "If you will send me 10,000 swallows and 1,000 cats, I will cease attacking the town," upon which the required number was procured. Temujin fastened some lighted wool to the tail of each and let them go. Then the swallows flew to their nests in the houses, and the cats climbed and jumped on the roofs. The city was fired, by which means Temujin conquered Wangchuk Kakan, and took his daughter Salichai for his wife. He then marched farther eastward to the river Unegen, but he found it had overflowed its banks, whereupon he did not cross it, but sent envoys to Tsaken Kakan of the Solongos, that is, of the Solons. "Bring me tribute, or we must fight," he said, upon which Tsagan Kakan was frightened, sent him a daughter of Dair Usun, named Kulan Goa, with a tent decorated with panther skins, and gave him the tribes of Solongos and Bugas as a dowry, upon which he assisted Tsagan Kakan, so that he brought 3 provinces of the Solongos under his authority. Sanang Setsen at this point introduces one of those quaint sagas which, however mythical in themselves, are true enough to the peculiar mode of thought of the Mongols to make them very instructive. The saga runs thus. During a 3 years' absence of her husband, Burtejujin sent Argasun Churchi, that is, Argasun the lute player, to him. When the latter was introduced, he spoke thus: "Thy wife, Burtejujin Khatun, thy princely children, the elders and princes of thy kingdom are all well. The eagle builds his nest in a high tree. At times he grows careless in the fancied security of his high-perched home. Then even a small bird will sometimes come and plunder it and eat the eggs and young brood. So it is with the swan whose nest is in the sedges of the lake. It, too, trusts too confidently in the dark thickets of reeds, yet prowling water falcons will sometimes come and rob it of eggs and young. This might happen to my revered lord himself." These words aroused Temujin from his confident air. "Thou hast spoken truly," he said, and hied him on his way homeward. But when some distance still from home, he began to grow timid. "Spouse of my young days, chosen for me by my noble father, how dare I face thee, home-tarrying Burtejujin, after living with Chulan, whom I came across in my journey? It would be shameful to seem unfriendly in the assembly of the people. One of you 9 Orlogs his you to Burtejujin and speak for me." Mukuli of the Jelair tribe volunteered, and when he came to her delivered this message: "Besides protecting my own lands, I have looked around also elsewhere. I have not followed the counsel of the greater and lesser lords. On the contrary, I have amused myself with the variegated colors of a tent hung with panther skins. Distant people to rule over, I have taken Chulan to be my wife. The Khan has sent me to tell you this." His wife seems to have understood the enigmatical phrases, for Setsen says, "The sensible Burtejujin thus replied, 'The wish of Burtejujin and of the whole people is that the might of our sovereign may be increased. It rests with him whom he shall befriend or bind himself to. In the reedy lakes there are many swans and geese. If it be his wish to shoot arrows at them until his fingers be weary, who shall complain? So also there are many girls and women among our people. It is for him to say who the choicest and luckiest are. I hope he will take to himself both a new wife and a new house, that he will saddle the untractable horse. Health and prosperity are not wearisome, nor are disease and pain desirable, says the proverb. May the golden girth of his house be immortal. When he arrived at home, he discovered that Argasun had appropriated his golden lute, upon which he ordered Bokochi and Mukuli to kill him. They seized him, gave him 2 skins full of strong drink, and then went to the Khan, who had not yet risen. Bokochi spake outside the tent. The light already shines in your ordu. We await your commands, that is, if your effulgent presence, having cheerfully awoke, has risen from its couch. The daylight already shines. Condescend to open the door to hear and to judge the repentant culprit, and to exercise your favor and clemency. The Khan now arose and permitted Argasun to enter, but he did not speak to him. Bogochi and Mukuli gave him a signal with their lips. The culprit then began. While the 70-tuned Tsaktsanggai unconcernedly sings Tang Tang, the hawk hovers over and pounces suddenly upon him and strangles him before he can bring out his last note, Jang. So did my lord's wrath fall on me and has unnerved me. For 20 years have I been in your households, but have not yet been guilty of dishonest trickery. It is true I love smoked drink, but dishonesty I have not in my thought. For 20 years I have been in your households, but I have not practiced knavery. I love strong drink, but I am no trickster. Upon which Temujin ejaculated, My loquacious Agasun, my chattering Churchi, and pardoned him. Temujin now seems to have been master of the country generally known as Eastern Dauria, watered by the Onon, the Ingoda, the Argun, and also of the tribes of the Tangassic race that lived on the Noni and the Upper Amur. The various victims of his prowess began to gather together for another effort. Among these were Tukta, the chief of the Merkits, with the Nayman leader Buyuruk Khan, the tribes Durban, Katagun, Saljut, and Uirat, the last of whom were clients of the Naymans. Wang Khan was then in alliance with him. At the approach of the enemy they retired into the mountains Karaun Chidun, in the Khingan chain on the frontiers of China, where they were pursued. The pursuers were terribly harassed by the ice and snow, which Maila said was produced by one of their own shamans or necromancers, and which proved more hurtful to them than to the Mongols. Many of them perished, and when they issued from the defiles, they were too weak to attack the 2 allies. The latter spent the winter at Alcha Kungur. Here their 2 families were united by mutual betrothals. As these, however, broke down, ill feeling was aroused between them, and Chamuka had an opportunity of renewing his intrigues. He suggested that Temujin had secret communications with the Naymans and was not long in arousing the jealousy of Wang Khan and his son Sengun. They attempted to assassinate him, but he was warned in time. He now collected an army and marched against the Kerites. His army was very inferior in numbers, but attacked the enemy with ardor. Wang Khan's bravest tribe, the Jirkirs, turned their backs, while the Tunekites were defeated, but numbers nevertheless prevailed, and Temujin was forced to fly. This battle, which is renowned in Mongol history, was fought at a place called Kalanchin Alt. Rashid says this place is near the country of the Niuchis, not far from the river Olkui. Some of the Chinese authorities call it Kagalun Ola and Halachon, and Doson surmises that it is that part of the Khingan chain from which flow the southern affluents of the Khalkha, one of which is called Halgon in Danville's map. Maila, however, distinctly places it between the Tula and the Onon, which is probably right. Abandoned by most of his troops, he fled to the desert Baljuna, where he was reduced to great straits. Here are still found many grave mounds, and the Buriats relate that this retired place, protected on the north by woods and mountains, was formerly an asylum. A few firm friends accompanied him. They were afterward known as Baljunas, a name compared by von Hammer with that of Mohachirs, borne by the companions of Mahomet's early misfortunes. 2 shepherds, named Kishlik and Badai, who had informed him of Wang Chan's march, were created Turkans. Having been a fugitive for some time, Temujin at length moved to the southeast, to the borders of Lake Kara, into which flows the river Uldra. There he was joined by some Kunkurats, and he once more moved on to the sacred Mongol lake, the Dalai Nur. Thence he indited the following pathetic letter to Wang Khan. 1. O Khan, my father, when your uncle, the Gur Khan, drove you for having usurped the throne of Buyuruk and for having killed your brothers Tatimur Taichi and Buka Timur to take refuge at Keraun Kipchak, where you were beleaguered, did not my father come to your rescue, drive out and force the Gur Khan to take refuge in Ho Si, the country west of Huang Ho, whence he returned not? Did you not then become Anda, that is, sworn friend with my father, and was not this the reason I styled you father? 2. When you were driven away by the Naimans and your brother Ilka Sengun had retired to the far east, did I not send for him back again, and when he was attacked by the Merkits, did I not attack and defeat them? Here is a second reason for your gratitude. 3. When in your distress you came to me with your body peering through your tatters, like the sun through the clouds, and worn out with hunger, you moved languidly like an expiring flame. Did I not attack the tribes who molested you, present you with abundance of sheep and horses? You came to me haggard. In a fortnight you were stout and well favored again. Here is the third service we have done you. 4. When you defeated the Merkits so severely at Bukergere, you gave me none of the booty. Yet shortly after, when you were hard pressed by the Naimans, I sent 4 of my best generals to your assistance, who restored you the plunder that had been taken from you. Here is the 4th good office. 5. I pounced like a gerfalcon onto the mountain Jurkumen, and thence over the lake Buyur, and I captured for you the cranes with blue claws and grey plumage, that is to say the Durbans and Taichuts. Then I passed the lake Keule. There I took the cranes with blue feet, that is, the Katakins, Saljuts, and Kunkurats. This is the 5th service I have done you. 6. Do you not remember, O Khan, my father, how on the river Kara, near the Mount Jurkan, we swore that if a snake glided between us and envenomed our words, we would not listen to it until we had received some explanation? Yet you suddenly left me without asking me to explain. 7. O Khan, my father, why suspect me of ambition? I have not said my part is too small, I want a greater, or it is a bad one, I want a better. When one wheel of a cart breaks and the ox tries to drag it, it only hurts its neck. If we then detach the ox and leave the vehicle, the thieves come and take the load. If we do not unyoke it, the ox will die of hunger. Am I not one wheel of thy chariot? With this letter Temujin sent a request that the black gelding of Mukuli Bahadur, with its embroidered and plated saddle and bridle, which had been lost on the day of their struggle, might be restored to him. He also asked that messengers might be sent to treat for a peace between them. Another letter was sent to his uncle Kuchir and to his cousin Altun. This letter is interesting because it perhaps preserves for us some details of what took place at the accession of Genghis. It is well known that the Mongol Khan affected a coy resistance when asked to become chief. The letter runs thus. You conspired to kill me, yet from the beginning did I tell the sons of Bartam Bahadur, that is, his grandfather, as well as Sacha, his cousin, and Taiju, his uncle. Why does our territory to the Onon remain without a master? I tried to persuade you to rule over our tribes. You refused. I was troubled. I said to you, Kuchir, son of the Tekun Taishi, be our Khan. You did not listen to me. And to you, Altun, I said, you are the son of Kutluk Khan, who was our ruler. You be our Khan. You also refused, and when you pressed it on me, saying, be you our chief, I submitted to your request, and promised to preserve the heritage and customs of our fathers. Did I intrigue for power? I was elected unanimously to prevent the country, ruled over by our fathers near the 3 rivers, passing to strangers. As chief of a numerous people, I thought it proper to make presents to those attached to me. I captured many herds, yurts, women, and children, which I gave you. I enclosed for you the game of the steppe, and drove toward you the mountain game. You now serve Wang Khan, but you ought to know that he is fickle. You see how he has treated me. He will treat you even worse. Wang Khan was disposed to treat, but his son Sengun said matters had gone too far, and they must fight it out. We now find Wang Khan quarrelling with several of his dependents, whom he accused of conspiring against him. Temujin's intrigues were probably at the bottom of the matter. The result was that Dariti Uchegin, with a tribe of Mongols, and the Sakyat tribe of the Kerites went over to Temujin, while Altun and Kuchir, the latter's relations, who had deserted him, took refuge with the Naimans. Among the companions of his recent distress, a constant one was his brother Juji Kasar, who had also suffered severely and had had his camp pillaged by the Kerites. Temujin had recourse to a ruse. He sent 2 servants who feigned to have come from Juji and who offered his submission on condition that his wife and children were returned to him. Wang Khan readily assented, and to prove his sincerity sent back to Juji Kasar some of his blood in a horn, which was to be mixed with kumis and drunk when the oath of friendship was sworn. Wang Khan was completely put off his guard, and Temujin was thus able to surprise him. His forces numbered about 4,600, and he seems to have advanced along the banks of the Kerulon towards the heights of Jetchir, between the Tula and the Kerulon, and therefore toward the modern Urga, where Wang Khan was posted. In the battle which followed, and which was fought in the spring of 1203, the latter was defeated. He fled to the Naimans and was there murdered. Temujin was sincerely affected by the death of the old man. The Naiman chief, Taiyang, had his skull encased in silver and bejeweled, and afterward used it as a ceremonial cup, a custom very frequent in Mongolia. Such cups have been lately met with in Europe, one of which was exhibited at the Great Exhibition of 1851, where it was shown as the skull of Confucius. Another, or perhaps the same, which was encased in marvelous jeweller's work, has been lately destroyed, the gold having been barbarously melted by the Jews. By the death of Wang Khan, Temujin became the master of the Kerite nation, and thus both branches of the Mongol race were united under one head. He now held a Kuriltai, where he was proclaimed Khan. There is some confusion about the period when he adopted the title of Genghis, but the probability is that he did so 3 years later. The earlier date, 1203, is the one, however, from which his reign is often reckoned to have commenced. End of section 11.
Section 12 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr Natter. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and James Rudd. Venetians and Crusaders take Constantinople. A.D. 1204 to 1261. Plunder of the Sacred Relics, A.D. 1204, by Edwin Pierce, Part 1. In the treaty arranged at the end of the Third Crusade, in 1192, it was stipulated that all hostilities between the Christians and the Moslems should cease. The Fourth Crusade, 1196 to 1197, which is sometimes considered merely as a movement supplementary to the Third, forced renewed hostilities, against the wishes of the Palestine Christians, who preferred that the 3 years' peace should continue. The Fourth Crusade ended disastrously, those who remained longest to prosecute it being finally cut to pieces at Jaffa in 1197. The travellers returning to the west from Syria besought immediate help for the Christian survivals there. The Byzantine Empire had fallen into decrepitude, and the Latin kingdom of Jerusalem was reduced to a mere strip of coast. Only by prompt action could it be hoped to save any portion of it from complete wreck. Innocent III, who became Pope in 1198, well understood the meaning of the Moslem triumphs. The 4 Crusades had already greatly extended the papal jurisdiction, and Innocent himself was the moving spirit of the Fifth, although an ignorant priest named Fulk also preached it with a success almost equal to that of Peter the Hermit in the first expedition. Vast numbers of warriors took the cross, though no king and only a few minor princes joined them. Most famous among the leaders were Boniface II, Marquis of Montferrat, and Baldwin IV, Count of Flanders. Venice joined the Crusaders under the lead of her Doge, Henry Dandolo, then more than 90 years old. When ambassador at the Byzantine court, in 1173, he was blinded by order of the Emperor Manuel I, and revenge was probably one of the motives which took him again to the east. The Venetians, being asked to transport the Crusaders, demanded an extortionate price, but as Venice was the only power possessing the necessary ships, a contract was made with her for the service in 1201. Immediately the Venetians, by a secret treaty with Egypt, for the sake of commercial privileges, betrayed the Crusaders to the Moslems. Embarkation from Venice in the summer of 1202 was made very difficult, and many intending Crusaders went home in disgust. Still Venice insisted upon the full price, but money to pay it was wanting, and in spite of the Pope and many of the bitter spirits, a bargain was struck. The Crusaders agreed to help the Venetians in taking and plundering Zara, a rival Christian city on the eastern coast of the Adriatic. Zara was accordingly captured, ultimately to be destroyed by the Venetians, who next drew some of the Crusaders into a plot to overthrow the Byzantine Emperor Alexius IV and place his son on the throne. By this means the Venetians thought to make good their promise to frustrate the Crusade, and at the same time to obtain great commercial advantages at Constantinople. Thus was the pilgrim host "changed from a crusading army into filibustering expedition." Having wintered at Zara, the Crusaders were landed, in June 1203, under the walls of Constantinople. The Emperor was deposed by his own people, and his son, Alexius V, crowned during a revolution in the city, which followed an unsuccessful attack by the Crusaders in July. The second and successful assault, in April 1204, with its sequel of pillage and debauchery, forms the subject of Pierce's brilliant narrative. The city, during these troubles, suffered from 2 fires, of which the second, in July 1203, deserves to be reckoned among the great historical conflagrations of the world. The preparations which the leaders had been pushing on during several weeks were completed in April 1204, and that day was chosen for an assault upon Constantinople. Instead of attacking simultaneously a portion of the harbour walls and a portion of the landward walls, Venetians and Crusaders alike directed their efforts against the defences on the side of the harbour. The horses were embarked once more in the huissias. The line of battle was drawn up, the huissias and galleys in front, the transports a little behind and alternating between the huissias and the galleys. The whole length of the line of battle was upward of half a league, and stretched from the Blachern to beyond the Petrion. The Emperor's vermilion tent had been pitched on the hill just beyond the district of the Petrion, where he could see the ships when they came immediately under the walls. Before him was the district which had been devastated by the fire. On the morning of the 9th, the ships, drawn up in the order described, passed over from the north to the south side of the harbour. The Crusaders landed in many places, and attacked from a narrow strip of the land between the walls and the water. Then the assault began in terrible earnest along the whole line. Amid the din of the imperial trumpets and drums, The attackers endeavoured to undermine the walls, while others kept up a continual rain of arrows, balls, and stones. The ships had been covered with blankets and skins, so as to defend them from the stones and from the famous Greek fire, and, thus protected, pushed boldly up to the walls. The transports soon advanced to the front, and were able to get so near the walls that the attacking parties on the gangways or platforms, flung out once more from the ships' tops, were able to cross lances with the defenders of the walls and towers. The attack took place at upward of 100 points until noon, or, according to Nicetas, until evening. Both parties fought well. The invaders were repulsed. Those who had landed were driven back, and amid the shower of stones were unable to remain on shore. The invaders lost more than the defenders. Before night a portion of the vessels had retired out of range of the mangonels, while another portion remained at anchor and continued to keep up a continual fire against those on the walls. The first day's attack had failed. The leaders of both Crusaders and Venetians withdrew their forces to the Galata side. The assault had failed, and it became necessary at once to determine upon their next step. The same evening a parliament was hastily called together. Some advised that the next attack should be made on the walls on the Marmora side, which were not so strong as those facing the Golden Horn. The Venetians, however, immediately took an exception, which everyone who knew Constantinople would at once recognise as unanswerable. On that side the current is always much too strong to allow vessels to be anchored with any amount of steadiness or even safety. There were some present who would have been very well content that the current or a wind, no matter what, should have dispersed the vessels, provided that they themselves could have left the country and have gone on their way. It was at length decided that the 2 following days, the 10th and 11th, should be devoted to repairing their damages, and that a second assault should be delivered on the 12th. The previous day was a Sunday, and Boniface and Dandolo made use of it to appease the discontent in the rank and file of the army. The bishops and abbots were set to work to preach against the Greeks. They urged that the war was just, that the Greeks had been disobedient to Rome, and had perversely been guilty of schism in refusing to recognise the supremacy of the Pope, and that Innocent himself desired the union of the two churches. They saw in the defeat the vengeance of God on account of the sins of the Crusaders. The loose women were ordered out of the camp, and for better security were shipped and sent far away. Confession and communion were enjoined, and in short all that the clergy could do was done to prove that the cause was just, to quiet the discontented, and to occupy them until the attack next day. The warriors had in the meantime been industriously repairing their ships and their machines of war. A slight but not unimportant change of tactics had been suggested by the assault on the 9th. Each transport had been assigned to a separate tower. The number of men who could fight from the gangways or platforms thrown out from the tops had been found insufficient to hold their own against the defenders. The modified plan was, therefore, to lash together, opposite each tower to be attacked, 2 ships containing gangways to be thrown out from their tops, and thus concentrate a greater force against each tower. Probably, also, the line of attack was considerably shorter than at the forced assault. On Monday morning, the 12th, the assault was renewed. The tent of the Emperor had been pitched near the monastery of Pantepoptis, one of the many which were in the district of the Petrion, extending along the Golden Horn from the palace of Blachern, about 1/4 of its length. From this position he could see all the movements of the fleet. The walls were covered with men who were ready again to fight under the eye of their Emperor. The assault commenced at dawn and continued with the utmost fierceness. Every available Crusader and Venetian took part in it. Each little group of ships had its own special portion of the wall, with its towers, to attack. The besiegers during the first portion of the day made little progress, but a strong north wind sprang up, which enabled the vessels to get nearer the land than they had previously been. 2 of the transports, the Pilgrim and the Parvis, lashed together, succeeded in throwing one of their gangways across to a tower in the Petrion, and opposite the position occupied by the Emperor. A Venetian and a French knight, André Dubois, immediately rushed across and obtained a foothold. They were at once followed by others, who fought so well that the defenders of the tower were either killed or fled. The example gave new courage to the invaders. The knights who were in the huissiers, as soon as they saw what had been done, leaped on shore, placed their ladders against the wall, and shortly captured 4 towers. Those on board the fleet concentrated their efforts on the gates, broke in 3 of them, and entered the city, while others landed their horses from the huissiers. As soon as a company of knights was formed, they entered the city through one of these gates, and charged for the Emperor's camp. Murtzuflos had drawn up his troops before his tents, but they were unused to contend with men in heavy armour, and after a fairly obstinate resistance the Imperial troops fled. The Emperor, says Nicetas, who is certainly not inclined to unduly praise the Emperor who had deprived him of his post of Grand Logothete, did his best to rally his troops, but all in vain, and he had to retreat toward the palace of the Lion's Mouth. The number of the wounded and dead was sans fin et sans mesure. An indiscriminate slaughter commenced. The invaders spared neither age nor sex. In order to render themselves safe, they set fire to the city lying to the east of them, and burned everything between the monastery of Everietis and the quarter known as Drungarios. So extensive was the fire, which burned all night and until next evening, that, according to the Marshal, more houses were destroyed than there were in the 3 largest cities in France. The tents of the Emperor and the Imperial Palace of Blachern were pillaged, the conquerors making their headquarters on the same site at Pantepopolis. It was evening and already late when the Crusaders had entered the city, and it was impossible for them to continue their work of destruction through the night. They therefore encamped near the walls and towers which they had captured. Baldwin of Flanders spent the night in the vermilion tent of the Emperor, his brother Henry in front of the Palace of Blachern, Boniface, the Marquis of Montferrat, on the other side of the Imperial tents in the heart of the city. The city was already taken. The inhabitants were at length awakened out of the dream of security into which 17 unsuccessful attempts to capture the new Rome had lulled them. Every charm, pagan and Christian, had been without avail. The easy sloth into which the possession of innumerable relics and the consciousness of being under the protection of an army of saints and martyrs had plunged a large part of the inhabitants, had been rudely dispelled. The Panhagia of the Blachern, with its relic of the Virgin's robe, the host of heads, arms, bodies, and vestments of saints and of portions of the Holy Cross, had been of no more use than the Palladium which lay buried then as now under the great column which Constantine had built. The rough energy of the Westerns had disregarded the talismans of the Greek Church as completely as those of paganism. In vain had the believers in these charms destroyed during the siege the statues that were believed to be of ill omen or unlucky. The invaders had a superstition as deep as their own, but with the difference that they could not believe that a people in schism could have the protection of the hierarchy of heaven, or be regarded as the rightful possessors of so many relics. During the night following its capture, the Golden Gate, which was at the Marmora side of the landward walls, had been opened, and already an affrighted crowd was pressing forward to make its escape from the captured city. Others were doing their best to bury their treasures. The Emperor himself, either seized with panic or finding that all was lost, as indeed everything was lost so soon as the army had succeeded in obtaining a foothold within the walls, fled from the city. He too escaped by the Golden Gate, taking with him the Euphrosyne, the widow of Alexis. The brave Theodore Lascaris determined, however, to make one more attempt. His appeal to the people was useless. Those who were not panic-stricken appear to have been indifferent. Some, at least, were apparently still dreaming of a mere change of rulers, like those of which the majority of them had seen several. But before any attempt at reorganization could be made, the enemy was in sight, and Theodore himself had to fly. The Crusaders had expected another day's fighting, and knew nothing of the flight of the Murtzuflos. To their surprise they encountered no resistance. The day was occupied in taking possession of their conquest. The Byzantine troops laid down their arms on receiving assurances of personal safety. The Italians who had been expelled took advantage of the entry of their friends and appear to have retaliated upon the population for their expulsion. 2,000 of the inhabitants, says Günther, were killed, and mostly by these returned Italians. As the victorious Crusaders passed through the streets, women, old men, and children who had been unable to flee met them, and placing one finger over another so as to make the sign of the cross, hailed the Marquis of Montferrat as king, while a hastily gathered procession, with the cross and the sacred emblems of Christ, greeted him in triumph. Then began the plunder of the city. The imperial treasury and the arsenal were placed under guard, but with these exceptions the right to plunder was given indiscriminately to the troops and sailors. Never in Europe was a work of pillage more systematically and shamelessly carried out. Never by the army of a Christian state was there a more barbarous sack of a city than that perpetrated by these soldiers of Christ, sworn to chastity, pledged before God not to shed Christian blood, and bearing upon them the emblem of the Prince of Peace. Reciting the crimes committed by the Crusaders, Nicetas says with indignation, "You have taken up the cross and have sworn on it and on the Holy Gospels to us that you would pass over the territory of Christians without shedding blood and without turning to the right hand or to the left. You told us that you had taken up arms against the Saracens only, and that you would steep them in their blood alone. You promised to keep yourselves chaste while you bore the cross, as became soldiers enrolled under the banner of Christ. Instead of defending his tomb, you have outraged the faithful who are members of him. You have used Christians worse than the Arabs used the Latins, for they at least respected women." An immense mass of treasure was found in each of the imperial palaces and in those of the nobles. Each baron took possession of the castle or palace which was allotted to him, and put a guard upon the treasure which was found there. "Never since the world was created," says the Marshal, "was there so much booty gained in one city. Each man took the house which pleased him, and there were enough for all. Those who were poor found themselves suddenly rich. There was captured an immense supply of gold and silver, of plate and of precious stones, of satins and of silk, of furs, and of every kind of wealth ever found upon earth." The sack of the richest city in Christendom, which had been the bribe offered to the Crusaders to violate their oaths, was made in the spirit of men who, having once broken through the trammels of their vows, are reckless to what lengths they go. Their abstinence and their chastity once abandoned, they plunged at once into orgies of every kind. The last of the army spared neither maiden nor the virgin dedicated to God. Violence and debauchery were everywhere present. Cries and lamentations and the groans of the victims were heard throughout the city, for everywhere pillage was unrestrained and lust unbridled. The city was in wild confusion. Nobles, old men, women, and children ran to and fro trying to save their wealth, their honour, or their lives. Knights, foot soldiers, and Venetian sailors jostled each other in a mad scramble for plunder. Threats of ill treatment, promises of safety if wealth were disgorged, mingled with the cries of many sufferers. These "pious brigands," as Gunther aptly calls them, acted as if they had received a licence to commit every crime. Sword in hand, houses and churches were pillaged. Every insult was offered to the religion of the conquered citizens. Churches and monasteries were the richest storehouses, and were therefore the first buildings to be rifled. Monks and priests were selected for insult. The priests' robes were placed by the Crusaders on their horses. The icons were ruthlessly torn down from the screens or were broken. The sacred buildings were ransacked for relics or their beautiful caskets. The chalices were stripped of their precious stones and converted into drinking cups. The sacred plate was heaped with ordinary plunder. The altar cloths and the screens of cloth of gold, richly embroidered and bejewelled, were torn down, and either divided among the troops or destroyed for the sake of the gold and silver which were woven into them. The altars of Hagia Sophia, which had been the admiration of all men, were broken for the sake of the material of which they were made. Horses and mules were taken into the church in order to carry off the loads of sacred vessels and the gold and silver plates of the throne, the pulpits, and the doors, and the beautiful ornaments of the church. The soldiers made the chief church of Christendom the scene of their profanity. A prostitute was seated in the patriarchal chair, who danced and sang a ribald song for the amusement of the soldiers. Nicetas, in speaking of the desecration of the great church, writes with the utmost indignation of the barbarians who were incapable of appreciating and therefore respecting its beauty. To him it was an "earthly heaven, a throne of divine magnificence, an image of the firmament created by the Almighty." The plunder of the same church in 1453 by Mahomet II compares favourably with that made by the Crusaders of 1204. The sack of the city went on during the 3 days after the capture. An order was issued, probably on the 3rd day, by the leaders of the army for the protection of women. 3 bishops had pronounced excommunication against all who should pillage church or convent. It was many days, however, before the army could be reduced to its ordinary condition of discipline. A proclamation was made throughout the army that all the booty should be collected in order to be divided fairly among the captors. 3 churches were selected as depots, and trusty guards of Crusaders and Venetians were stationed to watch what was thus brought in. Much, however, was kept back, and much stolen. Stern measures had to be resorted to before order was restored. Many Crusaders were hanged. The Count of St. Paul hanged one of his own knights with his shield round his neck because he had not given up the booty he had captured. A contemporary writer, the continuator of the history of William of Tyre, forcibly contrasts the conduct of the Crusaders before and after the capture. When the Latins would take Constantinople they held the shield of God before them. It was only when they had entered that they threw it away, and covered themselves with the shield of the devil. The Italians, resident in Constantinople, who had returned to the city with their countrymen, were conspicuous in their hostility to the Greeks. Amid this resentment there were examples, however, that former friendships were not forgotten. The escape of Nicetas himself is an illustration in point. He had held the position of Grand Logothete, but he had been deposed by Murtzuflos. When the Latins entered the city he had retired to a small house near Hagia Sophia, which was so situated as to be likely to escape observation. His large house, and probably his official residence, which he is careful to tell us was adorned with an abundant store of ornaments, had been burned down in the second fire. Many of his friends found refuge with him, apparently regarding his dwellings as specially adapted for concealment. Nothing, however, could escape the observation of the horde which was now ransacking every corner. When the Italians had been banished from the city, Nicetas had sheltered a Venetian merchant, with his wife and family. This man now clothed himself like a soldier, and, pretending that he was one of the invaders, prevented his countrymen, or any other Latins, from entering the house. For some time he was successful, but at length a crowd, principally of French soldiers, pushed past and flocked within. From that time protection became impossible. End of section 12. Section 13 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr Natter. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Venetians and Crusaders take Constantinople, A.D. 1204 to 1261. Plunder of the Sacred Relics, A.D. 1204. By Edwin Pierce. Part 2. The Venetian advised Nicetas to leave, in order to prevent himself from being imprisoned, and to save the honour of his daughters. Nicetas and his friends accepted the advice. Having clothed themselves in skins or the poorest garments, they were conducted through the city by their faithful friend as if they were his prisoners. The girls and young ladies of the party were placed in their midst, their faces having been intentionally smeared, in order to give them the appearance of being of the poorest class. As they reached the Golden Gate, the daughter of a magistrate, who was one of the party, was suddenly seized and carried off by a Crusader. Her father, who was weak and old, and wearied with a long walk, fell, and was unable to do anything but cry for assistance. Nicetas followed, and called the attention of certain soldiers who were passing, and after a long and piteous appeal, after reminding them of the proclamation which had been made against the violation of women, he ultimately succeeded in saving the maiden. The entreaties would have been in vain if the leader of the party had not at length threatened to hang the offender. A few minutes later the fugitives had passed out of the city, and fell on their knees to thank God for his protection in having permitted them to escape with their lives. Then they set out on their weary way to Silivria. The road was covered with fellow sufferers. Before them was the Patriarch himself. "Without bag or money, or stick or shoes, with but one coat," says Nicetas, "like a true apostle, or rather like a true follower of Christ, in that he was seated on an ass, with the difference that instead of entering the New Zion in triumph, he was leaving it." A large part of the booty had been collected in the 3 churches designated for that purpose. The Marshal himself tells us that much was stolen which never came into the general mass. The stores which had been collected were, however, divided in accordance with the compact which had been made before the capture. The Venetians and the Crusaders each took half. Out of the moiety belonging to the army there were paid the 50,000 silver marks due to the Venetians. 2 foot sergeants received as much as 1 horse sergeant, and 2 of the latter sergeants received as much as a knight. Exclusive of what was stolen and of what was paid to the Venetians, there were distributed among the army 400,000 marks, or 800,000 pounds, and 10,000 suits of armour. The total amount distributed among the Crusaders and Venetians shows that the wealth of Constantinople had not been exaggerated. 800,000 pounds were given to the Crusaders, a like sum to the Venetians, with the 100,000 pounds due to them. These sums had been collected in hard cash from a city where the inhabitants were hostile, and where they had in their wells and cisterns an easy means of hiding their treasures of gold, silver, and precious stones, a means traditionally well known in the East. Abundance of booty was taken possession of by the troops which never went into the general mass. Sismondi estimates that the wealth in specie and movable property before the capture was not less than 24 million pounds sterling. The distribution was made during the latter end of April. Many works of art in bronze were sent to the melting pot to be coined. Many statues were broken up in order to obtain the metals with which they were adorned. The conquerors knew nothing and cared nothing for the art which had added value to the metal. The weight of the bronze was to them the only question of interest. The works of art which they destroyed were sacrificed not to any sentiment, like that of the Moslem against images which they believed to be idols or talismans. No such excuse can be made for the Christians of the West. Their motive for destroying so much that was valuable was neither fanaticism nor religion, it was the simple greed for gain. No sentiment restrained their cupidity. The great statue of the Virgin, which ornamented the Taurus, was sent as unhesitatingly to the furnace as the figure of Hercules. No object was sufficiently sacred, none sufficiently beautiful to be worth saving if it could be converted into cash. Amid so much that was destroyed, it was impossible that there were not a considerable number of works of art of the best periods. The one list which has been left us by the Greek Logoteth professes to give account of only the larger statues which were sent to the melting pot, but it is worth while to note what were these principal objects so destroyed. Constantinople had long been the great storehouse of the works of art and of Christian relics, the latter of which were usually encased with all the skill that wealth could buy or art furnish. It had the great advantage over the elder Rome that it had never been plundered by hordes of barbarians. Its streets and public places had been adorned for centuries with statues in bronze or marble. In reading the works of the historians of the Lower Empire, the reader cannot fail to be struck alike with the abundance of works of art and with the appreciation in which they were held by the writers. First among the buildings, as among the works of art, in the estimation of every citizen, was Hagia Sophia. It was emphatically the great church. Tried by any test, it is one of the most beautiful of human creations. Nothing in Western Europe even now gives a spectator who is able with an educated eye to restore it to something like its former condition so deep an impression of unity, harmony, richness and beauty in decoration as does the interior of the masterpiece of Justinian. All that wealth could support and art produce had been lavished upon its interior, at that time and for long afterward the only portion of a church which the Christian architect thought deserving of study. Internally at least, says a great authority on architecture, the verdict seems inevitable that Santa Sofia is the most perfect and most beautiful church which has yet been erected by any Christian people. When its furniture was complete, the verdict would have been still more strongly in its favour. We have seen that to Nicetas, who knew and loved it in its best days, It was a model of celestial beauty, a glimpse of heaven itself. To the more sober English observer, "its mosaic of marble slabs of various patterns and beautiful colours, the domes, roofs, and curved surfaces, with gold grounded mosaic relieved by figures or architectural devices, are wonderfully grand and pleasing." All that St. Mark's is to Venice, Hagia Sophia was to Constantinople, but St. Mark's, though enriched with some of the spoils of its great original, is, as to its interior at least, a feeble copy. Hagia Sophia justified its founder in declaring, "I have surpassed thee, O Solomon," and during 7 centuries after Justinian his successors had each attempted to add to its wealth and its decoration. Yet this, incomparably the most beautiful church in Christendom, at the opening of the 13th century was stripped and plundered of every ornament which could be carried away. It appeared to the indignant Greeks that the very stones would be torn from the walls by these intruders to whom nothing was sacred. Around the great church were other objects which could be readily converted into bronze, and the destruction of which was irreparable. The immense hippodrome was crowded with statues. Egypt had furnished an obelisk for the centre, Delphi had given its commemoratory bronze of the victory of Plataea. Later works of pagan sculptors were there in abundance, while Christian artists had continued the traditions of their ancestors. The cultured inhabitants of Constantinople appreciated these works of art and took care of them. In giving a list of the more important of the objects which went to the melting pot, Nicetas again and again urges that these works were destroyed by barbarians, who were ignorant of their value. Incapable of appreciating either their historical interest or the value with which the labour of the artist had endowed them, the Crusaders knew only the value of the metals of which they were composed. The emperors had been buried within the precincts of the Church of the Holy Apostles, the site of which was afterward chosen by Mahomet II for the erection of the mosque now called by his name. Their tombs, beginning with that of Justinian, were ransacked in the search of treasure. It was not until the palaces of the nobles, the churches, and the tombs had been plundered, that the pious brigands turned their attention to the statues. A colossal figure of Juno, which had been brought from Samos, and which stood in the Forum of Constantine, was sent to the melting pot. We may judge of its size from the fact that 4 oxen were required to transport its head to the palace. The statue of Paris, presenting to Venus the apple of discord, followed. The Anemodulion, or Servant of the Winds, was a lofty obelisk whose sides were covered with bas-reliefs of great beauty, representing scenes of rural life and allegories depicting the seasons, while the obelisk was surmounted by a female figure which turned with the wind, and so gave to the whole its name. The bas-reliefs were stripped off and sent to the palace to be melted. A beautiful equestrian statue of great size, representing either Bellerophon or Pegasus, or, as the populace believe, Joshua on horseback commanding the sun to stand still, was likewise sent to the furnace. The horse appeared to be neighing at the sound of the trumpet, while every muscle was strained with the ardour of battle. The colossal Hercules of Lysippus, which, having adorned Tarentum, had thence been transported to the Elder and subsequently to the Hippodrome of the New Rome, met with a like fame. The artist had expressed, in a manner which had won the admiration of beholders, the deep wrath of the hero at the unworthy tasks set before him. He was represented as seated, but without quiver or bow or club. His lion's skin was thrown loosely about his shoulders, his right foot and right hand stretched out to the utmost, while he rested his head on his left hand, with his elbow on his bent knee. The whole figure was full of dignity, the chest deep, the shoulders broad, the hair curly, the arms and limbs full of muscle. The figure of an ass and its driver, which Augustus had had cast in bronze to commemorate the news brought to him of the victory of Actium, met with the same fate. For the sake of melting them down into money, the barbarians seized also the ancient statue of the wolf suckling Romulus and Remus, the statues of a sphinx, a hippopotamus, a crocodile, an elephant, and others which had represented a triumph over Egypt, the monster of Scylla, and others, most of which were probably executed before the time of Christ. The celebrated statue of Helen was destroyed by men who knew nothing of its original. Then must be added to these the graceful figure of a woman who held in her right hand the figure of an armed man on horseback. Then, near the eastern goals, known as the Reds, stood the statues of the winners in the chariot races. They stood erect in their bronze chariots, as the originals also had been seen when they gained their victories, as if they were still directing their steeds to their goals. A figure of the Nile bull in deadly conflict with a crocodile stood near. These and other statues were hastily sent to the furnace to be converted into money. We may judge of the value and artistic merit of the bronze statues which were destroyed by the specimens which remain. The 4 horses which the Emperor Theodosius had brought from Chios and placed in the hippodrome escaped, by some lucky chance, the general plunder, and were taken to Venice, where they still adorn the front of St. Mark's. The pillage of the relics of Constantinople lasted for 40 years. More than half of the total amount of objects carried off were, however, taken away between the years 1204 and 1208. During the few days which followed the capture of the city, the bishops and priests who were with the Crusaders were active in laying hands on this species of sacred spoil, and the statement of a contemporary writer is not improbable that the priests of the Orthodox Church preferred to surrender such spoil to those of their own cloth rather than to the rough soldiers or the rougher Venetian sailor. On the other hand, the highest priestly dignitaries in the army, men even who refused to take of the earthly spoil, were eager to obtain possession of this sacred booty, and unscrupulous as to the means by which they obtained it. The Holy Cross was carefully divided by the bishops for distribution among the barons. Gunther gives us a specimen of the means to which Abbot Martin, who had had the German Crusaders placed under his charge, had recourse. The abbot had learned that many relics had been hidden by the Greeks in a particular church. This building was attacked in the general pillage. He, as a priest, searched carefully for the relics, while the soldiers were looking for more commonplace booty. The abbot found an old priest, with the long hair and beard common then, as now, to Orthodox ecclesiastics, and roughly addressed him, "Show me your relics, or you're a dead man." The old priest, seeing that he was addressed by one of his own profession, and frightened probably by the threat, thought, says Gunther, that it was better to give up the relics to him than to the profane and blood-stained hands of the soldiers. He opened an iron safe, and the abbot, at his delight at the sight, buried his hands in the precious store. He and his chaplain filled their surplices, and ran with all haste to the harbour to conceal their prize. That they were successful in keeping it during the stormy days which followed could only be attributed to the virtue of the relics themselves. The way in which Dalmatius de Sergi obtained the head of Saint Clement is an illustration of the Crusaders' belief that the acquisition of a relic and its transport to the West would be allowed as a compensation for the fulfilment of the Crusaders' vow. That knight was grievously affected that he could not go to the Holy Land, and earnestly prayed God to show him how he could execute some other task equivalent to that which he had sworn, but failed, to accomplish. His first thought was to take relics to his own country. He consulted the 2 cardinals who were then in Constantinople, who approved his idea, but charged him not to buy these relics, because their purchase and sale were forbidden. He accordingly determined to steal them, if such a word may be applied to an act which was clearly regarded as praiseworthy. The knight, in order to discover something of a special value, remained in Constantinople until Palm Sunday in the following year. A French priest pointed out to him a church in which the head of Saint Clement was preserved. He went there in the company of a Cistercian monk, and asked to see the relics. While one kept the persons in charge speaking with him, the other stole a portion of the relic. On leaving, the knight was disgusted to find that the whole head had not been taken, and, on the pretext that he had left his gauntlet behind, a companion regained admittance to the church, while the knight again kept the monk in charge in conversation at the door. Dalmatius went to the chest behind the altar where the relic had been kept, stole the remainder, went out, mounted his horse, and rode away. The head was placed with pious joy in the chapel of his house. He returned, disguised, some days after to the church, in order, as he pretended, to do reverence to the relic, in order really to ascertain that he had taken the right head, for there had been two in the chest. He was informed that the head of Saint Clement had been stolen. Then, being satisfied as to its authenticity, he took a vow that he would give the relic to the church of Cluny in case he should arrive safely. He embarked. The devil, from jealousy, sent a hurricane, but the tears and prayers before the relic defeated him, and the knight arrived safely home. The monks of Cluny received the precious treasure with every demonstration of reverent joy, and in the fullest confidence that they had secured the perpetual intercession of Saint Clement on behalf of themselves and those who did honour to his head. The relics most sought after were those which related to the events mentioned in the New Testament, especially to the infancy, life, and passion of Christ, and to the saints popular in the West. In the years which followed the conquest, Latin priests were sent to Constantinople from France, Flanders, and Italy to take charge of the churches in the city. These priests appear to have been great hunters after relics. Thus it came to pass that there was scarcely an important church or monastery in most Western countries which did not possess some share of the spoils which came from Constantinople. For some years the demand for relics seemed to be insatiable, and caused fresh supplies to be forthcoming to an almost unlimited extent. The new relics, equally with the old, were certified in due form to be what they professed to be. Documents, duly attested and full of detailed evidence, sometimes doubtless manufactured for the occasion, easily satisfied those to whom it was of importance to possess certified relics, and throughout the West the demand for relics which might bring profit to their possessors continued to increase. At length the Church deemed it necessary to put a stop to the supply, and especially to that of the apocryphal and legendary acts which testified to its authenticity, and in 1215 the Fourth Lutheran Council judged it necessary to make a decree enjoining the bishops to take means to prevent pilgrims from being deceived. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr Natter. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Latin Empire of the East, its foundation and fall, A.D. 1204 to 1261. By W. J. Brodribb and Sir Walter Besant. Part 1. As a result of the intrigues connected with the Fifth Crusade, in which Crusaders and Venetians, the latter for their own commercial advantage, jointly participated, it was decided to capture Constantinople, the seat of the Byzantine Empire, and to partition the empire itself among the captors. The combined forces of the Latins accordingly made 2 assaults upon the capital of their eastern fellow Christians, who had, from the first, made passive opposition to the Crusades, fearing for the integrity of their empire. The city succumbed to the second attack and was thoroughly plundered. The division of the empire was especially insisted upon by Dandolo, the aged Doge, who led the Venetians in the expedition. The Venetians well knew that whoever held the city of Constantinople held the key of the East. It proved in the end that they had an imperfect knowledge of the strength and resources, as well as of the peculiar weakness of the Byzantine possessions, which at best were but loosely held together, and required ceaseless vigilance on the part of the central government to guard them against outward attack and hold in check the spirit of internal revolt. It was nevertheless the cautious policy of the Venetians not to hold the key of the East, Constantinople, since to hold it would entail the necessity of defending its possessions. They preferred to be on such terms of friendship, not necessarily alliance, with those who should hold the key, as would give them all the advantages they desired, without involving them in irksome obligations if there came a change of masters. "Venice fought for her own hand." Let other nations as they might be led astray by illusory hopes of allies and friends bound by ties of gratitude. She well knew how to guard herself against the spirit of perfidy so active in the Middle Ages, as well as how to exercise that spirit in her own interest. Once in possession and control of Constantinople, the Latins found it necessary to proceed directly to the partition of the Empire. It had been agreed between old Dandolo and Baldwin, Boniface, and others of the Crusaders, that 1 full quarter of the whole dominion was to be assigned to the Latin Emperor, who was to be elected by Venetians and Crusaders together. This left 3 quarters remaining, of which Venice was to take half, the rest to be in some manner divided among the Crusaders. First of all, however, came the election of an emperor for the new state. Venice wanted no imperial dignity, nor could any dignity be bestowed upon the nonagenarian Dandolo, greater than that which he actually enjoyed as Doge of his native republic. He accepted, however, the title of Despot of Romagna. The emperor must therefore be chosen from among the French or Flemings. 2 of the chiefs might show strong claim for the choice. Of these 2, the Marquis of Montferrat, who at first seemed the most likely to be chosen, was already connected by means of his brother's marriage with the late reigning dynasty of Constantinople. He was, besides, proved to be a valorous soldier and a prudent general. On the other hand, Baldwin, the Count of Flanders, a younger man, had displayed all the prowess of his rival and was personally more popular. Besides, the larger part of the army consisted of his own people, Flemings. There was therefore no surprise when the Council of Election announced that the choice had fallen upon Baldwin, and his rival was among the first to acknowledge the validity of the election. The Marquis of Montferrat obtained for his prize Crete and the Asiatic part of the empire. As, however, he discovered that the latter part of the Byzantine realm would require to be conquered, he exchanged it for the kingdom of Thessalonica. The Greek Empire had at one blow fallen to pieces. What the Crusaders had conquered was that part of the country now called Rumelia. Across the Dardanelles, Theodore Lascaris established himself as Emperor of Nicaea, and Alexius, a son of Manuel Comnenus, created an empire for himself at Trebizond. Another established himself as despot of Epirus, and the other 2 wandering emperors, Alexius III and Alexius V, joined their forces in the hope of keeping the Latins out of the northwest provinces. But these 2 past masters in duplicity could not, even in misfortune, trust one another, and Alexius III, the craftier if not the stronger of the 2 vagabond usurpers, seized his ally, put his eyes out, and handed him over to the Latins. They went through the formality of a trial and found him guilty of the murder of Alexius IV. He was sentenced to death, and after a good deal of discussion it was decided that the manner of his death should be by being hurled from the top of a lofty column, and this was accordingly done. As for Alexius III, after a great variety of adventures, he finally fell into the hands of his son-in-law, Theodore Lascaris, who shut him up in a monastery, where his troubled life came to an end. Baldwin began his reign by sending a conciliatory letter to the Pope. He had not, it is true, attempted to carry out the vows which he and his brother Crusaders had taken upon themselves. Palestine still groaned under the yoke of the infidel. At the same time, the Pope could not but feel gratified at the extinction of the Greek schism and the restoration of the unity of Christendom. That event was undoubtedly due to him, and the Pope acknowledged it in a careful letter, which left him free at any time to express his disapprobation of the course pursued by the Crusaders. To the King of France Baldwin wrote, inviting the French knights to find their way to this new scene of conquest and glory. To Palestine he sent promises of assistance, with, as tokens of his power, the gates of Constantinople and the chain which barred the port. And then, the empire being fairly parcelled out, the Marquis of Montferrat took his knights and men in arms to establish his own kingdom of Thessalonica. Other chiefs, who had obtained each his own part of the Byzantine territories, went off to conquer them for themselves, and the Greeks began to perceive that they were ruled by a mere handful of Latin adventurers, only to be dreaded when they were together, and now scattered in small garrisons and feeble bands all about the country. When this knowledge was thoroughly acquired, troubles began to befall the new empire. These troubles were originated, however, not by the Greeks, but by the Bulgarians, and were due to the arrogance and pride of Baldwin. John, king of this savage people, was of the Latin Church. Being as orthodox as he was barbarous, he rejoiced mightily at the fall of the Greeks, and sent an embassy of congratulation to the new Latin emperor. Weak as he was upon his unstable throne, Baldwin actually had the folly and imprudence to assault these ambassadors, to treat them as rebels, and to send a message to their master that, before his servants could be received at the Byzantine court, he must first deserve pardon by touching with his forehead the footstool of the imperial throne. It was not likely that a high-spirited and independent sovereign would brook such a message. He instantly threw the whole weight of his influence and strength into the cause of the Greeks, and with their leaders concerted a scheme of general and simultaneous massacre worthy of his barbarism and their treachery. The secret was well kept. The conspirators were in no hurry to strike the blow. They waited patiently till a time when it seemed as if the force of the Latins was at the lowest, that is, when Prince Henry, brother of the Emperor, had crossed the Hellespont with the flower of the troops. The empire in Europe was covered with thin and sparse garrisons. There were no forces in Constantinople to come to their succour should they try to hold out. They might be taken in detail and at once. And then those Byzantine Vespers began. It was a revolt of thousands against tens. There was a great slaughter, a rush of the little bands who escaped upon Adrianople, where there was a fresh slaughter. And while the Greeks were up in successful revolt, the Bulgarians, accompanied by a savage band of 14,000 Comans, invaded the country, mad for pillage and revenge. The position was one of extreme peril. Baldwin sent messengers to his brother, ordering him to return in all haste, and then made such hasty preparations as were possible, and sallied forth to the siege of Adrianople. Had he waited for Henry's return, all might have gone well with him, but he would not wait. It was the rule of the Crusaders never to refuse battle, whatever the odds, a rule to which their greatest victories, as well as their greatest disasters, were chiefly due. What Godfrey did before Ascalon, Baldwin was ready to do before Adrianople. He had with him no more than 140 knights, with 3 trains of archers and men in arms, say 2,000 men in all. The gallant Villardin, Marshal of Romania, who was destined to survive this day and write its story, left the vanguard. The main body, with whom was Baldwin, was commanded by the Count of Blois. The rear was brought up by old Dandolo. The slender ranks of the little army were continually being recruited by the accession of the fugitive remains of the garrison. On the way to Adrianople they met the light cavalry of the Comans. Orders were given not to pursue these light horsemen, who fought after the manner of the Parthians. In a solid phalanx the Western Knights were able to face any odds, but scattered and dispersed they would fall beneath the weight of numbers. The order insisted on by Dandolo, who knew this kind of enemy, was broken by no others than the Emperor himself and the Count of Blois. The Comans, as usual, fled at the first charge of the heavily armed knights, who spurred after them, regardless of the order, and led by the Emperor. When they had ridden a mile or so, when their horses were breathed, then the Comans closed in upon the little band of knights, and the unequal contest began of 140 against 14,000. Some few struggled out of the mêlée and found their way back to the rest of the army. Most fell upon the field. Among these was the Count of Blois. A few were taken prisoners, among whom was the Emperor. No one ever knew his fate. The wildest stories were told of this unfortunate prince. His hands and feet, it was said, were cut off, and he was exposed, mutilated, to the wild animals. He was beheaded. He enacted the part of Joseph, Potiphar's wife being King John's queen. Nothing was too wild to be believed about him. 20 years later a hermit of the Netherlands thought it would be possible to pass himself off as the real Baldwin, who had escaped from captivity and was thus expiating his early sins. He obtained the faith from justice and the sympathy from the vulgar which have commonly been the lot of pretenders. Whatever the real end of this emperor, the King John wrote a year later to the Pope, calmly informing him that his intercession for Baldwin was no longer of any use, because he was no longer living. Then it was, and not till then, that his brother, Henry of Flanders, consented to assume the title of Emperor. Already the leaders of the Crusade, who only 3 years before had set sail so proudly from Venice, were dead or on the point of death. Baldwin murdered in captivity, the Count of Blois killed on the field of battle, Dandolo dead, at the age, say some writers, of 100, in the year 1205, the Marquis of Montferrat about to be slain in an obscure skirmish with the barbarous Bulgarians. Henry stood alone, save for the faithful Geoffrey de Villardin, Marshal of Champagne and Romania, who, though his narrative ceases at this point, is believed to have remained with the new Emperor. His reign lasted for 10 years only. It was a reign of successful, brave and prudent administration in things military, civil and ecclesiastical. Its success was greatly assisted by the fact that very early in his reign the Greeks discovered the mistake they had made in changing the rule of the Latins for the rule of the barbarians. The first were hard masters, with rough, rude ways, and little sympathy with the culture of the Byzantines, but the latter proposed, as soon as the Latins were driven south, to exterminate the population of Thrace, or at least to transplant the Greeks beyond the Balkans. They called upon the Emperor to forgive them and to help them. Henry, with a little army of 800 knights, with archers and men at arms, perhaps 5,000 in all, made no scruple of going out to attack this disorderly mob of 40,000 Bulgarians. As no mention is made of the commands, it is presumable that these had gone home again with their booty. At the siege of Thessalonica, King John was murdered, slain by no less a person than St. Demetrius himself, said the Greeks, and a peace was concluded between his successor and Henry. The last years of this exemplary monarch's life was spent in wise administration. He checked the zeal of the Pope's legates, and would not countenance persecution about the double procession and other controverted dogmas. He checked the pretensions of the clergy by placing his throne on the same level with that of the Patriarch, whereas it had formerly been lower, and he prohibited the alienation of fiefs, which would have handed over the patrimony of the knights to the Church, and turned, as Gibbon says, a colony of soldiers into a college of priests. When he died, childless, the next heir to the empire was his sister Yolande, who had married Peter of Courtenay, Count of Auxerre, a member of that princely house which still survives in the line of the English Earls of Devon. It was an unfortunate day for that prince when he accepted the crown which had already in 10 years carried off 2 of his brothers, yet the chance was splendid. What count or duke or knight of these days would but seize a crown thus offered, however great the peril? He accepted the crown then, and to make a worthy appearance on entering into possession, he either mortgaged or sold the best part of 10 estates, and raised, with the help of Philip Augustus, an army of 140 knights and 5,500 men at arms and archers. He persuaded the Pope Honorius III to crown him, it being understood that, as Emperor of the East, he had no claim to jurisdiction or right over Rome, and following the example of Baldwin, engaged the Venetians to convey him and his army to Constantinople. They would do so on similar terms, and for a consideration, let him first recover for them the port of Durazzo from the despot of Epirus. This was no longer Michael, the founder of the kingdom, but his brother Theodore. The Emperor delivered his assault on Durazzo and was unsuccessful. Then the Venetians refused the transport. Peter thereupon made an agreement with the despot Theodore, by which the latter undertook to convey him and his armies safely to his dominion overland. It is another story of Greek treachery. The Emperor, with his troops, while in the mountains, was attacked by Greeks of Theodore's army. Such of his men as did not surrender were cut to pieces. He himself was taken prisoner, detained for 2 years, and then put to death in some mysterious way. Yolande, the Empress, while yet she was uncertain of the fate of her lord, gave birth to a son, the most unfortunate Baldwin. The earliest of Yolande's sons, Philippe de Courtenay, had the singular good sense and good fortune to decline the offered crown. He found plenty of fighting in Europe of an equally adventurous kind, and less treacherous than that among the Greeks. The second son, Robert, accepted the responsibilities and dangers of the position. For 7 years he held the sceptre with a trembling hand amid all kinds of disasters. The despot of Epirus, the treacherous Theodore, swept across the country as far as Adrianople, where he raised his standard and called himself Emperor. Vatatkes, the successor of Theodore Lascaris, seized upon the last relics of the Asiatic possessions, intercepted western succour, actually persuaded a large body of French mercenaries to serve under him, constructed a fleet, and obtained the command of the Dardanelles. A personal and private outrage of the grossest kind, offered to the unfortunate Emperor by an obscure knight, drove him in rage and despair from the city. He sought refuge in Italy, but was recalled by his barons, and was on his way back to Constantinople when he was seized with some malady which killed him. It was a miserable record of a weak and miserable life. On his death, his brother Baldwin being still a boy, the barons looked about them for a stronger hand to rule the tottering state. They found the man they wanted in gallant old John de Brienne, the last of those who raised themselves from simple knightly rank to a royal palace. End of section 14. Section 15 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr Natter. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Latin Empire of the East, its foundation and fall, A.D. 1204 to 1261, by W. J. Brodribb and Sir Walter Besant, Part 2. Gauthier de Brienne was King of Sicily and Duke of Apulia. John himself, one of the last specimens of the great crusading heroes, was titular King of Jerusalem, having married Constance, daughter of Isabel and granddaughter of Amaury. Philip Augustus himself selected John de Brienne as the most worthy knight to become the husband of Constance and the King of Jerusalem. He was now an old man of more than 70 years old. His daughter Yolande was married to Frederick II, who had assumed the title of King of Jerusalem, but old as he was still of commanding stature and martial bearing. His arm had lost none of its strength, nor his brain any of its vigour. He accepted the crown on the understanding that the young Baldwin, then 11 years of age, should join him as Emperor on coming of age. Great things were expected from so stout a soldier, yet for 2 years nothing was done. Then the Emperor was roused into action. It was understood at Constantinople that Vatatkes, the successor of Theodore Lascaris, was on the point of concluding an alliance, offensive and defensive, with Agan, King of the Bulgarians and successor of John. The alliance could have but one meaning, the destruction of the Latin Empire. It must be remembered that the vast Roman Empire of the East was shrunken in its dimensions to the city of Constantinople and that narrow strip of territory commanded by her walls, her scanty armies and her diminished fleets. Of territory, indeed, the Latin Empire had none in the sense of land producing revenue. What it held was held with the drawn sword in the hand ready for use. The kingdom of Thessalonica was gone, and though the dukedoms, marquisates, the countships of Achaia, Athens, Sparta, and other independent petty states were still held by the emperors or their sons, they were like the outlying provinces of the Latin kingdom of Jerusalem, Edessa, Tripoli, and the rest, a source of weakness rather than of strength. Little help, if any, could be looked for from them. The alliance, however, was concluded, and the allies, with an immense army, estimated at 100,000, besides 300 ships of war, sat down before the city and besieged it by sea and land. The incident that follows reads like a story from the history of Amadis de Gaul. Gibbon says that he trembles to relate it. While this immense host lay outside his walls, while 30 ships armed with their engines of war menaced his long line of seaward defences in the narrow strait, brave old John de Brienne, who had but 160 knights with their following of men-at-arms and archers, say 2,000 in all, led forth his little band, and at one furious onset routed the besieging army. Probably it was mainly composed of the Bulgarian hordes, undisciplined, badly armed, and, like all such hosts, liable to panic. Perhaps, too, the number of the enemy was by no means so great as is reported, nor were the forces of John de Brienne so small. Nor was his success limited to the rout of the army, for the citizens, encouraged by their flight, attacked the ships and succeeded in dragging 25 of them within the port. It would appear that the Bulgarians renewed their attempt in the following year, and were again defeated by the old emperor. It would have been well for the Latins had his age been less. He died in the year 1237, and young Baldwin, who was married to his daughter Martha, became sole emperor. John de Brienne made so great a name that he was compared with Ajax, Odin the Dane, Hector, Roland, and Judas Maccabeus. Baldwin, who came after him, might have been compared with any of those kinglings who succeeded Charlemagne, and sat in their palaces while the empire fell to pieces. His incapacity is proved, if by nothing else, by his singular and uniform ill luck. If after the fight of life is over no single valiant blow can be remembered, the record is a sorry one indeed. Baldwin's difficulties were, it must be owned, very great. They were so great that for a considerable portion of the 24 years during which he wore the Roman purple, his crown was left him by sufferance, and his manner of reigning was to travel about Europe begging for money. The Pope proclaimed a crusade for him, but it was extremely difficult to awaken general enthusiasm for a Courtenay in danger of being overthrown by Lascaris. And the other point, the submission of Constantinople to Rome in things ecclesiastical, could not be said to touch the popular sentiment at all. The Pope, however, supplemented his exhortation by bestowing upon the indigent Emperor a treasure of indulgences, which he no doubt sold at their marketable value, whatever that was. One fears that it was not much. From England he obtained, after an open insult at Dover, a small contribution towards the maintenance of his empire. Louis IX of France would have rendered him substantial assistance but for the more pressing claims of the Holy Land and his project for delivering the holy places by a new method. His brother-in-law, Frederick II, excommunicated by the Church, was not likely to manifest any enthusiasm for an ecclesiastical cause, and those allies from whom he might have expected substantial aid, the Venetians, were at war with the Genoese. The Prince of Achaia was in captivity, and the feeble son of Boniface, King of Thessalonica (the sons of all these sturdy crusaders were feeble, like the Syrian Pullani, sons of Godfrey's heroes), had been deposed. Yet money and men must be raised, or the city must be abandoned. A wise man would have handed over the empire to any who dared defend it. Baldwin was not a wise man. He proceeded to sell the remaining lands of Courtenay and the Marquisate of Namur, and by this and other expedients managed to return with an army of 30,000 men. What would not Baldwin I, or Henry, his uncle, or John de Brienne, his father-in-law, have been able to effect with an army of 30,000 soldiers of the West? But Baldwin the Incapable did next to nothing. By this time the strip of country remaining to the Emperor was only that immediately surrounding the city. All the rest was in the hands of Greek or of Bulgarian. When these were at war the city was safe. When these were united, the city was every moment in danger of falling. Baldwin used his new recruits in gaining possession of the country for a distance of 3 days' journey round his capital, about 60 miles in all, which was something. But how was the position to be maintained or to be improved? There were no revenues in that bankrupt city, from whose port the trade had passed away and which had lost the command of the narrow seas. What was the condition of the citizens we know not. That of the imperial household was such that the Emperor's servants were fain to demolish empty houses for fuel, and to strip churches of the lead upon their roofs to supply the daily wants of his family. He sent his son Philip to Venice as security for a debt. He borrowed at enormous interest of the merchants of Italy, but when all else failed, and the money which he had raised at such ruinous sacrifices had melted away, and his soldiers were clamouring for pay, he remembered the holy relics yet remaining to the city in spite of the cartloads carried off during the great sack of 1204, and resolved to raise more money upon them. There was, first of all, the crown of thorns. This had been already pledged in Venice for the sum of 13,134 pieces of gold to the Venetians. As the money was spent and the relic could not be redeemed within the time, the Venetians were preparing to seize it. They would have been within their right, but Baldwin conceived an idea so clever that it must have been suggested by a Greek, which, if successfully carried out, would result in the attainment of much more money by its means. He would give it to Louis IX of France. A relic of such importance might be pawned, it might be given, but it could not be sold. Therefore Baldwin gave it to King Louis. By this plan the Venetians were tricked of their relic, on which they had counted, the debt was transferred to France, which easily paid it, the precious object itself, to which Frederick II granted a free passage through his dominions, was conveyed to Dominican friars to Troyes, whither the French court advanced to receive it, and a gift of 10,000 marks reconciled Baldwin and his barons to their loss. After all, as the prospects of the State were so gloomy, it might be some consolation to them to reflect that so sacred a relic, which had the great advantage over the wood of the true cross that it had not been and could not be multiplied until it became equal in bulk to the wood of a 3-decker, was consigned to the safe custody of the most Christian King of France. This kind of traffic once begun, and proving profitable, there was no reason why it should not continue. Accordingly, the crown of thorns was followed by a large and very authentic piece of the true cross. St. Louis gave Baldwin 20,000 marks as an honorarium for the gift of this treasure, which he deposited in the Sainte-Chapelle. Here it remained, occasionally working miracles, as every bit of the true cross was bound to do, until the troubles of the League, when it was mysteriously stolen. Most likely some Huguenot laid hands upon it, and took the same kind of delight in burning it that he took in throwing the consecrated wafer to the pigs. And then some more relics were found and disposed of. There was the baby linen of our Lord, there was the lance which pierced his side, there was the sponge with which they gave him to drink, there was the chain with which his hands had been fettered. All these things, priceless, inestimable, wonder-working, Baldwin sent to Paris in exchange for marks of silver. And then there were relics of less holiness, but still commanding the respect and adoration of Christians. These also were hunted up and sent. Among them were the rod of Moses, and a portion, alas, a portion only, of the skull of John the Baptist. 30,000 or 40,000 marks for all these treasures. And it seems but a poor result of the conquest of Constantinople by the Latins that all which came of it was the transference of relics from the east to the west, nothing else. Such order as the later Greek emperors had preserved, changed into anarchy and misrule, such commerce as naturally flowed from Asia into the Golden Horn, diverted and lost, a strange religion imposed upon an unwilling people, the break-up of the old Roman forms, the destruction by fire of 1/3 of the city, the disappearance of the ancient Byzantine families, the ruin of the wealthy, the depression of the middle classes, the impoverishment of the already poor, the decay and loss of learning. These were the things which the craft and subtlety of Dandolo, working on the Franks' lust of conquest, had brought about for the proud city of the East. But the end was drawing daily nearer. Vatatkes of Nicaea died. He was succeeded by his son Theodore, on whose death the crown of Nicaea devolved upon an infant. The child was speedily, though not immediately, openly dethroned by the regent, Michael Palaeologus. When at length the imperial title was assumed by the latter, Baldwin thought it advisable to attempt negotiations with him. His ambassadors were received with open contumely. Michael would give the Latins nothing. "Tell your master," he said, "that if he be desirous of peace, he must pay me, as an annual tribute, the sum which he receives from the trade and customs of Constantinople. On these terms I may allow him to reign. If he refuses, it will be war." That was in the year 1259. Michael, no putter forth of empty or boastful words, prepared immediately for the coming war. So in his feeble way did Baldwin, but his money was spent, his recruits were melting away, the Venetians alone were his allies, and the Genoese had joined the Greeks. And yet Michael did not know, so great was the terror of the Frank and Flemish name which the great Baldwin, Henry of Flanders, and John de Brienne had left behind them, how weak was the Latin Empire, how unstable were the defences of the city. Michael in 1260 marched into Thrace, strengthened the garrisons, and expelled the Latins yet remaining in the country. Had he, the same year, marched upon Constantinople, the city would have been his, but the glory of taking it was destined for one of his generals. The Greek Emperor, returning to Nicaea, sent Alexios Strategopoulos, his most trusted general, on whom he had conferred the title of Caesar, to take the command of his armies in Europe. he laid strict orders upon him to enter the Latin territory as soon as the existing truce was concluded, to watch, report, act upon the defensive if necessary, but nothing more. Now the lands round Constantinople had been sold by their Latin seigniors to Greek cultivators, who, to defend their property, formed themselves into an armed militia called voluntaries. With these voluntaries Alexius opened communications, and was by their aid enabled to get accurate information of all that went on among the Latins. As soon as the truce expired, he marched his troops across the frontier and approached the city. His force, doubtless the Latins were badly served by their spies, seemed too small to inspire any serious alarm, and the Latins, who had recently received succour from Venice which made them confident, resolved on striking the first blow by an attack on the port of Daphnusia. They accordingly dispatched a force of 6,000 men, with 30 galleys, leaving the city almost bare of defenders. This then was the moment for successful treachery. One Kutrilzakes, a Greek voluntary, secured the assistance of certain friends within the town. Either a subterranean passage was to be opened to the Greeks, or they were to be assured of friends upon the walls. Alexius, at dead of night, brought his army close to the city. At midnight, against a certain stipulated spot, the scaling ladders were placed, where there were none but traitors to receive the men. At the same time the passage was traversed, and Alexius found himself within the walls of the city. They broke open the gate of the fountain. They admitted the Greek men-at-arms and the common auxiliaries before the alarm was given, and by daylight the Greeks had complete command of the land wall, and were storming the imperial palace. There was one chance left for Baldwin. He might have betaken himself to the Venetians, and held their quarter until the unlucky expedition to Daphnusia returned, when they might have expelled the Greeks, or made at least an honourable capitulation. But Baldwin was not the man to fight a lost or losing battle. He hastily fled to the port, embarked on board a vessel, and set sail for Euboea. In the deserted palace the Greek soldiers found sceptre, crown, and sword, the imperial insignia, and carried them in mockery through the streets. While Baldwin was flying from the palace to the port, behind him and around him was the tramp of the rude common barbarians, proclaiming that the city was taken. The houses, hastily thrown open as the fire streaks of the summer day lit up the sky, resounded with the acclamations of those, yesterday his own subjects, who welcomed the newcomers with cries of "Long live Michael, the Emperor of the Romans!" The house of Courtenay had played its last card and lost the game. Pity that it was thrown away by so poor a player. It matters little about the end of Baldwin. He got safely to Euboea, thence to Rome, and lived 12 or 13 years longer in obscurity. When he died, his only son, Philip, assumed the empty title of Emperor of Constantinople, which, Gibbon says, "too bulky and sonorous for a private name, modestly expired in silence and oblivion." It took, however, a long time to expire. 250 years later one of his last holders was the inheritor of so many shadowy claims that his very name in history is blurred by them. René of Anjou gave himself, among other titles, that of Emperor of Constantinople. Constantinople was taken, and the Latin Empire destroyed at a blow. There were, however, still remaining the Venetian merchants, who had the command of the port, and who might, by holding out until the return of the ships from Daphnusia, undo all. Alexius set fire to their houses, but was careful to leave their communications with the vessels unmolested. They had therefore nothing left but to secure the safety of their wives, families, and movable property, which they did by embarking them on board the ships. And when the Daphnusian expedition returned, they found, to their surprise, that the Greeks held the whole city, except a small portion near the port, and had manned the walls. A hasty truce was arranged, the merchants loaded every ship with their families and their property, the Latin fleet sailed down the Dardanelles, and the Latin Empire in the East was at an end. It began with violence and injustice, it ended as it began. There were 6 Latin emperors, of whom the first was a gallant soldier, the second a sovereign of admirable qualities and an able administrator. The third, a plain French knight, who was murdered on his way to assume the purple buskins. The fourth, a weak and pusillanimous creature. The fifth, a stout old warrior. And the last, a monarch of whom nothing good can be said and nothing evil, except that which was said of Boabdil, called El Chico, that he was unlucky. As the Latins never had the slightest right or title to these possessions in the East, so the Western powers were never impelled to assist them, and their downfall was merely a matter of time. In the interests of civilization, their occupation of the city seems to have been unfortunate. They learned nothing for themselves, they taught nothing, neither East nor West profited. They destroyed the old institutions, so that the ancient Roman Empire was broken up by their conquest. They inflicted irreparable losses on learning and art, and perhaps the only good result of their conquest was that, for the moment at least, it deflected the course of trade with the East from the Golden Horn, and sent it by another route to Venice, Genoa, and Pisa. End of section 15.
Section 16 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Innocent III exalts the papal power. Under Pope Innocent III, the example of Gregory VII, Hildebrand, was followed, with the result of still further strengthening and extending the pontifical sway. When Innocent became Pope, 1198, the Holy See was engaged in a desperate contest for supremacy with the Hohenstaufen rulers of the Holy Roman Empire. Henry VI, son of Frederick Barbarossa, had but recently died, leaving his wife, Constance, heiress of the Kingdom of Naples, or the Two Sicilies, and a son, Frederick, afterward Frederick II, born in 1194, to be dealt with by the Pope. While the imperial power, under the Hohenstaufens, was making head against the papal authority, Italy was overrun in parts by German subjects of the emperors, and in two expeditions, 1194 and 1197, Henry VI recovered the Two Sicilies from the usurper, Tancred of Lecce. In his dealings with the Sicilies, Innocent therefore had to reckon with the German influence, which played an important part in the new settlement of the kingdom. His triumphs in this field, as well as in his conflicts with Philip Augustus of France, Otto IV of Germany, and King John of England, and in the war which he made upon heretics, are set forth in the following article in their historical order, and the cumulative growth of his supremacy forms a subject of increasing interest to the end. After the great emperors came the great Pope. Within 4 months of the death of Henry VI, Celestine III had been succeeded by Innocent III, under whom the visions of Gregory VII and Alexander III at last became accomplished facts. The papal authority attained its highest point of influence, and the empire, raised to such heights by Frederick Barbarossa and Henry VI, was reduced to a condition of dependence upon it. The new pope had been Lothair of Segni, a member of the noble Roman house of Conti, who had studied law and theology at Paris and Bologna, and had at an early age won for himself a many-sided reputation as a jurist, a politician, and as a writer. The favor of his uncle, Clement III, had made him cardinal before he was 30, but under Celestine III he kept in the background, disliked by the Pope, and himself suspicious of the timid and temporizing old man. But on Celestine's death, on January 8, 1198, Lothair, though still only 37 years of age, was at once hailed as his most fitting successor, as the strong man who could win for the Church all the advantages that she might hope to gain from the death of Henry VI. Nor did Innocent's pontificate belie the promise of his early career. Innocent III possessed a majestic and noble appearance, an unblemished private character, popular manners, a disposition prone to sudden fits of anger and melancholy, and a fierce and indomitable will. He brought to his exalted position the clearly formulated theories of the canonist as to the nature of the papal power, as well as the overweening ambition, the high courage, the keen intelligence, and the perseverance and energy necessary to turn the theories of the schools into matters of everyday importance. His enunciations of the papal doctrine put claims that Hildebrand himself had hardly ventured to advance in the clearest and most definite light. The Pope was no mere successor of Peter, the vicegerent of man. The Roman pontiff, he wrote, is the vicar, not of man, but of God himself. The Lord gave Peter the rule not only of the universal church, but also the rule of the whole world. The Lord Jesus Christ has set up one ruler over all things as his universal vicar, and as all things in heaven, earth, and hell bow the knee to Christ, so should all obey Christ's vicar, that there should be one flock and one shepherd. No king can reign rightly unless he devoutly serves Christ's vicar. Princes have power in earth, priests have also power in heaven. Princes reign over the body, priests over the soul. As much as the soul is worthier than the body, so much worthier is the priesthood than the monarchy. The sacerdotium is the sun, the regnum the moon. Kings rule over their respective kingdoms, but Peter rules over the whole earth. The sacerdotium came by divine creation, the regnum by man's cunning. In these unrestricted claims to rule over church and state alike, we seem to be back again in the anarchy of the 11th century. And it was not against the feeble, feudal princes of the days of Hildebrand that Innocent III had to contend, but against strong national kings like Philip of France and John of England. It is significant of the change of times that Innocent sees his chief antagonist not so much in the empire as in the limited localized power of the national kings. When Richard of England had yielded before Henry VI, the national state gave way before the universal authority of the Lord of the world. But Innocent claimed that he alone was Lord of the world. The empire was but a German or Italian kingdom, ruling over its limited sphere. Only in papacy was the old Roman tradition of universal monarchy rightly upheld. Filled with these ambitions of universal monarchy, Innocent's survey took in both the smallest and the greatest of European affairs. Primarily, his work was that of an ecclesiastical statesman, and entrenched far upon the authority of the state, we shall see him restoring the papal authority in Rome and in the patrimony, building up the machinery of papal absolutism, protecting the infant king of Sicily, cherishing the municipal freedom of Italy, making and unmaking kings and emperors at his will, forcing the fiercest of the Western sovereigns to acknowledge his feudal supremacy, and the greatest of the kings of France to reform his private life at his commands, giving his orders to the petty monarchs of Spain and Hungary, and promulgating the law of the Church Universal before the assembled prelates of Christendom in the Lateran Council. Nevertheless, the many-sided pontiff had not less near to his heart the spiritual and intellectual than the political direction of the universe. He had the utmost zeal for the extension of the kingdom of Christ. The affair of the Crusade was, as we shall see, ever his most pressing care, and it was his bitterest grief that all his efforts to rouse the Christian world for the recovery of Jerusalem fell on deaf ears. He was strenuous in upholding orthodoxy against the daring heretics of southern France. He was sympathetic and considerate to great religious teachers like Francis and Dominic, from whose work he had the wisdom to anticipate the revival of the inner life of the Church, as many cited as strong and successful as he was strong. Innocent III represents it worthily and adequately. Even before Innocent had attained the chair of Peter, the worst dangers that had so long beset the successors of Alexander III were over. After the death of Henry VI, the Sicilian and the German crowns were separated, and the strong anti-imperial reaction that burst out all over Italy against the oppressive ministers of Henry VI was allowed to run its full course. The danger was not so much of despotism as of anarchy, and Innocent, like Hildebrand, knew how to turn confusion to the advantage of hierarchy. No real effort was made to obtain for the little Frederick the crowns of both Germany and Sicily, while Philip of Swabia, her brother-in-law, hurried to Germany to maintain, if he could, the unity of the Hohenstaufen Empire. Constance was quite content to secure her son's succession in Naples and Sicily by renewing the homage due to the Pope. Having thus obtained the indispensable papal confirmation, Constance ruled in Naples as a national queen in the name of the little Frederick. She drove away the German bandits, who had made the name of her husband a terror to her subjects. Markwald of Anweiler left his Apulian fiefs for Romagna, but the Pope joined with Constance in hostility to the Germans. Without Innocent's strong and constant support, she could hardly have carried out her policy. Recognizing in the renewal of the old papal protection the best hopes for the independence of Sicily, Constance, on her death in 1198, called on Innocent III to act as the guardian of her son. Innocent loyally took up her work, and struggled with all his might to preserve the kingdom of Frederick against his many enemies. But the contest was a long and a fierce one. No sooner was Constance dead than the Germans came back to their prey. The fierce Markwald, driven from Romagna by the papal triumph, claimed the regency and the custody of the king. The Saracens and Greeks of Sicily, still numerous and active, joined the Germans. Walter, Bishop of Troja, Chancellor of Sicily, weaved deep plots against his master and his overlord, but the general support of the Church gave Innocent a strong weapon. Rothfrid, Abbot of Monte Cassino, a tried friend of Henry VI, declared for Innocent against Markwald, who in revenge besieged the great monastery, until a summer storm drove him baffled from its walls. But the purchased support of Pisa gave Markwald the command of the sea, and Innocent had too many schemes on foot, and too little military power at his command to be able to make easy headway against him. At last, Innocent had reluctant recourse to Count Walter of Brienne, the French husband of Tancred's daughter Albina, and now a claimant for the hereditary fiefs of Tancred, Lecce, and Taranto, from which, despite Henry VI's promise, he had long been driven. For almost the first time in Italian history, Frenchmen were thus called in to drive out the Germans. But it was then, as afterward, a dangerous experiment. Walter of Brienne and his small French following invaded Apulia, and fought hard against Leopold of Acara, another of King Henry's Germans. Meanwhile, Markwald, now in open alliance with the Bishop of Troja, made himself master of Sicily and regent of the young king. His death in 1202 removed the most dangerous enemy of both Innocent and Frederick, but the war dragged on for years in Apulia, especially after Leopold had slain Walter of Brienne. The turbulent feudal barons of Apulia and Sicily profited by this long reign of anarchy to establish themselves on a permanent basis. At last, Innocent sent his own brother, Richard, Count of Segni, to root out the last of the Germans. So successful was he that, in 1208, the Pope himself visited the kingdom of his ward, and arranged for its future government by native lords, helped by his brother, who now received a rich Apulian fief. It was Innocent's glory that he had secured for Frederick the whole Norman inheritance. It was amid such storms and troubles that the young Frederick grew up to manhood. In central and northern Italy, Innocent III was more speedily successful than in the south. On Philip of Swabia's return to Germany, Tuscany and the domains of the Countess Matilda fell away from their foreign lord, and invoked the protection of the Church. The Tuscan cities formed themselves into a new league under papal protection. Only Pisa, proud of her sea power, wealth, and trade, held aloof from the combination. It seemed as if, after a century of delays, the papacy was going to enjoy the inheritance of Matilda, and Innocent eagerly set himself to work to provide for its administration. In the north, the Pope maintained friendly relations with the rival communities of the Lombard plain, but his most immediate and brilliant triumph was in establishing his authority over Rome and the patrimony of St. Peter. On his accession, he found his lands just throwing off the yoke of the German garrisons that had kept them in subjection during Henry VI's lifetime. He saw within the city power divided between the Praefectus Urbis, the delegate of the emperor, and the Summus Senator, the mouthpiece of the Roman commune. Within a month, the prefect ceased to be an imperial officer, and became the servant of the papacy, bound to it by fealty oaths, and receiving from it his office. Within a year, the senator also had become the papal nominee, and the whole municipality was controlled by the Pope. No less complete was Innocent's triumph over the nobility of the Campania. He drove Conrad of Urslingen back to Germany, and restored Spoleto to papal rule. He chased Markwald from Romagna and the March of Ancona to Apulia, and exercised sovereign rights even in the most remote regions that acknowledged him as lord. If it was no very real way that Innocent wielded, it at least allowed the town leagues and the rustic nobility to go on in their own way, and made it possible for Italy to work out its own destinies. More powerful and more feared in Italy than any of his predecessors, Innocent could contentedly watch the anti-imperial reaction extending over the Alps and desolating Germany by civil war. Despite the precautions taken by Henry VI, it was soon clear that the German princes would not accept the hereditary rule of a child of 3. Philip of Swabia abandoned his Italian domains and hurried to Germany, anxious to do his best for his nephew. But he soon perceived that Frederick's chances were hopeless, and that it was all that he could do to prevent the undisputed election of a Guelph. He was favored by the absence of the 2 elder sons of Henry the Lion. Henry of Brunswick, the eldest, the Count Palatine of the Rhine, was away on a crusade, and was loyal to the Hohenstaufen, since his happy marriage with Agnes. The next son, Otto, born at Argentan, during his father's first exile, had never seen such of Germany. Brought up at his uncle Richard's of Anjou's court, Otto had received many marks of Richard's favor, and looked up to the chivalrous, adventurous king as an ideal of a warrior prince. Richard had made him Earl of Yorkshire, and had invested him in 1196 with the country of Poitou, that he might learn war and statecraft in the same rude school in which Richard had first acquainted himself with arms and politics. Even now, Otto was not more than 17 years of age. Richard himself, as the new vassal of the empire for Aries and England, was duly summoned to the electoral diet, but his representatives impolitically urged the claims of Count Henry, who was ruled ineligible on account of his absence. Thus it was that when the German magnates at last met for the election on the 8th of March, 1198, at Mühlhausen, their choice fell on Philip the Arabian, who took the title Philip II. Many of the magnates had absented themselves from the diet at Mulhausen, and an irreconcilable band of partisans refused to be bound by its decisions. Richard of England now worked actively for Otto, his favorite nephew, and found support both in the old allies of the Angevins in the lower Rhineland and the ancient supporters of the House of Gulf. Germany was thus divided into two parties, who completely ignored each other's acts. 3 months after the Diet of Mulhausen, another Diet met at Cologne, and chose Otto of Brunswick as King of the Romans. 3 days afterwards, the young prince was crowned at Aachen. A 10 years civil war between Philip II and Otto IV now devastated the Germany that Barbarossa and Henry VI had left so prosperous. The majority of the princes remained firm to Philip, who also had the support of the strong and homogeneous official class of ministeriales that had been the best helpers of his father and brother. Nevertheless, Otto had enough of a party to carry on the struggle. On his side was Cologne, the great mart of Lower Germany, so important from its close trading relations with England, and now gradually shaking itself free of its archbishops. The friendship of Canute of Denmark and the Gulf tradition combined to give him his earliest and greatest success in the north. It was the interest of the baronage to prolong a struggle which secured their own independence at the expense of the central authority. Both parties looked for outside help. Otto, besides his Danish friends, relied on his uncle Richard, and, after his death, on his uncle John. Philip formed a league with his namesake, Philip of France, but distant princes could do but little to determine the result of the contest. It was of more moment that both appealed to Innocent III, and that the Pope willingly accepted the position of arbiter. The settlement of this matter, he declared, belongs to the Apostolic See, mainly because it was the Apostolic See that transferred the empire from the east to the west, and ultimately because the same see confers the imperial crown. In March 1201, Innocent issued his decision. "We pronounce," he declared, "Philip unworthy of empire, and absolve all who have taken oaths of fealty to him as king, inasmuch as our dear son in Christ, Otto, is industrious, discreet, strong, and constant, himself devoted to the church, and descended on each side from a devout stock. We, by the authority of St. Peter, receive him as king, and will in due course bestow upon him the imperial crown." The grateful Otto promised in return to maintain all the possessions and privileges of the Roman Church, including the inheritance of the Countess Matilda. Philip of Swabia still held his own, and the extravagance of the papal claim led to many of the bishops as well as the lay magnates of Germany joining in a declaration that no former pope had ever presumed to interfere in an imperial election. But the swords of his German followers were a stronger argument in favor of Philip's claims than the protests of his supporters against papal assumptions. As time went on, the Hohenstaufen slowly got the better of the Guelphs. With the falling away of the north, Otto's cause became distinctly the losing one. In 1206, Otto was defeated outside the walls of Cologne, and the great trading city was forced to transfer its obedience to his rival. In 1207, Philip became so strong that Innocent was constrained to reconsider his position, and suggested to Otto the propriety of renouncing his claims. But in June 1208, Philip was treacherously murdered at Bamberg by his faithless vassal Otto of Wittelsbach, to whom he had refused his daughter's hand. It was no political crime, but a deed of private vengeance. It secured, however, the position of Otto, for the ministeriales now transferred their allegiance to him, and there was no Hohenstaufen candidate ready to oppose him. Otto, moreover, did not scruple to undergo a fresh election, which secured for him universal recognition in Germany. By marrying Beatrice, Philip of Swabia's daughter, he sought to unite the rival houses, while he conciliated Innocent by describing himself as king, by the grace of God and the Pope. Next year, he crossed the Alps to Italy, and bound himself by oath, not only to allow the papacy of the privileges that he had already granted, but to grant complete freedom in ecclesiastical elections, and to support the Pope in his struggle against heresy. In October 1209, he was crowned emperor at Rome. After 10 years of waiting, Innocent, already master of Italy, had procured for his dependent both the German kingdom and the Roman Empire. Despite his preoccupation with Italy and Germany, the early years of Innocent's pontificate saw him busily engaged in upholding the papal authority and the moral order of the Church in every country in Europe. No consideration of the immediate interests of the Roman See ever prevented him from maintaining his principles, even against powerful sovereigns who could do much to help forward his general plans. The most conspicuous instance of this was Innocent's famous quarrel with Philip Augustus of France, when, to vindicate a simple principle of Christian morals, he did not hesitate to abandon the alliance of the eldest son of the Church, at a time when the fortunes of the papacy were everywhere doubtful. Philip's first wife, Isabella of Hainault, the mother of the future Louis VIII, had died in 1190, just before her husband had started on his crusade. In 1193, Philip negotiated a second marriage with Ingeborg, the sister of Canute VI, the powerful king of Denmark, hoping to obtain from his Danish brother-in-law substantial help against England and the Empire. Philip did not get the expected political advantages from the new connection, and at once took a strong dislike to the lady. On the day after the marriage, Philip refused to have anything more to do with his bride. Within 3 months, he persuaded a synod of complaisant French bishops of Compiègne to pronounce the marriage void by reason of a remote kinship that existed between the two parties. Ingeborg was young, timid, friendless, helpless, and utterly ignorant of the French tongue. But King Canute took up her cause, and, from her retreat in a French convent, she appealed to Rome against the wickedness of the French king and clergy. Celestine III proved her friend, and finding protestations of no avail, he finally quashed the sentence of the French bishops and declared her the lawful wife of the French king. But Philip persisted in his repudiation of Ingeborg, and Celestine contented himself with remonstrances and warnings that were utterly disregarded. In 1196, Philip found a fresh wife in Agnes, a lady of the powerful house of Andechs-Marin, whose authority was great in Thuringia, and whose Alpine lordships soon developed into the country of Tyrol. Innocent at once proved a stronger champion of Ingeborg than the weak and aged Celestine. He forthwith warned Philip and the French bishops that they had no right to put asunder those whom God had joined together. "Recall your lawful wife," he wrote to Philip, "and then we will hear all that you can righteously urge. If you do not do this, no power shall move us to right or left until justice be done." A papal legate was now sent to France, threatening excommunication and interdict, were Ingeborg not immediately reinstated in her place. For a few months the Pope hesitated, moved, no doubt, by his Italian and German troubles, and fearful lest his action against a Christian prince should delay the hoped-for crusade. But he gradually turned the leaders of the French clergy from their support of Philip, and at last, in February 1200, an interdict was pronounced forbidding the public celebration of the rites of the Church in the whole lands that owed obedience to the King of France. Philip Augustus held out fiercely for a time, declaring that he would rather lose half his lands than be separated from Agnes. Meanwhile, he used pressure on his bishops to make them disregard the interdict, and vigorously intrigued with the cardinals seeking to build up a French party in the papal curia. Innocent so far showed complacency that the legate he sent to France was the king's kinsman, Octavian, Cardinal Bishop of Ostia, who was anxious to make Philip's humiliation as light as possible. His labors were eased by the partial submission of Philip, who in September visited Ingeborg and promised to take her again as his wife, and so gave an excuse to end the interdict. Philip still claimed that his marriage should be dissolved, though here again he suddenly abandoned a suit which he probably saw was hopeless. The death of Agnes of Meran in July 1201 made a complete reconciliation less difficult. Next year, the Pope legitimated the children of Agnes and Philip on the ground that the sentence of divorce pronounced by the French bishops gave the king reasonable grounds for entering in good faith on his union with her. Ingeborg was still refused the rights of a queen, and constantly besought the Pope to have pity on her forlorn condition. The Pope was now forced to content himself with remonstrances. Philip declared that a baleful charm separated him from Ingeborg, and again begged the Pope to divorce him from a union based on sorcery and witchcraft. The growing need of the French alliance now somewhat slackened the early zeal of Innocent for the cause of the Queen, but no real cordiality was possible as long as the strained relations of Ingeborg and Philip continued. At last, in 1213, in the very crisis of his fortunes, Philip completed his tardy reconciliation with his wife after they had been separated for 20 years. Henceforth, Philip was the most active ally of the papacy. While thus dealing with Philip of France, Innocent enjoyed easier triumphs over the lesser kings of Europe. It was his ambition to break through the traditional limits that separated the Church from the state, and to bind as many as he could of the kings of Europe to the papacy by ties of political vassalage. The time-honored feudal superiority of the popes over the Norman kingdom of Sicily had been the first precedent for the most unecclesiastical of all papal aggressions. Already others of the smaller kingdoms of Europe, conspicuous among which was Portugal, had followed the example of the Normans in becoming vassals of the Holy See. Under Innocent, at least 3 states supplemented ecclesiastical by political dependence on the papacy. Sancho, King of Portugal, who had striven to repudiate the former submission of Alfonso I, was in the end forced to accept the papal suzerainty. Peter, King of Aragon, went in 1204 to Rome and was solemnly crowned king by Innocent. Afterward, Peter deposited his crown on the high altar of St. Peter's, and condescended to receive the investiture of his kingdom from the Pope, holding it as a perpetual fief of the Holy See, and promising tribute to Innocent and his successors. In 1213, a greater monarch than the struggling Christian kings of the Iberian Peninsula was forced, after a long struggle, to make an even more abject submission. End of section 16. Recording by Harley Holland from Las Vegas. Section 17 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. Edited by Charles F., Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Innocent III exalts the papal power, A.D. 1208, by T.F. Tout. Part 2. The long strife of Innocent with John of Anjou about the disputed election to the See of Canterbury was fought with the same weapons which the Pope had already employed against the King of France. But John held out longer. Interdict was followed by excommunications and threatened deposition. At last, the English king surrendered his crown to the papal agent Pandulf, and, like Peter of Aragon, received it back as a vassal of the papacy, bound by an annual tribute. Nor were these the only kings that sought the support of the great Pope. The schismatic princes of the East vied in ardor with the Catholic princes of the West in their quest of Innocent's favor. King Leo of Armenia begged for his protection. The Bulgarian prince John besought the Pope to grant him a royal crown. Innocent posed as a mediator in Hungary between the two brothers, Emmerich and Andrew, who were struggling for the crown. Canute of Denmark, zealous for his sister's honor, was his humble suppliant. Poland was equally obedient. The Duke of Bohemia accepted the papal reproof for allying himself with Philip of Swabia. Despite his vigor and his authority, Innocent's constant interference with the internal concerns of every country in Europe did not pass unchallenged. Even the kings who invoked his intercession were constantly in conflict with him. Besides his great quarrels in Germany, France, and England, Innocent had many minor wars to wage against the princes of Europe. For 5 years, the kingdom of Leon lay under interdict, because its king Alfonso had married his cousin, Berengaria of Castile, in the hope of securing the peace between the two realms. It was only after the lady had borne 5 children to Alfonso that she voluntarily terminated the obnoxious union, and Innocent found it prudent, as in France, to legitimize the offspring of a marriage which he had denounced as incestuous. Not one of the princes of the peninsula was spared. Sancho of Navarre incurred interdict by reason of suspected dealings with the Saracens, while the marriage of his sister with Peter of Aragon, the vassal of the Pope, involved both kings in a contest with Innocent. Not only did the monarchs of Europe resent, so far as they were able, the Pope's haughty policy. For the first time, the peoples of their realms began to make common cause with them against the political aggressions of the papacy. The nobles of Aragon protested against King Peter's submission to the papacy, declared that his surrender of their kingdom was invalid, and prevented the payment of the promised tribute. When John of England procured his Roman overlord's condemnation of Magna Charta, the support of Rome was no avail to prevent his indignant subjects combining to drive him from the throne, and did not even hinder Louis of France, the son of the papalist Philip II, from accepting their invitation to become English king in his stead. It was only by a repudiation of this policy and by an acceptance of the Great Charter that the papacy could secure the English throne for John's young son, Henry III, and thus continue for a time its precarious overlordship over England. For the moment, Innocent's iron policy crushed opposition, but in adding the new hostility of the national kings and the rising nations of Europe to the old hostility of the declining empire, Innocent was entering into a perilous course of conduct, which, within a century, was to prove fatal to one of the strongest of his successors. The more political the papal authority became, the more difficult it was to uphold its prestige as the source of law, of morality, of religion. Innocent himself did not lose sight of the higher ideal, because he strove so firmly after more earthly aims. His successors were not always so able or so high-minded, and it was as the protectors of the people, not as the enemies of their political rights, that the great popes of the 11th and 12th centuries had obtained their wonderful ascendancy over the best minds of Europe. The coronation of Otto IV did not end Innocent's trouble with the empire. It was soon followed by an open breach between the Pope and his nominee, from which ultimately developed something like a general European war, between a league of partisans of the Pope and a league of partisans of Otto. It was inevitable that Otto, as a crowned emperor, should look upon the papal power in a way very different from that in which he had regarded it when a faction leader struggling for the crown. Then the support of the Pope was indispensable. Now the autocracy of the Pope was to be feared. The Hohenstaufen ministeriales, who now surrounded the Gothic emperor, raised his ideals and modified his policy. Henry of Calden, the old minister of Henry VI, was now his closest confidant, and under his direction it soon became Otto's ambition to continue the policy of the Diepold and the other German adventurers, who still defied Frederick II and the Pope in Apulia. He soon claimed the inheritance of Matilda, as well as the Sicilian monarchy, In August 1210, he occupied Matilda's Tuscan lands, and in November invaded Apulia and prepared to dispatch a Pisan fleet against Sicily. Innocent was moved to a terrible wrath. On hearing of the capture of Capua and the revolt of Salerno and Naples, he excommunicated the emperor and freed his subjects from their oaths of fealty to him. But, despite the threats to the church, Otto conquered most of Apulia and was equally successful in reviving the imperial authority in northern Italy. Innocent saw the power that he had built up so carefully in Italy crumbling rapidly away. In his despair, he turned to France and Germany for help against the audacious Gulf. Philip Augustus, though still in bad odor at Rome through his persistent hostility to Ingeborg, was now an indispensable ally. He actively threw himself into the Pope's policy, and French and papal agents combined to stir up disaffection against Otto in Germany. The haughty manners and the love of the young king for Englishmen and Saxons had already excited disaffection. It was believed that Otto wished to set up a centralized despotism of the court officials, levying huge taxes on the model of the Angevin administrative system of his grandfathers and uncles. The bishops now took the lead in organizing a general defection from the absent emperor. In September 1211, a gathering of disaffected magnates, among whom were the newly made King Ottokar of Bohemia and the Dukes of Austria and Bavaria, assembled at Nuremberg. They treated the papal sentence as the deposition of Otto, and pledged themselves to elect as their new king Frederick of Sicily, the sometime ward of the Pope. It was not altogether good news to the Pope that the German nobles had, in choosing the son of Henry VI, renewed the union of German and Sicily. But Innocent felt that the need of setting up an effective opposition to Otto was so pressing that he put out of sight the general in favor of the immediate interests of the Roman See. He accepted Frederick as emperor, only stipulating that he could renew his homage for the Sicilian crown, and consequently renounce an inalienable union between Sicily and the empire. Frederick now left Sicily, repeated his submission to Innocent at Rome, and crossed the Alps for Germany. Otto had already abandoned Italy to meet the threatened danger in the north. Misfortune soon showered thick upon him. His Hohenstaufen wife, Beatrice, died, and her loss lessened his hold on southern Germany. When Frederick appeared, Swabia and Bavaria were already eager to welcome the heir of the mighty southern line, and aid him against the audacious Saxon. The spiritual magnates flocked to the side of the friend and pupil of the Pope. In December 1212, followed Frederick's formal election and his coronation at Mainz by the Archbishop Siegfried. Early in 1213, Henry of Calden appeared at his court. Henceforward, the important class of the ministeriales was divided. While some remained true to Otto, others gradually went back to the personal representative of Hohenstaufen. Otto was now thrown back on Saxony and the lower Rhineland. He again took up his quarters with the faithful citizens of Cologne, when he appealed for help to his uncle, John of England, still under the papal ban. With English help, he united the princes of the Netherlands in a party of opposition to the Pope and the Hohenstaufen. Frederick answered by a closer and a more effective league with France. Even before his coronation he had met Louis, the son of Philip Augustus, at Vaucouleurs. All Europe seemed arming at the bidding of the Pope and Emperor. John of England now hastily reconciled himself to Innocent, at the price of the independence of his kingdom. He thus became in a better position to aid his excommunicated nephew, and revenge the loss of Normandy and Anjou on Philip Augustus. His plan was now a twofold one. He himself summoned the barons of England to follow him in an attempt to recover his ancient lands on the Loire. Meanwhile, Otto and the Netherlandish lords were encouraged, by substantial English help, to carry out a combined attack on France from the north. The opposition of the English barons reduced to comparative insignificance the expedition to Poitou, but a very considerable army gathered together under Otto and took up its position in the neighborhood of Tournai. Among the French king's vassals, Ferrand, Count of Flanders, long hostile to his overlord Philip, and the Count of Boulogne fought strenuously on Otto's side, while of the imperial vassals, the Count of Holland and Duke of Brabant, Lower Lorraine, were among Otto's most active supporters. A considerable English contingent came also, headed by Otto's bastard uncle, William Longsword, Earl of Salisbury. Philip himself commanded the chivalry of France, leaving his son Louis to fight against John and Poitou. On July 27th, the decisive battle was fought at Bouvines, a few miles southwest of Tournai. The army of France and Church gained an overwhelming victory over the league which had incurred the papal ban, and Otto's fortunes were utterly shattered. He soon lost all his hold over the Rhineland, and was forced to retreat to the ancient domains of his house in Saxony. His remaining friends made their peace with Philip and Frederick. The defection of the Wittelsbachers lost his last hold in the south of Germany, and the desertion of Valdemar of Denmark deprived him of a strong friend in the north. John withdrew from continental politics to be beaten more decisively by his barons than he had been beaten in Poitou or at Bouvines. Frederick II was now undisputed king of the Romans, and Innocent III had won another triumph. By the Golden Bull of Eger, July 1213, Frederick had already renewed the concessions made by Otto to the Church, and promised obedience to the Holy See. In 1216, he pledged himself to separate Sicily from the empire and establish his son Henry there as king, under the supremacy of the Church. But, like his other triumphs, Innocent's victory over the empire was purchased at no small cost. For the first time, a German national irritation at the aggressions of the papacy began to be distinctly felt. It found an adequate expression in the indignant verses of Walther von der Vogelweide, protesting against the priests who strove to upset the rights of the laity, and denouncing the greed and pride of the foreigners who profited by the humiliation of Germany. Amid all the distractions of Western politics, Innocent III ardently strove to revive the crusading spirit. He never succeeded in raising all Europe, as several of his predecessors had done. But after great efforts, and the eloquent preaching of Fulk of Neuilly, he stirred up a fair amount of enthusiasm for the crusading cause, and, in 1204, a considerable crusading army, mainly French, mustered at Venice. It was the bitterest disappointment of Innocent's life that the Fourth Crusade never reached Palestine, but was diverted to the conquest of the Greek Empire. Yet the establishment of a Catholic Latin Empire at Constantinople, at the expense of the Greek schismatics, was no small triumph. Not disheartened by his first failure, Innocent still urged upon Europe the need of the Holy War. If no expedition against the Saracens of Syria marked the result of his efforts, his pontificate saw the extension of the crusading movement to other lands. Innocent preached the crusade against the Moors of Spain, and rejoiced in the news of the momentous victory of the Christians at Navas de Tolosa. He saw the beginnings of a fresh crusade against the obstinate heathen on the eastern shore of the Baltic. But all these crusades were against pagans and infidels. Innocent made a much greater new departure when he proclaimed the first crusade directed against a Christian land. The Albigensian Crusade succeeded in destroying the most dangerous and widespread popular heresy that Christianity had witnessed since the fall of the Roman Empire, and Innocent rejoiced that his times saw the Church purged of its worst blemish. But, in extending the benefits of a crusade to Christians fighting against Christians, he handed on a precedent which has soon fatally abused by his successors. In crushing out the young national life of southern France, the papacy again set a people against itself. The denunciations of the German Minnesinger were re-echoed in the complaints of the last of the troubadours. Rome had ceased to do harm to Turks and Saracens, but had stirred up Christians to war against fellow Christians. God and his saints abandoned the greedy, the strife-loving, the unjust worldly church. The picture is darkly colored by a partisan, but in every triumph of Innocent there lay the shadow of future trouble. Crusades, even against heretics and infidels, are the work of earthly force rather than of spiritual influence. It was to build up the great outward corporation of the Church that all these labors of Innocent mainly tended. Even his additions to the canon law, his reforms of ecclesiastical jurisdiction, dealt with the external rather than the internal life of the Church. The criticism of James of Vitry, that the Roman Curia was so busy in secular affairs that it hardly turned a thought to spiritual things, is clearly applicable to much of Innocent's activity. But the many-sided Pope did not ignore the religious wants of the Church. His crusade against heresy was no mere war against enemies of the wealth and the power of the Church. The new tendencies that were to transform the spiritual life of the 13th century were not strange to him. He favored the early work of Dominic. He had personal dealings with Francis, and showed his sympathy with the early work of the poor man of Assisi. But it is as the conqueror and organizer, rather than the priest of profit, that Innocent made his mark in the Church. It is significant that, with all his greatness, he never attained the honors of sanctity. Toward the end of his life, Innocent held a general council in the Basilica of St. John Lateran. A vast gathering of bishops, heads of orders, and secular dignitaries gave brilliancy to the gathering, and enhanced the glory of the pontiff. Enthroned over more than 400 bishops, the Pope proudly declared the law to the world. "Two things we have specially to heart," wrote Innocent, in summoning the assembly: the deliverance of the Holy Land and the reform of the Church Universal. In its vast collection of 70 canons, the Lateran Council strove hard to carry out the Pope's program. It condemned the dying heresies of the Albigenses and the Cathari, and prescribed the methods and punishments of the unrepentant heretic. It strove to rekindle zeal for the Crusade. It drew up a drastic scheme for reforming the internal life and discipline of the Church. It strove to elevate the morals and the learning of the clergy, to check their worldliness and covetousness, and to restrain them from abusing the authority of the Church through excessive zeal or more corrupt motives. It invited bishops to set up free schools to teach poor scholars grammar and theology. It forbade trial by battle and trial by ordeal. It subjected the existing monastic orders to stricter superintendence, and forbade the establishment of new monastic rules. It forbade superstitious practices and the worship of spurious or unauthorized relics. The whole series of canons sought to regulate and ameliorate the influence of the Church on society. If many of the abuses aimed at were too deeply rooted to be overthrown by mere legislation, the attempt speaks well for the character and intelligence of Pope and Council. All medieval lawmaking, civil and ecclesiastical alike, was but the promulgation of an ideal rather than the issuing of precepts meant to be literally executed. But no more serious attempt at rooting out inveterate evils was ever made in the Middle Ages than in this council. The formal enunciation of this lofty program of reform brought Innocent's pontificate to a glorious end. The pontiff devoted what little remained of his life to hurrying on the preparations for the projected crusade, which was to set out by 1217. But in the summer of 1216, Innocent died at Perugia, when only 56 years old. If not the greatest, he was the most powerful of all the popes. For nearly 20 years, the whole history of Europe groups itself round his doings. End of section 17.
Section 18 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria James, The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Signing of the Magna Carta, AD 1215, David Hume. The Great Charter is one of the most famous documents in history, regarded as the foundation of English civil liberty. It also stands as the historic prototype of later declarations of human freedom in various lands. In the Great Charter, as observed by Green, the vague expressions of the older charters were exchanged for precise and elaborate provisions. The Great Charter marks the transition from the age of traditional rights to the age of written legislation. of parliaments and statutes, which was soon to come." Close quote. King John of England, although compelled to submit to the loss of his French provinces in 1204, never after lost sight of plans for the renewal of the war with France. A bitter controversy with Pope Innocent III began over an election for the Archbishopric of Canterbury, and resulted in a bull deposing John, 1212, with a command to Philip of France to execute the deposition. John made terms with the Pope by agreeing to hold his kingdom in fief from the pontiff, and to pay an annual tribute of 1,000 marks, 1213. John then invaded France, in alliance with Otho IV, Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire and others, but was defeated at Bouvines, near Lille, in 1214. This ended John's endeavours to recover his lost power in France, and he could only think henceforth of ruling peaceably his own kingdom and preserving to his own advantage his now close connection with the Pope. But although the English king's reign had been full of unfortunate events, the last and most grievous of his trials still awaited him, and, quote, "he was destined to pass through a series of more humiliating circumstances than had ever yet fallen to the lot of any other monarch." Close quote. Under the feudal law of William the Conqueror, the ancient liberties of the Anglo-Saxons were greatly curtailed. In fact, the whole English people were reduced to a state of vassalage, which, for the majority, closely bordered upon actual slavery. Even the proud Norman barons themselves submitted to a kingly prerogative more absolute than was usual in feudal governments. A charter of comparative liberality had been granted by Henry I, renewed by Stephen, and confirmed by Henry II, but had never, either in letter or spirit, been made effective. And now came the great crisis, in which the matters at issue, first between the king and his barons, but ultimately between the crown and the subjects at large, were to be adjusted. The event was hastened by the exactions and impositions of John himself, and by personal as well as official conduct which rendered him odious to his people, these causes at length producing a general combination against him. The effect of John's lawless practices had already appeared in the general demand made by the barons of a restoration of their privileges, and after he had reconciled himself to the Pope by abandoning the independence of the kingdom, he appeared to all his subjects in so mean a light that they universally thought they might with safety and honour insist upon their pretensions. But nothing forwarded this confederacy so much as the concurrence of Langton, Archbishop of Canterbury, though he was obtruded on the nation by a palpable encroachment of the See of Rome, ought always to be respected by the English. This prelate, whether he was moved by the generosity of his nature and his affection to public good, or had entertained an animosity against John, on account of the long opposition made by that prince to his election, or thought that an acquisition of liberty to the people would serve to increase and secure the privileges of the Church, had formed the plan of reforming the government. In a private meeting of some principal barons at London, he showed them a copy of Henry I's charter, which, he said, he had happily found in a monastery, and he exhorted them to insist on the renewal and observance of it. The barons swore that they would sooner lose their lives than depart from so reasonable a demand. The confederacy began now to spread wider and to comprehend almost all the barons in England, and a new and more numerous meeting was summoned by Langton at St. Edmundsbury, under colour of devotion. He again produced to the assembly the old charter of Henry, renewed his exhortations of unanimity and vigour in the prosecution of their purpose, and represented in the strongest colours the tyranny to which they had so long been subjected, and from which it now behoved them to free themselves and their posterity. The barons, inflamed by his eloquence, incited by the sense of their own wrongs, and encouraged by the appearance of their power in numbers, solemnly took an oath before the high altar to adhere to each other, to insist on their demands, and to make endless war on the king till he should submit to grant them. They agreed that, After the festival of Christmas, they would prefer in a body their common petition, and in the meantime they separated, after mutually engaging that they would put themselves in a posture of defence, would enlist men and purchase arms, and would supply their castles with the necessary provisions. The barons appeared in London on the day appointed, and demanded of the king that in consequence of his own oath before the prelate, as well as in deference to their just rights, he should grant them a renewal of Henry's charter, and a confirmation of the laws of St. Edward. The king, alarmed with their zeal and unanimity, as well as with their power, required a delay, promised that, at the festival of Easter, he would give them a positive answer to their petition, and offered them the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Bishop of Ely, and the Earl of Pembroke as sureties for his fulfilling this engagement. The barons accepted of the terms, and peaceably returned to their castles. During this interval, John, in order to break or subdue the league of his barons, endeavoured to avail himself of the ecclesiastical power of whose influence he had, from his own recent misfortunes, had such fatal experience. He granted to the clergy a charter relinquishing forever that important prerogative for which his father and all his ancestors had zealously contended, yielding to them the free election on all vacancies, reserving only the power to issue a congé d'élire and to subjoin a confirmation of the election, and declaring that, if either of these were withheld, the choice should nevertheless be deemed just and valid. He made a vow to lead an army into Palestine against the infidels, and he took on him the cross, in hopes that he should receive from the Church that protection which she tendered to every one that had entered into this sacred and meritorious engagement. And he sent to Rome his agent, William de Mauclerc, in order to appeal to the Pope against the violence of his barons, and procure him a favourable sentence from that powerful tribunal. The barons also were not negligent on their part in endeavouring to engage the Pope in their interests. They dispatched Eustace de Vesci to Rome, laid their case before Innocent as their feudal lord, and petitioned him to interpose his authority with the king, and oblige him to restore and confirm all their just and undoubted privileges. Innocent beheld with regret the disturbances which had arisen in England, and was much inclined to favour John in his pretensions. He had no hopes of retaining and extending his newly acquired superiority over that kingdom, but by supporting so base and degenerate a prince, who was willing to sacrifice every consideration to his present safety, and he foresaw that, if the administration should fall into the hands of those gallant and high-spirited barons, they would vindicate the honour, liberty, and independence of the nation, with the same ardour which they now exerted in defence of their own. He wrote letters, therefore, to the prelates, to the nobility, and to the king himself. He exhorted the first to employ their good offices in conciliating peace between the contending parties, and putting an end to civil discord. To the second, he expressed his disapprobation of their conduct in employing force to extort concessions from their reluctant sovereign. The last he advised to treat his nobles with grace and indulgence, and to grant them such of their demands as should appear just and reasonable. The barons easily saw, from the tenor of these letters, that they must reckon on having the Pope, as well as the king, for their adversary, but they had already advanced too far to recede from their pretensions, and their passions were so deeply engaged that it exceeded even the power of superstition itself any longer to control them. They also foresaw that the thunders of Rome, when not seconded by the efforts of the English ecclesiastics, would be of small avail against them, and they perceived that the most considerable of the prelates, as well as all the inferior clergy, professed the highest approbation of their cause. Besides that, these men were seized with the national passion for laws and liberty, blessings of which they themselves expected to partake. There concurred very powerful causes to loosen their devoted attachment to the apostolic see. It appeared from the late usurpations of the Roman pontiff that he intended to reap alone all the advantages accruing from that victory, which under his banners, though at their own peril, they had everywhere obtained over the civil magistrate. The Pope assumed a despotic power over all the churches. Their particular customs, privileges, and immunities were treated with disdain. Even the canons of general councils were set aside by his dispensing power. The whole administration of the Church was centered in the court of Rome. All preferments ran, of course, in the same channel, and the provincial clergy saw, at least felt, that there was a necessity for limiting these pretensions. The legate, Nicholas, in filling those numerous vacancies which had fallen in England during an interdict of 6 years, had proceeded in the most arbitrary manner, and had paid no regard, in conferring dignities, to personal merit, to rank, to the inclination of the electors, or to the customs of the country. The English Church was universally disgusted, and Langton himself, though he owed his elevation to an encroachment of the Romish see, was no sooner established in his high office than he became jealous of the privilege annexed to it, and formed attachments with the country subjected to his jurisdiction. These causes, though they opened slowly the eyes of men, failed not to produce their effect. They set bounds to the usurpations of the papacy. The tide first stopped, and then turned against the sovereign pontiff, and it is otherwise inconceivable how that age, so prone to superstition and so sunk in ignorance, or rather so devoted to a spurious erudition, could have escaped falling into an absolute and total slavery under the court of Rome. About the time that the Pope's letters arrived in England, the malcontent barons, on the approach of the festival of Easter, when they were to expect the king's answer to their petition, met by agreement at Stamford, and they assembled a force consisting of above 2,000 knights, besides their retainers and inferior persons without number. Elated with their power, they advanced in a body to Brackley, within 15 miles of Oxford, the place where the court then resided, and they there received a message from the king, by the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Earl of Pembroke, desiring to know what those liberties were which they so zealously challenged from their sovereign. They delivered to these messengers a schedule, containing the chief articles of their demands, which was no sooner shown to the king than he burst into a furious passion, and asked why the barons did not also demand of him his kingdom, swearing that he would never grant them such liberties as must reduce himself to slavery. No sooner were the Confederate nobles informed of John's reply than they chose Robert Fitzwalter their general, whom they called the Mareschal of the Army of God and of Holy Church, and they proceeded without further ceremony to levy war upon the king. The gates of Bedford Castle were willingly opened to them by William Beauchamp, its owner. They advanced to Ware on their way to London, where they held a correspondence with the principal citizens. They were received without opposition into the capital, and finding now the great superiority of their force, they issued proclamations requiring the other barons to join them, and menacing them, in case of refusal or delay, with committing devastation on their houses and estates. In order to show what might be expected from their prosperous arms, they made incursions from London, and laid waste the king's parks and palaces, and all the barons, who had hitherto carried the semblance of supporting the royal party, were glad of this pretence for openly joining a cause which they had always secretly favored. The king was left at Odium in Hampshire, with a poor retinue of only 7 knights, and after trying several expedients to elude the blow, after offering to refer all differences to the Pope alone, or to 8 barons, 4 to be chosen by himself, and 4 by the Confederates, he found himself at last obliged to submit at discretion. A conference between the king and the barons was appointed at Runnymede, between Windsor and Staines, a place which has ever since been extremely celebrated on account of this great event. The two parties encamped apart like open enemies, and after a debate of a few days, the king, with a facility somewhat suspicious, signed and sealed the charter which was required of him. This famous deed, commonly called the Great Charter, either granted or secured very important liberties and privileges to every order of men in the kingdom, to the clergy, to the barons, and to the people. The freedom of elections was secured to the clergy. The former charter of the king was confirmed, by which the necessity of a royal congé d'élire and confirmation was superseded. All check upon appeals to Rome was removed, by the allowance granted every man to depart the kingdom at pleasure, and the fines to be imposed on the clergy for any offence were ordained to be proportional to their lay estates, not to their ecclesiastical benefices. The privileges granted to the barons were either abatements in the rigour of the feudal law, or determinations in points which had been left by that law or had become, by practice, arbitrary and ambiguous. The reliefs of heirs succeeding to a military fee were ascertained, and earls and barons at 100 marks, a knights at 100 shillings. It was ordained by the charter that, if the heir be a minor, he shall, immediately upon his majority, enter upon his estate without paying any relief. The king shall not sell his wardship. He shall levy only reasonable profits upon the estate, without committing waste or hurting the property. He shall uphold the castles, houses, mills, parks, and ponds, and if he commit the guardianship of the estate to the sheriff or any other, he shall previously oblige them to find surety to the same purpose. During the minority of a baron, while his lands are in wardship, and are not in his own possession, no debt which he owes to the Jews shall bear any interest. Heirs shall be married without disparagement, and before their marriage be contracted, the nearest relatives of the person shall be informed of it. A widow, without paying any relief, shall enter upon her dower the third part of her husband's rents. She shall not be compelled to marry, so long as she chooses to continue single. She shall only give security never to marry without her lord's consent. The king shall not claim the wardship of any minor who holds lands by military tenure of a baron, on pretence that he also holds lands of the crown, by socage or any other tenure. Scottishes shall be estimated at the same rate as in the time of Henry I, and no scutage or aid except in the 3 general feudal cases, the king's captivity, the knighting of his eldest son, and the marrying of his eldest daughter, shall be imposed but by the great council of the kingdom. The prelates, earls, and great barons shall be called to this great council, each by a particular writ, the lesser barons by a general summons of the sheriff. The king shall not seize any baron's land for a debt to the crown, if the baron possesses as many goods and chattels as are sufficient to discharge his debt. No man shall be obliged to perform more service for his fee than he is bound to by his tenure. No governor or constable of a castle shall oblige any knight to give money for castle guard, if the knight be willing to perform the service in person, or by another able-bodied man, and if the knight be in the field himself by the king's command, he shall be exempted from all other service of this nature. No vassal shall be allowed to sell so much of his land as to incapacitate himself from performing his service to his lord. End of section 18. Section 19 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria James. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Signing of the Magna Carta AD 1215 by David Hume, Part 2. These were the principal articles, calculated for the interest of the barons, and had the charter contained nothing further, national happiness and liberty had been very little promoted by it, as it would only have tended to increase the power and independence of an order of men who were already too powerful, and whose yoke might have become more heavy on the people than even that of an absolute monarch. But the barons, who alone drew and imposed on the prince this memorable charter, were necessitated to insert in it other clauses of a more extensive and more beneficent nature, they could not expect the concurrence of the people without comprehending, together with their own, the interests of inferior ranks of men, and all provisions which the barons for their own sake were obliged to make in order to ensure the free and equitable administration of justice tended directly to the benefit of the whole community. The following were the principal clauses of this nature. It was ordained that all the privileges and immunities above mentioned granted to the barons against the king should be extended by the barons to their inferior vassals. The king bound himself not to grant any writ empowering a baron to levy aid from his vassals, except in the 3 feudal cases. 1 weight and 1 measure shall be established throughout the kingdom. Merchants shall be allowed to transact all business without being exposed to any arbitrary tolls and impositions. They and all freemen shall be allowed to go out of the kingdom and return to it at pleasure. London and all cities and burghs shall preserve their ancient liberties, immunities, and free customs. Aids shall not be required of them but by the consent of the Great Council. No towns or individuals shall be obliged to make or support bridges but by ancient custom. The goods of every freeman shall be disposed of according to his will. If he die intestate, his heirs shall succeed to them. No officer of the crown shall take any horses, carts, or wood without the consent of the owner. The king's courts of justice shall be stationary, and shall no longer follow his person. They shall be open to everyone, and justice shall no longer be sold, refused, or delayed by them. Circuits shall be regularly held every year. The inferior tribunals of justice, the county court, sheriff's turn, and court leet shall meet at their appointed time and place. The sheriffs shall be incapacitated to hold pleas of the crown, and shall not put any person upon his trial from rumor or suspicion alone, but upon the evidence of lawful witnesses. No freeman shall be taken or imprisoned or dispossessed of his free tenement and liberties, or outlawed or banished, or any wise hurt or injured, unless by the legal judgment of his peers, or by the law of the land, and all who suffered otherwise in this or the 2 former reigns shall be restored to their rights and possessions. Every freeman shall be fined in proportion to his fault, and no fine shall be levied on him to his utter ruin. Even a villain or rustic shall not by any fine be bereaved of his carts, ploughs, and implements of husbandry. This was the only article calculated for the interests of this body of men, probably at that time the most numerous in the kingdom. It must be confessed that the former articles of the Great Charter contain such mitigations and explanations of the feudal law as are reasonable and equitable, and that the latter involve all the chief outlines of a legal government, and provide for the equal distribution of justice and free enjoyment of property, the great objects for which political society was at first founded by men, which the people have a perpetual and unalienable right to recall, and which no time, nor precedent, nor statute, nor positive institution ought to deter them from keeping ever uppermost in their thoughts and attention. Though the provisions made by this charter might, conformably to the genius of the age, be esteemed too concise and too bare of circumstances to maintain the execution of its articles, in opposition to the chicanery of lawyers, supported by the violence of power, time gradually ascertained the sense of all the ambiguous expressions, and those generous barons who first extorted this concession still held their swords in their hands, and could turn them against those who dared, on any pretense, to depart from the original spirit and meaning of the grant. We may now, from the tenor of this charter, conjecture what those laws were of King Edward, which the English nation, during so many generations, still desired, with such an obstinate perseverance, to have recalled and established. They were chiefly these latter articles of Magna Carta, and the barons who, at the beginning of these commotions, demanded the revival of the Saxon laws, undoubtedly thought they had sufficiently satisfied the people by procuring them this concession, which comprehended the principal objects to which they had so long aspired. But what we are most to admire is the prudence and moderation of those haughty nobles themselves, who were enraged by injuries, inflamed by opposition, and elated by a total victory over their sovereign. They were content, even in this plenitude of power, to depart from some articles of Henry I's charter, which they made the foundation of their demands, particularly from the abolition of wardships, a matter of the greatest importance, and they seem to have been sufficiently careful not to diminish too far the power and revenue of the crown. If they appear, therefore, to have carried other demands to too great a height, it can be ascribed only to the faithless and tyrannical character of the king himself, of which they had long had experience, and which they foresaw would, if they provided no further security, lead him soon to infringe their new liberties and revoke his own concessions. This alone gave birth to those other articles, seemingly exorbitant, which were added as a rampart for the safeguard of the Great Charter. The barons obliged the king to agree that London should remain in their hands, and the Tower be consigned to the custody of the primate till the 15th of August ensuing, or till the execution of the several articles of the Great Charter. The better to ensure the same end, he allowed them to choose 25 members from their own body as conservators of the public liberties, and no bounds were set to the authority of these men, either in extent or duration. If any complaint were made of a violation of the charter, whether attempted by the king, justiciaries, sheriffs, or foresters, any 4 of these barons might admonish the king to redress the grievance. If satisfaction were not obtained, they could assemble the whole council of 25, who, in conjunction with the Great Council, were empowered to compel him to observe the charter, and, in case of resistance, might levy war against him, attack his castles, and employ every kind of violence except against his royal person and that of his queen and children. All men throughout the kingdom were bound, under the penalty of confiscation, to swear obedience to the 25 barons, and the freeholders of each county were to choose 12 knights, who were to make report of such evil customs as required redress, conformably to the tenor of the Great Charter. The names of those conservators were the Earls of Clare, Albemarle, Gloucester, Winchester, Hereford, Roger Bigot, Earl of Norfolk, Robert de Vere, Earl of Oxford, William Mareschal the Younger, Robert Fitzwalter, Gilbert de Clare, Eustace de Vesey, Gilbert Delaval, William de Mowbray, Geoffrey de Say, Roger de Montbazon, William de Huntingfield, Robert de Rue, the Constable of Chester, William de Aubenay, Richard de Percy, William Mallet, John Fitzrobert, William de Lanvalet, Hugh de Bigot, and Robert de Montfichet. These men were, by this convention, really invested with the sovereignty of the kingdom. They were rendered coordinate with the king, or rather superior to him, in the exercise of the executive power, and as there was no circumstance of government which, either directly or indirectly, might not bear a relation to the security or observance of the Great Charter, there could scarcely occur any incident in which they might not lawfully interpose their authority. John seemed to submit passively to all these regulations, however injurious to majesty. He sent writs to all the sheriffs, ordering them to constrain everyone to swear obedience to the 25 barons. He dismissed all his foreign forces. He pretended that his government was thenceforth to run in a new tenor, and be more indulgent to the liberty and independence of his people. But he only dissembled till he should find a favorable opportunity for annulling all his concessions. The injuries and indignities which he had formerly suffered from the Pope and the King of France, as they came from equals or superiors, seemed to make but small impression on him. but the sense of this perpetual and total subjection under his own rebellious vassals sank deep in his mind, and he was determined, at all hazards, to throw off so ignominious a slavery. He grew sullen, silent, and reserved. He shunned the society of his courtiers and nobles. He retired into the Isle of Wight, as if desirous of hiding his shame and confusion. But in this retreat he meditated the most fatal vengeance against all his enemies. He secretly sent abroad his emissaries to enlist foreign soldiers, and to invite the rapacious Brabazons into his service by the prospect of sharing the spoils of England and reaping the forfeitures of so many opulent barons who had incurred the guilt of rebellion by rising in arms against him. And he dispatched a messenger to Rome in order to lay before the Pope the Great Charter which he had been compelled to sign, and to complain before that tribunal of the violence which had been imposed upon him. Innocent, considering himself as a feudal lord of the kingdom, was incensed at the temerity of the barons, who, though they pretended to appeal to his authority, had dared, without waiting for his consent, to impose such terms on a prince, who, by resigning to the Roman pontiff his crown and independence, had placed himself immediately under the papal protection. He issued therefore a bull, in which, from the plenitude of his apostolic power, and from the authority which God had committed to him to build and destroy kingdoms, to plant and overthrow, he annulled and abrogated the whole charter, as unjust in itself, as obtained by compulsion, and as derogatory to the dignity of the apostolic see. He prohibited the barons from exacting the observance of it. He even prohibited the king himself from paying any regard to it. He absolved him and his subjects from all oaths which they had been constrained to take to that purpose, and he pronounced a general sentence of excommunication against everyone who should persevere in maintaining such treasonable and iniquitous pretensions. The king, as his foreign forces arrived along with this bull, now ventured to take off the mask, and, under sanction of the Pope's decree, recalled all the liberties which he had granted to his subjects, and which he had solemnly sworn to observe. But the spiritual weapon was found upon trial to carry less force with it than he had reason from his own experience to apprehend. The primate refused to obey the Pope in publishing the sentence of excommunication against the barons, and though he was cited to Rome, that he might attend a general council there assembled, and was suspended on account of his disobedience to the Pope and his secret correspondence with the king's enemies. Though a new and particular sentence of excommunication was pronounced by name against the principal barons, John still found that his nobility and people, and even his clergy, adhered to the defense of their liberties and to their combination against him. The sword of his foreign mercenaries was all he had to trust to for restoring his authority. The barons, after obtaining the Great Charter, seem to have been lulled into a fatal security, and to have taken no rational measures in case of the introduction of a foreign force for reassembling their armies. The king was, from the first, master of the field, and immediately laid siege to the castle of Rochester, which was obstinately defended by William de Albany, at the head of 140 knights with their retainers, but was at last reduced by famine. John, irritated with the resistance, intended to have hanged the governor and all the garrison, but on the representation of William de Mauleon, who suggested to him the danger of reprisals, he was content to sacrifice in this barbarous manner the inferior prisoners only. The captivity of William de Albany, the best officer among the confederated barons, was an irreparable loss to their cause, and no regular opposition was thenceforth made to the progress of the royal arms. The ravenous and barbarous mercenaries, incited by a cruel and enraged prince, were let loose against the estates, tenants, manors, houses, parks of the barons, and spread devastation over the face of the kingdom. Nothing was to be seen but the flames of villages, and castles reduced to ashes, the consternation and misery of the inhabitants, tortures exercised by the soldiery to make them reveal their concealed treasures, and reprisals no less barbarous, committed by the barons and their partisans on the royal domains, and on the estates of such as still adhered to the crown. The king, marching through the whole extent of England, from Dover to Berwick, laid the provinces waste on each side of him, and considered every estate which was not his immediate property as entirely hostile and the object of military execution. The nobility of the North in particular, who had shown greatest violence in the recovery of their liberties, and who, acting in a separate body, had expressed their discontent even at the concessions made by the Great Charter, as they could expect no mercy, fled before him with their wives and families, and purchased the friendship of Alexander, the young King of Scots, by doing homage to him. The barons, reduced to this desperate extremity, and menaced with the total loss of their liberties, their properties, and their lives, employed a remedy no less desperate, and making applications to the court of France, they offered to acknowledge Louis, the eldest son of Philip, for their sovereign, on condition that he would afford them protection from the violence of their enraged prince. Though the sense of the common rights of mankind, the only rights that are entirely indefeasible, might have justified them in the deposition of their king, they declined insisting before Philip on a pretension which is commonly so disagreeable to sovereigns, and which sounds harshly in their royal ears. They affirmed that John was incapable of succeeding to the throne by reason of the attainder passed upon him during his brother's reign, though that attainder had been reversed, and Richard had even, by his last will, declared him his successor. They pretended that he was already legally deposed by sentence of the peers of France on account of the murder of his nephew, though that sentence could not possibly regard anything but his own transmarine dominions, which alone he held in vassalage to that crown. On more plausible grounds, they affirmed that he had already deposed himself by doing homage to the Pope, changing the nature of his sovereignty, and resigning an independent crown for a fee under a foreign power. And as Blanche of Castile, the wife of Louis, was descended by her mother from Henry II, they maintained, though many other princes stood before her in the order of succession, that they had not shaken off the royal family in choosing her husband for their sovereign. Philip was strongly tempted to lay down the rich prize which was offered to him. The legate menaced him with interdicts and excommunications if he invaded the patrimony of St. Peter, or attacked a prince who was under the immediate protection of the Holy See. But, as Philip was assured of the obedience of his own vassals, his principles were changed with the times, and he now undervalued as much all papal censures as he formerly pretended to pay respect to them. His chief scruple was with regard to the fidelity which he might expect from the English barons in their new engagements, and the danger of entrusting his son and heir into the hands of men who might, on any caprice or necessity, make peace with their native sovereign by sacrificing a pledge of so much value. He therefore exacted from the barons 25 hostages of the most noble birth in the kingdom, and having obtained this security, he sent over first a small army to the relief of the Confederates, then more numerous forces, which arrived with Louis himself at their head. The first effect of the young prince's appearance in England was the desertion of John's foreign troops, who, being mostly levied in Flanders and other provinces of France, refused to serve against the heir of their monarchy. The Gascons and Poitevins alone, who were still John's subjects, adhered to his cause, but they were too weak to maintain that superiority in the field which they had hitherto supported against the confederated barons. Many considerable noblemen deserted John's party. The Earls of Salisbury, Arundel, Warren, Oxford, Albemarle, and William Mareschal the Younger. His castles fell daily into the hands of the enemy. Dover was the only place which, from the valor and fidelity of Hubert de Burgh, the governor, made resistance to the progress of Louis, and the barons had the melancholy prospect of finally succeeding in their purpose. and of escaping the tyranny of their own king by imposing on themselves and the nation a foreign yoke. But this union was of short duration between the French and English nobles, and the imprudence of Louis, who on every occasion showed too visible a preference to the former, increased their jealousy, which it was so natural for the latter to entertain in their present situation. The Viscount of Melun, too, it is said, one of his courtiers, fell sick at London, and, finding the approaches of death, he sent for some of his friends among the English barons, and warning them of their danger, revealed Louis's secret intentions of exterminating them and their families as traitors to their prince, and of bestowing their estates and dignities on his native subjects, in whose fidelity he could more reasonably place confidence. This story, whether true or false, was universally reported and believed, and concurring with other circumstances which rendered it credible, did great prejudice to the cause of Louis. The Earl of Salisbury and other noblemen deserted again to John's party, and as men easily change sides in civil war, especially where their power is founded on a hereditary and independent authority, and is not derived from the opinion and favor of the people, the French prince had reason to dread a sudden reverse in fortune. The king was assembling a considerable army with a view of fighting one great battle for his crown, but passing from Lynn to Lincolnshire, his road lay along the seashore, which was overflowed at high water, and not choosing the proper time for his journey, he lost in the inundation all his carriages, treasure, baggage, and regalia. The affliction of this disaster, and vexation from the distracted state of his affairs, increased the sickness under which he then labored, and though he reached the castle of Newark, he was obliged to halt there, and his distemper soon after put an end to his life, in the 49th year of his age and 18th of his reign, and freed the nation from the dangers to which it was equally exposed by his success or by his misfortunes. End of section 19. Section 20 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria James, The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 6. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The Golden Bull, Hungary's Magna Carta, signed A.D. 1222 by E.O.S. During the century preceding the reign of Andrew II, King of Hungary, which began in 1205, that country had been engaged in frequent wars with Venice over the possession of Dalmatia, but no event of recent years had given much importance to Hungarian history. The reign of Andrew began in a time of great confusion in state and church, when the crusading spirit was still a power which both religious and secular rulers found it convenient to turn to the advancement of their own designs. When Andrew deserted the cause of the Crusaders in Palestine, after an unsuccessful attack upon a tower in Mount Tabor, he was doubtless piqued at the failure of the King of Jerusalem to render him any support in ordering his affairs at home, where, under his viceroy, the virtual absolutism of the government had become endangered. Out of the conditions which confronted him on his arrival in Hungary came the memorable event, forming one of the great chapters in his country's annals, faithfully and succinctly recounted in the following pages. The reign of Andrew II in Hungary forms one of the most important epochs in the history of the country over which he reigned, since from him the nobles obtained their golden bull, Bulla Aurea, equivalent to the Magna Carta of England. The people of Hungary had indeed, by their own determination and spirit of independence, and by the wisdom and virtue of the first kings of the race of Arpad, secured in their constitution the foundation of their liberties, but the power of the sovereign had in the meantime increased, so as to surpass those limits within which alone the office can be conducive to the happiness and welfare of the community. The ceremony of coronation was considered, indeed, a necessary condition for the exercise of the royal authority, But though this in some measure acted as a check upon his inordinate power, still all offices and dignities were in the gift of the king, few, if any, being hereditary, and even the magnates could not prevent the monarch giving away any part of his dominions. Wars with Russia and Poland occupied the first years after the accession of Andrew, and much discontent was occasioned in the country by the imperious character of Gertrude, his queen, who ruled over her husband and caused her relatives and friends to be raised to the highest places in the state. The marriage of the young Princess Elizabeth to Louis, son of the Landgrave of Thuringia, was solemnized with great pomp at Pressburg in 1212. The period of prosperity to Hungary, which had followed the birth of this child, made the people look upon her as one favored by heaven, and her singular virtues helped to confirm this superstition. Her life has formed the groundwork of one of the most beautiful of saintly legends, and after her death she was canonized as Saint Elizabeth of Hungary. At her nuptials, Queen Gertrude, assuming the authority of her husband, not only presented the ambassadors of the Landgrave with rich presents of gold, silver, and jewels, but bid them tell their lord that if a long life were granted to her, she would send them still greater wealth. The following year, Andrew accompanied his son Koloman into Poland to celebrate his marriage with a daughter of the Duke, and entrusted the regency during his absence to Gertrude and her relations. Time and opportunity favored a conspiracy against the imperious queen, and the first attack was made on her brother, the Archbishop of Kolotska. He, however, escaped with his life, and in revenge he induced the Pope, Honorius, to lay Hungary under an interdict. The people, however, showed small regard for the denunciations of a distant pontiff, and, irritated by fresh offences committed by brothers of the queen, in which Gertrude herself appears to have participated, they murdered her in her own palace, and her children only escaped by the care and fidelity of their tutor. Their uncles fled from the country, carrying with them a large amount of treasure collected by Andrew, who bitterly complained of their ingratitude in a letter to the Holy See. The king shortly afterward married the daughter of Peter of Courtenay, Count of Auxerre, and made a vow to raise another crusade. The Latin emperor of Constantinople dying about this time, the choice of a successor lay between the Hungarian king and his new father-in-law. It fell upon Andrew, and he was invited to take possession of the imperial crown, but was dissuaded from accepting the honor by Pope Honorius, who had already crowned Peter Emperor of the East. Peter was opposed by Theodore Comnenus, by whom he was arrested and thrown into a dungeon. The Pope appealed for assistance to Andrew, then on his way to the Holy Land. Andrew accordingly proceeded to Acre, which he reached after a long voyage, but his expedition partook more of a pilgrimage than of a crusade. He was absent from Hungary 4 years, and returned to find the whole kingdom in disorder, the treasury emptied, and greedy prelates and magnates devouring the substance of the people. To replenish his treasury, Andrew appropriated the gold and jewels left by the Empress Constantia, whose death, which took place about this time, prevented her establishing her claim. He further supplied his own extravagance by farming the taxes to Jews, deteriorating the coin, mortgaging the domains belonging to the fortified castles, and selling the crown lands to wealthy magnates. His eldest son, Bela, had already gained the respect and affection of the people by the firmness of his character and his love of justice, and Andrew, jealous of his popularity, obliged him to fly the kingdom and seek protection from Leopold, Duke of Austria. The king was, however, at last persuaded to invite him to return, and, in order to secure his throne, he established him at a distance from himself in the government of Croatia and Dalmatia. 2 years later, his younger son, Koloman, took the place of Bela, who was entrusted with the government of Transylvania and of all the country between the Theiss and Aluta. With a weak monarch and an exhausted treasury, the land had become the prey of barbarous invaders, and the disorders of the kingdom had reached such a climax that the magnates resolved to appeal to the mediation of the Pope. Honorius commanded Andrew to restore the lands which he had parted with in direct violation of his coronation oath, by which he had sworn to preserve the integrity of the kingdom and the honour of the crown. Bela now assembled the nobles and franklins of Hungary, and, supported by them, demanded the restoration of the ancient constitution. The ecclesiastics of Hungary, instigated by the Pope, offered to mediate a peace between the king, who was supported by the great magnates, and his son, who had the voice of the people. The condition of this peace was the Golden Bull of Hungary, which was granted in the year 1222. It was here enacted that, quote, as the liberties of the nobility and of certain other natives of these realms founded by King Stephen the Saint have suffered great detriment and curtailment by the violence of sundry kings impelled by their own evil propensities, by the cravings of their insatiable cupidity, and by the advice of certain malicious persons, and as the nobiles of the country had preferred frequent petitions for the confirmation of the constitution of these realms, so that, in utter contempt of the royal authority, violent discussions and accusations had arisen. The king declares he is now willing to confirm and maintain for all times to come the nobility and freemen of the country in all their rights, privileges, and immunities, as provided by the statutes of St. Stephen. 1. That the nobiles and their possessions shall not for the future be subject to taxes and impositions. 2. That no man shall be either accused or arrested, sentenced or punished for a crime, unless he receive a legal summons, and until a judicial inquiry into his case shall have taken place. 3. That though the nobiles and franklins shall be bound to do military service at their own expense, it shall not be legal to force them to cross the frontier of their country. In a foreign war, the king shall be bound to pay the knights and the troops of the countries. 4. The king has no right to entail whole counties and the high offices of the kingdom. 5. The king is not allowed to farm to Jews and Ishmaelites his domains, the taxes, the coinage, or the salt mines. The Golden Bull comprised 31 chapters, and 7 copies were made and delivered into the keeping of the Knights of St. John. The Knights Templar of Hungary and Slavonia, the king, the Palatine, the Archbishops of Gran and Kolotza, and the Pope. The 31st clause gave every Hungarian noble a right of veto upon the acts of the king if unconstitutional. This clause was, however, supposed to give an undue power to the people, and was revoked in 1687. Those magnates who, by the Golden Bull, were compelled to return the land unjustly alienated by King Andrew, formed a conspiracy to overthrow the monarchy, abolish the constitution, and divide the land among themselves. The conspiracy was discovered in time to prevent its execution, but Andrew lost courage and did not venture to insist on his refractory nobles fulfilling their part in the conditions of the Great Charter. He was, however, compelled to ratify it in a diet held in Berwicker Forest in 1231, where the Golden Bull was signed and sealed with all solemnity in the city of Gran. Andrew married for a 3rd time in his old age Beatrice, daughter of the Marquis d'Este, and died in 1234. During his reign, the court was first held at a fixed place of residence. It was not only composed of prelates and magnates, but was frequented by learned men educated at the schools of Paris and Bologna, as well as within the kingdom. The cities acquired importance about this period, and the conditions of the serfs underwent some amelioration. End of section 20.